Seeing that Liao was greatly interested, Hao Lingtong hesitated. My fellow cultivator, if you just want to open your eyes, joining the Sky Hill Sword Seminar may be a great choice. But if you want to be one of the winners and thus enter one of the 3 main Crystal Suit Center, then I suggest you give it a second thought. Sky Hill Sword Seminar is a match of the highest level in regard to melee magical equipment. Every year, there are as many young refiners signing up for the match as the number of hairs on your body, every one of them craving to become famous in one shot. Among them, there are many rightful heirs of the ancient refining families who have the knowledge that has been passed on in their family for thousands of years. They hardly call themselves refiners. They prefer to be known as sword forgers. Liao's eyes suddenly shone. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons. In the ancient cultivation world, flying swords represented all magical equipment. Sword forger was a vintage title. It was also indicative of the deep knowledge of the families of refining. Hao Lingtong continued, other than those who were born in the families of refining, the rest of the contestants are not easy to deal with either. Same as you, most of them have been training in cultivation sects and exo-societies for many years. They whetted their sword for 10 years, so that it could burst out the most dazzling sparks in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar. Liao said, I only want to know one thing. Are the top 10 of the match guaranteed to enter one of the 3 main Crystal Suit Centers and the top 3 the core projects? Hao Lingtong nodded his head and said, Of course. The purpose of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar is to introduce new blood into the 3 Crystal Suit Centers. The talented refiners who ranked top 3 last year were hired by the 3 centers and became participants of the projects to develop the most advanced crystal suits of the Flying Star sector. Liao's lips curled. He was best at refining battle sabers. The boiled blood wind slashing saber and the purple electric blue fire claw that he had made were as good as the high-end magical equipment of the Flying Star sector. Iron School, Silver Heart School, and Red Line School. The 3 centers stand for the most up-to-date technologies on crystal suits in the Flying Star sector. Joining their key projects will not only allow me to get in touch with the most cutting-edge magical equipment of the Flying Star sector, but also give me a great opportunity to improve my skills in refining. It's decided then. I will participate in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, make it to the top 3, and fight my way into Heavenly Saints City. After offering payment to Hao Lingtong via the spiritual nexus, Liao walked to the closest teleportation array. Since it was a virtual world, the teleportation array here was merely symbolic. There were no restrictions on the number of people or the distance. After inputting his destination, in the blink of an eye, Liao appeared in a splendid temple. Large lifelike paintings of fierce battles were drawn on the walls around. Cultivators, demonic cultivators, and demons were fighting in chaos. One seemed able to hear the cries and the intense stink of blood. Countless flying swords and battle sabers were floating in midair. They congregated into a steel torrent and flowed slowly. It was the online registration spot of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar. Inside the temple, almost 100 young men were idling around, with faces mixed with confusion and excitement. They did not want to sign up in a hurry and preferred to chat with their fellow cultivators first. Most of them came from the remote areas just like Liao. Having the privilege to come to the lively Thousand Sails Space Zone and take part in an annual event such as the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, they felt like everything was new to them. Several other young men in glamorous clothes, who were much calmer and more elegant, were smiling vaguely. They formed a small group and talked to each other in a low voice. Now and then, chuckles would burst out from there. They were probably the heirs of the families of refining. Dozens of receptionists were handling the registration procedures. Since there were too many people signing up for the match, a screening was necessary to eliminate most refiners that did not meet the lowest standard. It was a job that could not be done by the crystal processor. Therefore, all the staff here were real people. Some of them were from the 3 main crystal suit centers, and some were the college students from the refining departments of various universities who were working as volunteers. Just as Liao was planning to sign up, the crowd was suddenly stirred into a riot. The graceful heirs of the families of refining, who'd been talking among themselves, were all exclaiming in shock like roosters whose necks had been clutched. Liao turned around and found that a handsome young man was stepping out of the teleportation array slowly. The young man was wearing a pale blue robe. His face was grave. His long hair was bound casually by a thorn branch. On his robe was carved with a somewhat rigid word, Mo. Family of Mo. Mo Tianxue. It's been 7 years. Finally, an heir from the family of Mo, the family of refining that has lasted for thousands of years, is taking part in the Skyhill Sword Seminar again. Great news! 7 years ago, Mo Hongxue, the eldest son of the generation, took part in the Skyhill Sword Seminar and secured the victory with a snowy sky sword, which broke the blades of all his opponents easily. It was quite a shocking piece of news back then. Right now, he is already a master of melee weapon refinement in the Silver Heart School. But Mo Hongxue has stated many times that he is only the second most talented in the youngest generation of the family of Mo. Mo Tianxue, his youngest brother, is the greatest pride of their family. I'm told that Huangpu Xiaoya, the most excellent sword forger in the younger generation of the Huangpu family, signed up the other day too. Now that Mo Tianxue has come too, the two sword forging families that have been competing for thousands of years will have yet another drama. 2 stars are going to shine in the Skyhill Sword Seminar this year. The competition is going to be fierce. Mo Tianxue and Huangpu Xiaoya are both geniuses of geniuses. Which of the two is going to secure the victory and be honored to be the sword master of this Skyhill Sword Seminar? All the descendants of the renowned families were bouncing like loaches that had been poured into hot water. For the young people from the remote areas of the Sea of Stars, they might not know the names of Mo Tianxue and Huangpu Xiaoya, but they'd all heard too much about the Mo family and the Huangpu family, the 2 strongest sword-forging families of the Flying Star sector. Therefore, they crowded toward Mo Tianxue in a flurry. 2. Liao took the opportunity to walk to the reception desk that had been emptied. If it were in reality, he might be rushing forward to observe Mo Tianxue, at least Mo Tianxue's hands, too. However, since he was in a great illusionary land, many details could be concealed easily. He wouldn't be able to find anything anyway. Therefore, he might as well to finish the registration quickly and find a suitable place for his training. Liao stopped in front of a young girl whose hair was in 2 ponytails. The girl was craning her head gazing at Mo Tianxue's direction in admiration, while she mumbled, "Senior brother Mo is just as handsome as the old days. Come on and sign up here. Come on." The young girl was named Xianxia. She was a freshman student of the refining department of Flying Star University. Since it was her holiday, she had been assigned by her professor to work as volunteer in the Skyhill Sword Seminar. This was a tradition of Flying Star University. In such a way, the freshman students would be able to get in touch with the experts in refining at a close distance, so that they would be able to open their eyes and get more knowledge. Mo Tianxue was also a student of the refining department of Flying Star University. He was a celebrity on campus. The 6 major sects had been fighting for him before he graduated. But he picked none of them. Instead, he had chosen to prove his capability through the Skyhill Sword Seminar, hoping to join the core projects of the 3 main crystal suit centers directly. Xianxia had known that senior brother Xie would sign up this year. However, more than 100,000 contestants applied for the Skyhill Sword Seminar. Therefore, almost 100 virtual registration spots on the spiritual nexus. Once the applicants logged in to the nexus, they would be channeled to different registration spots. As it turned out, senior brother Mo had indeed shown up at her registration spot. Xianxia's heart was pounding, and her head was dizzy. She was close to lunging at the handsome and strong senior brother like a cat. However, reality is always far from dream. Standing in front of her was not her handsome senior brother Mo, but a young man with a pale skin. His hollowed eyes made him somewhat attractive, but his messy hair and continuous yawning that apparently resulted from lack of sleep had completely wrecked his image. Xianxia calmed herself down. The workers there had all received professional training and wouldn't make the mistake of judging other people by their appearances. More importantly, what they saw in the great illusionary land might not be their real faces at all. Xianxia put on a warm smile and asked the applicant to fill in the basic information. Liao, born and raised in the edge of the Sea of Stars. He has been training alone in the relics of the ancient battlefields since he lost his parents when he was young. He was once enlightened by an exotic master and is now a refiner in the Great Horn Exo Society. The profile was indeed quite simple. However, birth was only a minor factor for cultivation. Everyone with a clean history was free to go wherever they wanted to. The Great Horn Exo Society had become quite famous recently. It wouldn't be hard to find out whether or not he was really from Great Horn. Xianxia smiled. Fellow cultivator Li, your profile is good. However, hundreds of thousands of people apply for the Skyhill Sword Seminar every year. We can't invite every one of them to the match in the Skyhill domain. Therefore, a test has been prearranged. I hope you understand. The test is simple. There are test rooms all around the temple. You will enter the number 11 test room in a moment. 300 structure designs of melee magical equipment will fall down from the ceiling. Some of the 300 kinds of magical equipment are stronger than the rest. What you need to do is to pick the strongest 10 within 1 minute. If you found them correctly, you will receive an invitation for the Skyhill Sword Seminar immediately. If your final answer is incorrect, it is not a big deal. We will sum up the power of the magical equipment that you picked. As long as your total sum ranks among the top 3,000, you will still receive the invitation later. Is there a problem? Liao shook his head and walked to the number 11 test room. Xianxia cast her affectionate eyes towards senior brother Mo again, with butterflies in her stomach. Senior brother was so handsome, so gentle, so graceful. He looked like an ancient sword-forging master from 40,000 years ago who had walked out of a painting. Right then, she seemed to have been hit by a lightning. Her hair all stood up, and her eyes froze. What did I say just now? 1 minute or 10? Crap! I should have said 10 minutes. Picking the strongest 10 from 300 structure designs within 1 minute? How is it possible? No biggie. No biggie. There is a countdown inside the test room. Even the most stupid refiner should know that the time for the test is 10 minutes. While she was mumbling to herself, Liao had already walked out of the test room, still yawning nonstop. Xianxia immediately put on a bitter face. She looked at the monitoring light beam nearby and discovered that the fool had only used 55 seconds. Crap. Allowing the same applicant to take a second test requires clearances of a higher level. I'm going to be scolded by the professor. Xianxia grimaced and was about to apologize, when her face froze over again. Her mouth was open to such an extent that one might be able to stuff an egg into it. 10 pieces of magical equipment have been locked. Number 14, number 56, number 9, number 267. Correct answer rate, 100%. Passed. Xianxia blinked hard to ensure that her eyes were not deceiving her. Thousands of thoughts were rolling through her heart. She was aware that, although the 300 structure designs were all common magical equipment on the market and the well-trained refiners should have memorized their standard damage long ago, the foxy masters of the 3 main crystal suit centers had set up minor traps in them. The examiners had adjusted 28 structure designs subtly by improving the power of 13 of them by 10% and reducing the power of the other 15 by different levels. Over the past few days, Xianxia had seen hundreds of seasoned refiners who had fallen into the traps. Within 1 minute, the guy had seen through all the traps and located the 10 correct structure designs. How was it possible? Xianxia carefully observed Liao's test result, only to be all the more dumbfounded than previously. She discovered that Liao's test result was ordered by the adjusted standard damage of the magical equipment from large to small. The only explanation was that he had calculated the precise power of each piece of magical equipment by just glancing at the structure designs. How incredible that was! For a moment, Xianxia completely forgot senior brother Mo's existence. She bulged her eyes and gazed at Liao. Liao frowned. Is there a problem? Xianxia was suddenly back to herself. She blushed and shook her head quickly. No. Li. Senior brother Li, you've successfully passed the test. This is your invitation card. Please input your personal identification pattern. Liao accepted the invitation card and noticed that it was a tiny bronze sword like the ancient currency. It was in a vintage style and carved with complicated runes. Liao condensed his telepathic thoughts and bound his unique spiritual wave to the invitation card. The tiny bronze sword blinked and emitted green, watery brilliance. Xianxia closed her hands. The tiny bronze sword was immediately divided into two halves. She gave one half to Liao. The invitation card actually included a special telepathic thought, dyed with the host's and Liao's unique identification information. When the two parts were gathered again, it would be easy to tell whether or not the applicant had come in person. Then, Xianxia gave Liao a contestant manual carved on bamboo wood. The entire registration procedure was completed. As Liao walked to and vanished in the teleportation array, she craned her head higher and higher, with curiosity inside his eyes. Xianxia decided that, other than focusing on Senior Brother Mo in the Skyhill Sword Seminar, she could spare like 5% of her time to observe this mysterious Liao. It was possible that he could march into the final competition. 5 days later, inside Dual Ring Hall was a professional sect that focused on the refinement and maintenance of starships. It was headquartered inside the 1,000-sail space zone on a star fortress like two rings. Looked at from afar, the star fortress was like two giant wheels that were dozens of kilometers in diameter. They were connected by the spokes and spanned slowly. In the middle of the two rings was a dock where almost 10 ragged starships were parked. Countless refiners in maintenance suits were entering and exiting the starships as busy as bees. Thousands of artificial arms also extended out of the two rings and conducted the maintenance work amid dazzling sparks. It was the place where Goldhorn was being fully maintained and modified. On a platform that protruded out of the living zone, there was a cabin whose walls were made of leaf water crystals, which were the purest high-intensity materials in the flying star sector, as invisible as air. Together with the adjusted gravity, one would feel that they were standing in the middle of the universe when they were inside the cabin. Looking to the outside from there, one would easily notice that the twisted shell of Goldhorn had been dismantled. The enormous artificial arms were consolidating the keel and the framework of the starship. Very soon, power rune arrays and crystal railguns with higher performances would be installed. By then, Goldhorn would be back to life again. It was not a bad deal after all. Liao and Lei Dalu stood on the protruding platform and appreciated the rebirth of Goldhorn. Lei Dalu grinned. Although Goldhorn was shattered, we've earned our fame in the world of cultivators. The reporters a few days ago were like hungry dogs. There was absolutely no way to get rid of them. It's all good now. We've received a huge amount of patronage and new loans from the banks. Goldhorn has been fully upgraded, with its combat ability doubled. Nice! Liao smiled. Captain, there are conditions for the sponsorship. Not only do we have to use designated magical equipment during our modification, we also have to paint there on the shell of the starship. I've seen the demos of the S. To be honest, they are a little bit too fancy. What's wrong with that? Lei Dalu replied, apparently not taking it seriously. The commercials are proper magical equipment. Flying swords, crystal suits, and such. None of them are filters. They can paint whatever they want. Then again, if they really want to paint commercials about aphrodisiacs, we are always open to negotiations as long as the price is high enough. I bet we are. Liao smiled. Then it was awkward silence. He had come to say goodbye to Lei Dalu. His days in the Great Horn Exo Society were over. The Great Horn Exo Society would stay here for another half-month and embark on new quests after Goldhorn was reborn. Their previous adventure had brought them unimaginable popularity as well as new contracts. This time, the reward was no longer a bag of rice, but boxes of jingling high-purity crystals. As for Liao, he would rent a personal training chamber near the Skyhill domain and do last-minute preparations in order to distinguish himself in the Skyhill Sword Seminar. Also, he could enter Heavenly Saints City and meet the highest cultivators of the Flying Star sector. Don't idle around here. Go now. Skyhill Sword Seminar is not a regular match. Make best use of your time in training and get a prize. Everyone in the Great Horn Exo Society will watch the live stream if they are not on duty. You must make it at least to the top 100. Lei Dalu patted his shoulder hard. Liao had mixed feelings. Although he hadn't been with them for very long, He had gone through life and death with them. He could tell that everyone inside the Great Horn Exo Society, including Lei Dalu, Xiong Tao, Zhao Nuo, and the young fellows in the Tiger Killer camp, really considered him to be a comrade and one of their own. Sometimes, he was even thinking that, if the Heaven's Origin sector weren't waiting for him, he would definitely go with the passionate men of the Great Horn Exo Society. Roaming in the sea of stars, drinking the hardest liquor, slashing the fastest saber, slaying the deadliest space pirates, such a life would indeed be fulfilling. While he was pondering, he suddenly felt that somebody touched his clothes. Lei Dalu had put something into his pocket and smiled. Cultivation is costly. Nothing inside the 1,000-sail space zone is cheap. There is 200 grand inside the card. Take it and consider it the salary for your job here. If it is not enough, just talk to me via the spiritual nexus at any time. Don't be polite. This is a convention of our society that has been well carried out since it was established. Convention? Liao was confused. Lei Dalu looked at the sea of stars outside the window and said casually, "You might not know why the victims of space pirates gathered and created the Great Horn Exo Society. Seeking revenge against the space pirates is just one of our purposes. Revenge can be achieved anywhere. We could have joined a stronger Exo Society, or a cultivation sect, or even become a solo bounty hunter in the Sea of Stars. No. Our original purpose was to provide a shelter for the orphans who lost their home and family under the scourge of space pirates, so that they could have a brighter future. That's all. Therefore, we accepted all kinds of contracts. The money we earned has been used to take care of the orphans. The Tiger Killer camp was established so that the orphans could have a place to train themselves to learn the skills of space survival, and even to avenge their own family in person. After the orphans gradually grew up, we encouraged them to take part in the matches and the entrance tests of cultivation sections. We tried to send them out to a vaster world and set them on a more promising path. Over the past 10 years, we've brought up a lot of prodigies and sent them all out. Right now, they are scattered in the Sea of Stars, living a whole new life in various universities, colleges, and cultivation sections. To be honest, it is not slaying the space pirates that I'm happiest about after all these years. What I'm happiest about is that an orphan who might have embraced darkness after the assault of space pirates and the loss of their family has shifted to a brighter world with the help of Great Horn. Your case is a bit different, but since it is a convention of the society, don't refuse it. Of course, if one day you earn your fame and fortune and become the well-respected master of refining, I certainly won't say no to your millions or even billions of donations to Great Horn. You won't get one coin back. Haha. Lei Dalu's words greatly touched Liao. He had been curious for a long time. In the Great Horn Exo Society, Lei Dalu was a core formation stage cultivator. Xiong Tao and Bai Kaisen both boasted amazing capability, and Yi Lingdai, the chief gunner in charge of all remote magical equipment, was a terrifying expert gunfighter. With such impressive leadership, plus so many well-trained experienced exos, how come the Great Horn Exo Society was still a second-rate group after so many years and only had a medium-sized starship? As it turned out, Great Horn had devoted most of its resources to the education and training of the orphans and sent all of them for further development after they grew up. Liao felt warm. He touched the gold bull horn emblem on his chest and looked at Lei Dalu in the eyes. Captain, although I will be away from Great Horn, I will never forget the days I spent with our brothers on Gold Horn. I will gladly accept your generosity and cut the thank you crap. There is only one thing that I want to say. No matter when and where, if Great Horn is in need of anything, I will definitely do my best. I'm leaving. Just watch the live stream on the Spiritual Nexus in a month and a half. I will be participating in the match as Liao of Great Horn, and I'm going to crush everything standing in my way. 5 minutes after Liao left, Bai Kaisen walked up to Lei Dalu without a sound, his face even gloomier. A dam seemed to be about to collapse in the middle of his eyebrow. It has just been confirmed that Feng Yuzhong has gone mad. He announced astronomical bounties on Spider Den and wants each and every member of the Great Horn Exo Society killed. According to his original words, even a flea on our starship should not be left alive. Also, whoever finds the true murderer of his son, dead or alive, will be rewarded with a starship. Right now, the entire spider den is seething. Countless space pirates, assassins, thieves, and spies consider us their targets. Lei Dalu scratched his messy beard and said slowly, "It's quite understandable. His only son has been killed. If Feng Yuzhong doesn't respond properly, how is he ever going to hang around with other people on Spider Den?" However, the relationship between the exo-societies and the space pirates has never been good. The top exo-societies have all been attacked by space pirates before. Their fame was earned not by showing off, but by fighting in blood. Feng Yuzhong wants vengeance, so be it. The most important thing about us cultivators is the size of our fists and the sharpness of our swords. We both know the reason we received so many donations, commercials, and loans, and why the experts of the Dual Ring sect have been working day and night to strengthen Gold Horn. The Great Horn Exo Society situation is clear to everybody. That's why they've been supporting us so that the combat ability of Gold Horn can be doubled within half a month. Feng Yuzhong is a stray dog himself. I don't know how many experts are waiting to chop off his head. This time, he has set us as his target. But in my opinion, he is a mantis at best, which is being chased after by the sparrows. Anyway, don't be so nervous. We can't stay in the 1,000-sail space zone forever just because somebody is hunting us. If we unfortunately run into Feng Yuzhong, we'll simply fight him. If we unfortunately fail, we'll simply run away. If we are unfortunately captured, we'll simply die. Bai Kaisen's lips curled rigidly as he put on an ugly smile. Everything seems to be extraordinarily simple in your mouth. Lei Dalu plucked one of his whiskers and flicked it away softly. I'm not a fan of deliberation. I prefer the simplest solutions to everything. However, don't bring the Tiger Killer camp on our next mission. Send them to the Dual Poles domain. Quite a few cultivation sects are headquartered there. Space pirates will never carry out large-scale operations in that area. As for the excuse, just find a training camp and ask them to train there for a couple of months. They can build up their bodies and wait until everything goes tranquil again. Bai Kaisen nodded. All right, I'll see to it. But he didn't leave. His eyes were rolling, suggesting that there was something else that he wanted to talk about. Lei Dalu raised his eyebrow. Anything else? Bai Kaisen was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth again. Why didn't you ask him just now? Ask him what? You know it. I forgot to. You forgot to? Bai Kaisen gnashed his teeth, his long white eyebrows shaking. Do you not think there is something seriously wrong with Li Yao's story? Lived in a far-flung town, trained with a strange master alone, and grasped such terrifying refining skills? Moreover, his cultivation level is too high. Uncle Xiong, Bai Zhe, and I had a meeting after the incident. Back when we were in the dim flame belt to repair the spiritual shield generator so that we could run away from the true fusion, the guy must have been in the building foundation stage, however incredibly lucky he was. I can believe that someone's spiritual root was awakened through fortuitous incidents and turned them into a refinement stage cultivator. But advancing into the building foundation stage without any tutelage? It's simply impossible. Okay, let's just say whatever the guy told us is true. But how do you explain what happened next? You offered him an 8-arm suit and assessed his sync rate to be 37%. Very soon, in the virtual matching platform in the world of crystal suits, a mysterious expert named Vulture, with a sync rate below 40%, appeared out of nowhere and defeated many top experts in a row. The very first crystal suit that Vulture wore was 8-arm. Lei Dalu said. So, alertness filled Bai Kaisen's eyes, as he remarked. So, don't you think that Li Yao might be the terrifying expert who really took Feng Yuming down? So, Lei Dalu repeated. What else do you want? Bai Kaisen turned anxious. If he could sneak into Ghost Jail quietly, elicit the most important information from Feng Yuming before slaying him, steal the enormous database from Ghost Jail's mainframe crystal processor effortlessly, and blow off half of the starship along the way, he would definitely be the craziest devil in the world. But such a devil has stayed on Gold Horn for quite a few months. Who is he exactly? What is his purpose? What changes will his existence bring to the Great Horn Exo Society? Shouldn't we figure all that out? When we escaped the dim flame belt narrowly, I told you most of my suspicions. But it seems to me that you haven't done any investigation yet. Lei Dalu thought carefully for a while and nodded his head. I do recall you said such things. But you know that there were too many things to do and I was preoccupied. I had no time to deal with trivial matters like this. I forgot it. Trivial? A monster of unknown background who could sabotage a starship on his own stayed on Goldhorn for quite a few months, and you think it was trivial? Bai Kaisin was almost jumping. When we were recruiting new crew members, we had only one condition. They must grit their teeth through the surging tides and meteoroid showers and make it to the 1,000-sail space zone with us. Liao has done everything we demanded. During the couple of months while he was on board, he has completed every mission assigned to him perfectly. When we were passing through the dim flame belt, all of us would have kicked the bucket without him. Now that you've carefully studied what happened inside the generator cabin, you should know that, even for a refiner at the building foundation stage, it was still a perilous task in which he risked his life. Lei Dalu's eyes suddenly turned extremely clear. He said, calmly but firmly, "We have fought side by side through life and death against the true fusion and the space swirl. So Liao is my brother in my eyes and a real member of the Great Horn Exo Society. As for where he came from, who he is exactly, how many skills he is good at, whether he likes rice or buns, whether he likes guys or girls, it's none of my damn business. Every traveler in the sea of stars who struggled for a living has stories. If they want to tell us, they already will have. If they haven't, it means that they don't want to tell their story, cannot say it, and if they do, someone's feelings will be hurt. I'm a simple and lazy man. I never bothered to ask about Liao's past, just like I never bothered to ask why you have the spiritual tattoos of Spider Den on your body." Bai Kaisen's fury was about to burst out when Lei Dalu's final words suddenly stifled his emotions. His long white eyebrows were entirely frozen. Rigid for a long time, he collapsed as if an invisible armor around him was just shattered. His dry lips trembled as he said softly, "When did you find out?" "I forgot. I'm not a space pirate." "I believe you. The tattoo is rather fuzzy and twisted. It should have been made when you were very young, if not when you were just born. I had to. That's why I never asked you confess anything. Hey. Don't look like me with such heartbroken eyes. Will you? Or is it that you've been wanting to tell us deep down in your heart but were too ashamed to speak? You want me to push you hard so that you can let your tears all out? You are not such an emotional guy, are you?" Bai Kaisen glared at him and then smiled embarrassedly. "Why today?" Lei Dalu's clear eyes only lasted briefly. His usual hippie expression returned as he said, "I didn't want to bring it up. I felt that it would be quite awkward to. However, your skills in acting are simply too bad. You were practically wearing a, 'I have a big secret in my heart but I cannot tell it to you otherwise we may not be friends anymore. Please do not ask me. I am having a hard time holding it back. I might say it out loud if you really ask me face every day. To be honest, every time I see your constipation-like countenance, I am always tempted to punch your nose and see if I can make the face even bitterer." Bai Kaisen took a long breath. His face went peaceful again, but the gloom inside his eyes seemed to become much thinner. He nodded. "I understand. We will pursue the truth about Liao's background no further and be prepared for Storm Prison's reprisal instead." "That's right." Lei Dalu plucked another whisker and rolled it over between his fingertips. Then he shot it out at the crystal glass, triggering an ear-splitting noise. He declared, "Let them come. My fists have been hungered for a long time." Half a month later, in the Skyhill domain, this was a beautiful and splendid world fragment. The rare materials underground leaked into the water system over thousands of years. When they were brought out to the surface of the earth, they dyed the rivers and brooks bright silver. Among the hills, the silver streams were connected into a network. The stunning scenery was known as the Broken Silvers. It was truly magnificent. Such streams were not drinkable, but they were particularly suitable for sword forging and refining. Therefore, the Skyhill domain was headquartered by many cultivation sects and sword forging families. The magical equipment forged with the silver streams, especially the melee magical equipment such as sabers and swords, was valuable and popular in the 1,000-sail space zone. The Skyhill domain was not large, but there were almost 100 enormous floating mountains in the sky, each of which were filled with zigzagged natural caves. People had been expanding the caves and increased the usable area of the Skyhill domain by dozens of times. A lot of hills in the sky were thus formed. It was also how the Skyhill domain got its name. After hundreds of years of development, it had become one of the most important production bases of melee magical equipment in the Flying Star sector. It was a world of swords and an ocean of sabers as far as one's eyes could see. In the valleys and beside the rivers, refining furnaces, sword-forging pools, and countless sword tombs were everywhere, surrounded by bizarrely shaped, coldly shining blades. According to the ancient cultivators, the sword tombs were established to allow the newly forged blades to absorb the natural essence so that they could boast much more damage. According to the theories of modern cultivators, only by keeping newly refined blades in a fixed position for some time, which reduced the inner stress before the refurbishment of the next phase, could the most marvelous blades be created after several years. In the sky, many travelers were flying with glittering wings behind them. Such a piece of personal magical equipment named airfoil was much more agile and exciting than shuttles. Many cultivators preferred to utilize them for the transportation between the floating mountains. On the side of one floating mountain, 5 magnificent words were carved into it. Museum of Sabers and Swords. A dusty young man with hollowed eyes, plain clothes, and a pair of extremely ugly gray gloves walked into the museum slowly along with the crowd. Welcome to the Skyhill Museum of Sabers and Swords. The Skyhill domain is the largest refining base of melee magical equipment in the Flying Star sector. The Skyhill Museum of Sabers and Swords is one of the most professional museums in that regard, too. I am your tour guide, and you can call me Sword Lady. 3 days before the annual Skyhill Sword Seminar, countless tourists and fans had arrived in the Skyhill domain. Most of the lovers of melee magical equipment would all take a tour in the well-known Skyhill Museum of Sabers and Swords. For the real lovers, it was even a sort of pilgrimage for them. The spacious and bright museum was packed with people. Liao was pushed along with the crowd and was somewhat dizzy. Thankfully, there was a lovely girl dressed in red, floating in midair with a long sword on her back. She was the virtual tour guide of the museum. It is well known that, starting from the collapse of the ancient cultivation world and the renaissance of human civilization, the refining of sabers and swords in our modern world has gone through 4 periods. The Aura Sword Hall that we are in represents the first period. 10,000 years ago, modern cultivation theories were still brewing. Cultivators' understanding of spiritual energy was still very lacking. Most of the cultivators were in the refinement stage. Therefore, aura swords that were driven by high-pressure air currents were born. Please take a look. The most awesome aura swords at the time could compress one standard unit of spiritual gas to 100th its size, and when the spiritual gas was unleashed suddenly, the damage could be very impressive. Also, it could work as a jet and bring the refinement stage cultivators who hadn't learned the mysteries of flying into the sky so that they could add height to their attacks, increasing the repertoire of moves. Our next stop, the Mechanical Sword Hall, represents the second period. Based on the aura swords, the refiners continued researching and finally combined spiritual energy with machines perfectly. All kinds of incredible blades were invented at the time. Theoretical models of chainswords, vibration sabers, as well as quite a lot other melee magical equipment were invented with during the time before they were successfully manufactured later. The melee magical equipment of this period only used spiritual energy as a source to drive the machines and provide revolution, vibration, cutting, and other effects. The spiritual energy was not part of the attack itself. We are going to enter the Hall of Compound Swords and Sabers now. Compound blades are also the most frequently seen solutions for swords and sabers nowadays. Compound melee magical equipment usually boasts mechanical attack abilities like chains and vibrating edges. In the meantime, its spiritual energy could be condensed into an aura and attack the enemies directly. The double attack pattern increases the range of attack significantly and also makes it much more difficult for the enemies to defend. Right now, in the cultivation world, there are many kinds of melee magical equipment that were solely built up by spiritual energy, such as light sword and spiritual photon battle saber. They are the fourth-generation sabers and swords for us. Although there are still many flaws on the restriction models and trigger designs in such weapons right now, the advantages of blades made of pure spiritual energy are revealing themselves. Maybe soon enough, they will become mainstream in the cultivation world. Other than the renowned sabers and swords of modern times, we are also exhibiting tremendous scraps of ancient flying swords. Now, everyone, please follow me to the ancient sword hall. Liao spent the entire morning wandering around in the museum following the sword lady, and quite enjoyed himself. After 1 month and a half's harsh training, it was a long due relaxation, too. Gulu. Yet, as if trying to humiliate him, his stomach started rumbling, in a quite ear-catching fashion. Many passers-by glanced at him weirdly, and when they noticed his peasant-like clothes, their eyes were even weirder. Liao was not being pretentious. He was merely faced with an embarrassing problem, that he had run out of money. A month and a half earlier, he could almost be called a millionaire. With the fortune he had looted from Feng Yuming and the salary that Lei Dalu had paid him, he could have lived a comfortable life for a couple of years if he were an ordinary person. However, the way cultivators spent their money was not imaginable for everybody. It was especially so for Liao, who had been training at the highest standard in preparation for the Skyhill Sword Seminar. Putting the rent of his training chamber and refining workshop aside, putting the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he used up inside his training chamber aside, putting the strengthening drugs and medications he took every day aside, the specially made green water ointment alone that he smeared on his hands to improve their sensitivity was costing him almost 10,000 flying star dollars on a daily basis. After pouring millions of flying star dollars into it, the final result might be that the sensitivity of his fourth finger was improved by 0.1%. But he didn't have a second option. 1 millimeter of difference between two top experts might determine the victory and failure of a match. A 0.1% sensitivity gap might mean the difference between the final swordmaster and someone ranking in the 50s. Liao had carefully studied the videos of the Skyhill Sword seminars from the previous 20 years. He discovered that every one of the top 30 winners was an experienced refiner. Especially those from the renowned sword-forging families, they all had immeasurable skills and were not easy to deal with at all. The organizers of the Skyhill Sword Seminar did not forbid the previous contestants from joining the match again. Therefore, many of the people he had seen on the videos might be his opponents. Opportunities were rare to fight against the top experts and the heirs of the noble families. Liao had decided to participate in the match in his best state. Thus, he had spent quite a fortune on his training. It was a respected quality for a cultivator to spend money fast. If a cultivator could absorb heavenly materials and earthly treasures worth millions within 3 days without wasting any, then this cultivator was definitely one of the top experts. With Liao's current capability, he had many ways of earning money. But since the match was drawing near, and also because he had merely been doing rehabilitation training over the last couple of days, which did not cost much, he didn't want to waste his time. Instead, he went directly to the Skyhill domain after making sure that he still had enough money for his daily life. But since his money was meant to buy heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he had little funding to care about his appearance. His clothes were all riddled with holes because of the high-intensity training sessions, but he had to make do with them. It was relieving when he learnt that standard uniforms would be dispatched after the match began. He wouldn't need to worry about his comfortableness at that time. Should I find an auction agency and sell 1 or 2 of my collections? There were bountiful scraps of ancient magical equipment and rare crystals inside his cosmos rings. Taking their value into account, Liao was definitely still an out-and-out magnate. However, refiners all had one occupational disease. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures that fell into their hands were like their additional body parts, and if they were forced to sell them, it would feel as painful as somebody chopping part of their flesh off. Liao hesitated for a long time. He thought of 10,000 usages for this particular scrap and eventually let go of the idea of selling it. The next day, the organizer would start the reception work. Standard accommodation and food would be provided for all the contestants. He need not waste his scrap when he was one step close to the final competition. Let me go out and check if there is any cheap food. I will accept any food as long as it can fill my stomach. Liao rubbed his belly while he was making plans. Xianxia was holding in her hand a bamboo book that depicted sword arts which were automatically changing. It was a souvenir of the museum. Her eyes were wide open, and her cheeks were puffed. She bounced around like a rabbit. Whenever she saw anything interesting, she would immediately dash to a tall girl and exclaim, "Sister Long! Sister Long! Come and look! It's the heavenly dragon sword. We've seen it before in the textbook. I even made a mistake about its structural design during the last exam when it was tested. And now I'm seeing a real one." Long Yunxin frowned. She discreetly pinched her companion's bottom and said, not very happily, "Xianxia, would you please keep your voice down? You are a student of the refining department of Flying Star University anyway. The Xia family is a well-respected one among all the refiner families. Don't act like a farmer who has never seen anything before. All right?" Oh, ouch. Xianxia quickly nodded. She was neither experienced nor capable enough and could only work as a volunteer of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar. She was responsible for the registration work in the beginning and the reception work later. On the other hand, Long Yunxin came from a very impressive refiner family. Her family was only slightly weaker than the Mo family and the Huangpu family, two of the best sword-forging families that had lasted for hundreds of years. Long Yunxin had taken part in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar last year and got the 21st place. She had been swearing that she would make it to the top 10 this year. The Long family and the Xia family had been friends for generations. Xianxia had been playing with Long Yunxin since she was a little kid and always listened to her. However, after only 2 seconds of silence and obedience, Xianxia's eyes bulged again. "Sister Long, Sister Long, look over there. It seems to be Zhou Xiaoyu, the young master of Snowy Sword Village. Such an expert has come to the Sky Hill Sword Seminar this year. No, let's go there and ask for his autograph. Come back here." Long Yunxin gnashed her teeth. Yet she didn't know what to do with her sister, who was a crazy fan of swords and yet only had limited talent in that regard. Her mind was not the sharpest either. It was already the best she could do to be admitted by the refining department of Flying Star University. Having no other choice, she had to shift her attention to the famous swords and people. Every time she saw a refiner who was a minor celebrity, she would exclaim in wild joy, distracting everyone passing by, "It's just a Zhou Xiaoyu, not a big shot after all. He was only 2 places higher than me last year. This year, I'm going to cut him into 18 pieces. Okay." Xianxia retreated, not entirely happy about it. But her big eyes were still rolling around. 2 seconds later, she trembled and almost jumped up. The mysterious expert. Long Yunxin felt that her head was about to explode. She looked at where her confidant was looking at, only to discover that a young man about 20 years old, with messy hair, ragged clothes, and most eye-catching of all, a pair of big and ridiculous gray gloves, was rubbing his abdomen hard in a way that suggested he might have been starved for years. Long Yunxin was dazed. "Xianxia, how could you tell that he is a mysterious expert?" Before she had even finished her question, Xianxia had already jumped out. She had never forgotten the mysterious expert in the virtual registration spot on the spiritual nexus a month and a half ago who had passed the test perfectly within only 1 minute. It never occurred to her that the guy looked exactly the same in reality, only even thinner. She recognized him with just one glance. She had been one of the staff, and it was inappropriate for her to nose into it back then. But starting tomorrow, she would be one of the receptionists. It would be fairly reasonable for her to know the contestants in advance. Wouldn't it? "Hello, I'm Xianxia. I'm a student of the refining department of the Flying Star University and also one of the staff of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar. It was me who helped you sign up at the registration spot. So, I will be responsible for catering to your needs when the reception work begins tomorrow. I didn't know that I would run into you today. Ha 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 ha. What a coincidence." Liao stared at the double-ponytailed girl who was like a rabbit. She did look familiar. Xianxia's appearance was alike to hers in the virtual world. She was more solemn in the registration spot, but right now her impishness was fully revealed. I am supposed to call you master, but I didn't think you would be so young. Can I call you senior brother? You wouldn't mind, would you, senior brother Liao? I know it is kind of aggressive to jump out of nowhere, but I was too excited when I saw you. I have many questions regarding refining that I want to discuss with an expert like you. Please don't refuse me, Xianxia said earnestly. Liao scratched his messy hair. Refining department of Flying Star University made his eyes shine. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, it didn't seem like a bad idea to talk with student who had been receiving the most formal education of the Flying Star sector. However, before he opened his mouth, a cold wind swept close. A tall, beautiful, and indifferent girl pulled Xianxia behind her, as if fearful that he might gulp her in. Long Yunxin, from the refining department of Flying Star University, of the Long family of spiritual stream. May I know my fellow cultivator's name? Liao from Great Horn. There was clearly a misunderstanding, but Liao didn't care about it. He scratched his nose and was preparing to leave at any moment. Long Yunxin had heard the name of the Great Horn Exo Society before and, knowing that he was not an evil man, was somewhat relieved. But she had never heard that there were any extraordinary sword-forging masters in the Great Horn Exo Society. Long Yunxin took a step back and asked in a low voice, Ainin, you said that the guy is a mysterious expert? How did you know? Well, although Xianxia could be incompetent sometimes, she knew what she was doing when it came to the important things. As staff of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, naturally, she was not allowed to leak the details of the contestants. She stammered for a long time but failed to come up with anything. In the end, she jerked and said, the bottom line is, Senior Brother Liao is really an expert. A very awesome one. How awesome? Even more awesome than me. Well, Xianxia stammered again. Her hesitation suggested that, in her opinion, this plain-dressing guy might really be better than Long Yunxin. Long Yunxin was very curious. The Flying Star sector was a large place, but there was only a limited number of top experts in refining. There were only a handful of families that had lasted for more than 1,000 years. Even taking the cultivation sects that were famous for refining into account, the total number of the people who were adept at the job was quite small. Most of them had been in touch with each other since they were very young. Even though they had never met each other in reality, they must have at least heard a thing or two about them on the spiritual nexus if they were real experts. But Long Yunxin had never seen Liao before, nor did she ever know of a Li family that was good at refining. She was better than judging other people by their appearances, and she knew too well that the last thing many great cultivators cared about was how they looked. Although the guy in front of her did not seem to be a great cultivator, it would be the most foolish decision if she were to take Xianxia away now. She would be admitting Liao's seniority if she left just like that. Thinking about this part, Long Yunxin smiled and said courteously, Brother Li, Ainin said that you are an expert and that you have been concealing yourself for a long time. I assume that you must be prepared to show your sharpness with your amazing skills at the Sky Hill Sword Seminar. The annual Sky Hill Sword Seminar is not just about competition. More importantly, it is about communication and the overall development of sword-forging technologies of the Flying Star sector. Don't you agree? As it happens, a few friends of mine are gathering in a finely made cottage behind the museum. We call it Sword Tasting Get-Together. There are not many people, only around 10. However, they are all capable refiners who made it to the top 300 in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar last year and have been preparing to fight again this year for a long time. Before the match begins, we will meet each other first. We will be enjoying delicious wine and discussing swords and sword-forging techniques. It will be quite a pleasant party. The competition of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar is extremely fierce. The top 300 all have a chance of securing a place in the top 100. If my fellow cultivator is free, why don't we go there together, have a nice talk, and make friends with each other? What do you say? Liao's eyes were shining. He didn't know, nor did he want to know, Long Yunxin's purpose. For a maniac in refining such as himself, he wouldn't even blink if he had to pass a mountain of blades and an ocean of flames as long as experienced refiners were waiting on the other side to talk to him. He felt his hunger disappear. Nodding, he said, All right, lead the way. Behind the museum was a large area of gold bamboo that looked like interconnecting swords and spears. It was known as Sword Forest. A cottage had been established in the middle of the bamboo to entertain the honorable guests. They were mostly the young generation of the noble refining families. With their familial background, their own talent, and their hard work, they had distinguished themselves with people of the same generation and all marched into the top 300 in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar last year. Naturally, the topic of conversation was not gossip but the mysteries and secrets among refiners as well as the latest theories and academic problems. There was a red stove nearby, in which a bottle of delicious wine was being boiled with the minimum fire. It differed from normal wine in that there were a few scraps of ancient flying swords inside. The wine that was boiled in such a way had the flavor of graveness. It was the most suitable beverage for refiners. The activity itself was known as sword tasting, which was quite a fashion among the refiners. It was said that the seasoned sword-forging masters could tell the year, make, and story of the scraps in the wine after one sip. It was truly mysterious and remarkable. Mo Tianxue and Huangpu Xiaoya, the two most excellent heirs of the two most famous families, who have never participated in the Sky Hill Sword Seminars before, are both joining the match this year. Two supernovas are going to collide furiously. It's definitely going to be earth-shaking. Very true. This is going to be the most professional match in years. I'm told that, other than the masters of the three main Crystal Suit Centers, big shots from Proud Swordvale, Iron Blade Star, and Heavenly Horse Hall, as well as many reputable refiners that have been well known for decades, are all coming to observe the game. They are all coming for Mo Tianxue and Huangpu Xiaoya. It is said that the organizer even invited Master Fiend Star, the passionate expert of classical refining theories on the spiritual nexus recently, to come and comment on the games through the great illusionary groups. But Fiend Star turned down the offer saying that he was otherwise occupied. It is really a shame. Speaking of which, this Fiend Star, who has appeared out of nowhere, is indeed a mystifying one. Who do you say he is exactly in the real world? A professor in a university? An elder in a sect? Or a grandpa of a certain noble family of refining? Chances are that he might be your father or mine. Ha 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 ha. Fiend Star's theories are the new fashion nowadays. Why don't we set that as the topic of our get-together today? Come on. Who wants to speak first? Everybody joined the conversation. As the debate got more and more intense, the door of the cottage was opened. Long Yunxin and Xiaonan brought Liao in. Long Yunxin was the one of the highest level in the small group. Her appearance refreshed everyone. However, they were all quite shocked to see Liao behind her. He was like a cocky rooster, stained with blood clearly resulting from its last fight, whose feathers were messed up barging in a flock of elegant cranes. It didn't look right at all. But the manners of the heirs of the noble families were really good. Although they found it quite odd, they nodded at the three of them in acknowledgement and continued the furious debate. Long Yunxin guided her companions to sit down among the crowd. Then she chuckled in a low voice. Brother Li, every sword-tasting get-together has a theme, on which everyone offers their opinions in turn. The topic today is theories of Master Fiend Star, the popular expert in classical refining theories recently. We are finding the loopholes in his theories and proposing rebuttals. The winner is the one whose eyes are keenest. Ha! Liao was stunned. Long Yunxin continued. The one talking right now is Luo Dong, heir of the Luo family of East Brightness. He has lambasted the hypothesis that Fiend Star came up with on the 15 aerodynamic models of the ancient flying swords. Not bad. His observation is sharp and hits the ambiguities precisely. Luo Dong was a chubby young man who was wearing a red robe and had a bright red face. He was wagging his head and elaborating. After his long speech, everyone applauded for him. Well said. Fiend Star's theories about the aerodynamics of ancient flying swords are indeed incoherent and unsystematic. All his self-contradictions have been located by you. Brother Luo, your speech is evident enough that you've made tremendous progress over the past year. You must be quite ambitious about the Sky Hill Sword Seminar this year. Luo Dong smiled casually and looked at Long Yunxin and Liao. Long Yunxin rose up and cleared her throat. before she opened her mouth. "May I have your attention, everyone? I would like to introduce a new friend to you. This fellow cultivator is Liao, an expert in refining who has been hiding himself in the Great Horn Exo Society. He is also taking part in the Skyhill Sword Seminar this year. Let's all hear what he has to say, shall we?" Expert in refining? Long Yunxin was the one of the best refiners there. There wouldn't be anything wrong with someone she endorsed. For a moment, everyone's eyes were beaming, like those of a leopard who had found its prey. They were all the most enthusiastic lovers of swords and sabers who welcomed anyone regardless of their identities as long as they were proficient enough. A tall, slender young man with green eyes stood up and said friendly, "Brotherly greetings. I am Tu Yongqing, from the Tu family of Upper Woods. I'm also the host of this sword-tasting get-together. We are all refiners here. Please make yourself at home and feel free to say whatever you want. Our theme today is finding loopholes in Fiend Star's classical refining theories, which have been quite a hit recently. Everybody is free to expound on his faults and propose a brand new idea. But I'm wondering, have you found any loopholes in Fiend Star's theories? Or do you simply object to them all?" Schwa, schwa, schwa. More than 10 pairs of expecting eyes were all fixed on Liao. Liao felt a headache coming on. He held his head and pondered for a long time, only to come up with nothing. In the end, he admitted honestly, "I don't see any loopholes in Fiend Star's theories, and I totally agree with him." This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Fiend Star's classical refining theories were quite popular on the spiritual nexus recently. His ideas of combining ancient refining arts with modern ones had opened a new window for many young refiners. Therefore, Fiend Star's theories had become a fashion for the young refiners of the Flying Star sector. Whoever knew nothing about Fiend Star would be considered to be outdated. On the other hand, despite the validness and profoundness of Fiend Star's classical refining theories, his knowledge about modern refining was apparently flawed. Combining the traditional techniques with the contemporary technologies was a path that no one had walked on previously. Many of his opinions were still immature, with errors that could be fixed. Therefore, the room for observation was quite large. Young refiners often tried to find loopholes in Fiend Star's theories and would come up with their own remedies based on his ideas. Young people were supposed to be disobedient. They should have the confidence to challenge everything with a flexible mind, instead of believing in the authorities blindly. Moreover, it was well acknowledged that many parts of Fiend Star's theories were imperfect. But this guy, Liao, completely agreed with Fiend Star's theories without offering any understandings of his own. At that moment, no one thought highly of Liao. When Liao first walked in, those young people from noble families had actually been quite nervous. Nowadays, many top experts like to play meek. They wore ragged, lowly clothes, and yet they were preparing to give a killing shot at any time despite their hideous appearance. Just now, when Long Yunxin had brought Liao in, they had thought that he was such a low-profile expert and were ready to listen to his discerning observations. It had never occurred to them that he couldn't say anything at all. Fiend Star had proposed almost 100 theories and hypotheses. If someone couldn't even find one loophole in them, how much expertise could he possibly have? Liao said, "Please resume your discussion, everybody. I'm only here to listen and learn." Then he sat down peacefully. The young generation of the noble families all had the basic courtesy to not make fun of a strange guest right to his face. Seeing that Liao was not going to say anything, they didn't force him to. A short girl in a bright gold refining uniform stood up and smiled at Liao. Then she said, "Brother Liao is new here and may still not be adapted to our ambience. I am Zhou Ilu from Green Island. I would like to offer my humble opinions on the drawbacks in 12-chain ancient thunder runes that Fiend Star proposed when they are applied to modern magical equipment. I must say that Master Fiend Star was truly incredible to have excavated the 12-chain ancient thunder runes and combined them with modern magical equipment. It is indeed fascinating. However, there is still some negligence that can be mended. Everybody here was a crazy fan of magical equipment. When they dwelled in the world of magical equipment, they completely forgot the episode of Liao's speechlessness. The furious battle continued with words as weapons. It was quite a turmoil. Liao was truly drawn to it. Criticizing oneself was always the hardest. Of course, Liao did not know what loopholes existed in his theories. If he did, he would have rectified them on the spiritual nexus. He had thought that it was going to be a boring party. However, listening to so many experts in refining diagnosing his theories with the sharpest language that felt like scalpel, Liao felt like cold sweat was trickling down his back. He nodded his head nonstop in consent. Some of the rebuttals were completely unreasonable, but most of the criticisms hit right in the target and solved many problems that had baffled Liao for a long time. One can always learn from the company one keeps. This trip has absolutely been worthwhile. None of them are very old, but their families have given them a lot of solid teachings. The system of their theories is so concrete and impeccable. The loopholes that they find are indeed faults now that I think about it. After I correct my theories according to their amendments, many of my explorations could make another leap forward. Liao was truly enraptured by their debate. He slapped his lap as he enjoyed himself. When he was revet by someone's ideas, he was even applauding them. For the speakers, although the guy was plain and apparently had nothing inside his brain, his attitude was quite sincere, and his applause always came right in time when a criticism reached its most marvelous point. They all felt tickled and delighted. The atmosphere became somewhat friendly, too. Long Yunxin had been observing Liao secretly, only to discover that he had been listening attentively like an elementary school student. The more she observed, the less comfortable she became. She leaned over to Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Xianxia, just tell me the truth. Where did you meet this Liao and how are you sure that he is a mysterious expert? Just look at him. Putting the expert part aside, do you think he is mysterious at all?" Xianxia was suspicious, too. How could an expert who had passed such a difficult test perfectly in less than 1 minute have no second opinions about Fiend Star's theories? Truth be told, even she could offer a few criticisms about Fiend Star's theories. Thinking for a long time, Xianxia tried to find an excuse for him. Senior brother Liao is truly skillful, but since he is from the Great Horn Exo Society, he must be a refiner who is best at the practical tasks. It's quite understandable that he is not familiar with theories. Is that so? I guess we'll find out shortly. Long Yunxin was not fully convinced. The hot debate went on for more than 2 hours. Other than Liao, everyone had pointed out many of Fiend Star's flaws clearly and thoroughly. Even Xianxia had stood up and talked for 5 minutes under the encouragement of everybody. She was praised by them, too. Liao was already soaked in sweat. He felt that he had just taken a hot shower. Right then, a thin, exotic scent spread over them. The sword has been boiled. Tu Yongqing, host of the get-together, bulged his eyes. He clapped his hands and smiled. "Everyone, the wine that I brought here is nothing unusual. It's just the 120-year-old Drunk Mountain from the floating stream island. However, the scraps of ancient swords boiled inside today are indeed fabulous. Come on. Just like our convention, whoever identifies the scraps will be deemed the swordmaster today." Tu Yongqing brought in 3 bottles and poured the yellow, honey-like wine into cups. Everyone present took a cup carefully, closed their eyes, and focused their attention on tasting the wine. This wine has additional sorrow compared with normal Drunk Mountain. It gives me the same feeling as the Broken Heart Sword sect from 48,000 years ago. I'm guessing that the scrap came from the Broken Heart Sword sect. I don't agree with Brother Dongmen. You sense sorrow from the wine, but I also sense a vague killing intent beneath the sorrow. In my opinion, the scrap should be from Bloody Thorn, an assassination group from 47,000 years ago. It is even possible that the sword was personally made by Elder Bloody Thorn, leader of the group and also a renowned master in sword forging. You two both have fair points. But, in my opinion, all the participants expressed their opinions without giving in to anyone. Tu Yongqing, as the host, was truly a gentleman. He didn't despise Liao for not speaking just now. He handed over a cup of Drunk Mountain with both hands and smiled. "Brother Li, since this is a sword-tasting get-together, how can we not taste swords? Our convention is that the host brings bottles of delicious wine and a scrap from an ancient sword. We boil the sword with the delicious wine, and when the feelings of the sword are melted into the wine, everyone will taste the wine and guess the origins of the scrap. Whoever gets closest to the fact will be the sword master of this get-together and the host for the next one. Brother Li, please. Liao blinked and took the cup suspiciously. Boiling the scrap of an ancient sword in the wine could melt the feelings of sword, and the origins of the scrap could be sensed simply by tasting the wine? What kind of techniques were these? That sounded rather wonderful. Liao supped. The wine was not bad. The spiritual energy contained inside was abundant. But other than that, he didn't sense the slightest hint of sorrow or scent of killing. Tu Yongqing smiled and said, "Feel free to offer your input, Brother Li. It's not a big deal even if your guess is wrong. In fact, determining a sword through the wine is a very complicated technique. Few cultivators are even close to grasping it. We are merely taking wild guesses and pretend that we are knowledgeable people. Is there really such a technique?" Liao's eyes were glittering, as he was greatly interested, too. If one could learn the feelings of the ancient swords by boiling them, such a technique was definitely worth studying. Of course there is. Tu Yongqing suddenly turned solemn. He said seriously, "This is a mysterious ancient technique, and the top secret of the 100 Smelting Clan, an unparalleled refining sect from 40,000 years ago in the ancient cultivation world. Through such a technique, one can train one's senses in the most efficient way. A refiner would be able to understand the ultimate level of melding the soul with the magical equipment in the half-drunk state." Liao coughed beyond his control. His face was pure red. Drunk Mountain was all over his body. "The wine is too strong for me." Liao's eyes were twitching violently, as he said with a weird expression, "But I've never heard such an enigmatic technique before. I really can't taste anything in it. Please do forgive me, Brother Tuesday." Feeling that it was time to leave, he continued, "Brother Tu, I've really been enlightened by all of your marvelous insights today. However, there is some other business that I must attend to. I have to take my leave now. See you again in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar." Tu Yongqing was dazed for a moment. He glanced at Long Yunxin and Xianxia, uncertain about the relationship between Liao and the two of them, but he still smiled and said, "Brother Li, sword-tasting get-togethers always have 3 stages. First is the discussion on theories. Second is the sword-tasting and guessing. Third is the real practice. After all, however talkative a refiner is, it is our hands that matter. Since Brother Li is a refiner from a major exo-society, I believe your hands are going to shock us all. Why don't you wait a moment and finish the last stage before you leave? We are not going to fight. We only prepared a few broken blades that everyone can repair and polish. It is just a game, nothing else. The first round of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar is magical equipment maintenance, too. Just consider it a pre-warm-up." Ha 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 ha. Liao did have other plans. But after hearing Tu Yongqing's words, he was hooked again. He sat down and warmed up his fingers despite the blockage of the ugly gray gloves. A competition of refining skills was always his favorite. He had been pretty bored after 1.5 months of training in solitude. Now that he had a chance to practice with the experts and warm up his body, of course he wouldn't say no. Xianxia glanced at Liao and said to Long Yunxin seriously, "Sister Long, just you wait. Senior brother Liao is truly an unknown expert. Sword tasting via wine is a mysterious skill from the 100 Smelting Clan that has only been passed on in the noble refining families. It's quite normal that he is not familiar with it, but this is going to be an eye-opener for you in a moment." A moment later, everybody finished tasting the ancient sword. The guess of Luo Dong from the Luo family of East Brightness was the closest, and he was honored to be the sword master. After a while of laughter and chatting, Tu Yongqing led everyone to a clear pond in the middle of the bamboo forest. Beside the pond, more than 20 rusted, dented battle sabers and giant swords were stabbed into the ground. The 23 battle sabers and giant swords have been damaged and corroded according to the standard of the Sky Sword Seminar. Their impairments are similar to each other. You can pick any of them at your will, Tu Yongqing said. However, since this is not an official competition, we don't have to be too serious, so no tools are allowed. We can only repair and polish the magical equipment with the water in the pond and the pebbles nearby. The time limit is 10 minutes. Let's see who completes the task in the shortest amount of time with the highest recovery level. Shall we? Xianxia was honored to be the judge. Everyone present picked a broken blade. Liao selected a random chainsword, too. However, he did not take off his thick, gray gloves. Other people were not bothered by it. Refiners all paid special attention to the protection of their hands. With the big match drawing near, many of the refiners were nourishing their hands with secret arts. Of the people present here, quite a few were wearing gloves with nutritious ointments inside. However, everybody else's gloves were all too thin to hinder the movement of the hands. They were all invaluable items, if not masterpieces that had been passed on in the refiners' families for generations, and in no way as shabby and stupid as Liao's. Let the game begin. Xianxia started the countdown. In a moment, hundreds of cold winds were blowing in the bamboo woods. The leaves were shaking, producing rattling noises, as if blades were colliding. The broken blades in front of the experts of refining all rose up and span around them. The refiners were intending to show off their expertise. Someone snatched dozens of pebbles which they crushed into powder in the midair just with their spiritual threads. They then enshrouded the blade with the green powder that looked like a tornado while they polished the blade at hand. Someone whistled. Ripples immediately spread out from the pond. Water streams dashed up from the surface of the pond like dragons and flowed into the gaps of the magical equipment. Someone's hands were extremely fast. They turned their hands into a cluster of gray mist as they dismantled the magical equipment into the most basic components instantly. Then, their hands flew up and down as if they were playing an instrument. The components were dancing as if they were demon spirits that had grown wings. In everyone's faces, there was concentration, easiness, and joy. The extraordinary aura of the top refiners gradually occupied the bamboo woods. But Xianxia focused her eyes on one person. She believed that Liao would definitely provide shocking performances. However, Liao's brow was furrowed, and his face was so grave that one might think he was gritting his teeth. Despite the clumsy gray gloves, his movements were extremely strict. He dismantled the magical equipment and cleaned the components up according to the most typical polishing and maintaining procedures. The most typical meant the most ordinary and the least unexpected. Compared to normal refiners, his speed was not low. But now that he was among the top experts, he was apparently the most awkward one and was left behind by other people. Everybody could tell that it was an extremely difficult task for him to catch up with his fellows. After only 2 minutes, his face was blue. Cold sweat was popping up. His muscles were twisted. He was short of breath and in obvious agony. 5 minutes later, although his movements were still pertinent to the textbook, his ragged clothes had been soaked in sweat. Veins were jumping out from his neck and forehead. Even an ordinary person could tell that he had done the best he could and reached his limits. Xianxia couldn't be more confused. Polishing magical equipment is the most fundamental work of a refiner. Considering senior brother Liao's amazing performance during the registration, why is it so hard for him? Is he concealing his capability so that he can shock everyone in the Skyhill Sword seminar? It doesn't seem so, judging from his perspiration and his hideous expression. He is apparently trying his best without any reserve. 7 minutes later, Long Yunxin's smooth actions came to an abrupt end. She snapped her fingers. The dust on her hands was gone with the wind immediately, and her hands were as unblemished as jade again. A rusty chainsword had been entirely renewed by her shocking maintenance skills. Stabbed into the earth shallowly. Although there was no wind, it was shivering softly with vague roars of a dragon. Long Yunxin glanced at Liao. Her eyes rolled as she put on a thin smile. 7.5 minutes later, all the refiners had completed their work one after another. Auras of sharpness were surging in the middle of the bamboo woods. The only exception was Liao, who was still gritting his teeth with his veins bulging, as he focused his attention on the blade in his hand. Seeing that he was so concentrated, none of the other refiners were willing to interrupt him. They simply exchanged a thoughtful look with each other. It was not until the last second of the 10 minutes ran its course that Liao finished the renovation of the last rune array and handed in his work exhaustedly. But it was obvious that, although his chainsword was entirely renewed too, it was somewhat lackluster compared to the blades revitalized by other people. It was especially so when compared to the experts such as Long Yunxin, whose works clearly had additional momentum. Taking a long breath, Liao was silent for 10 seconds before he was gradually back to himself. He glanced through everybody's work and smiled wearily. I failed. Your work is all more brilliant than mine. Liao's humbleness somehow embarrassed the heirs of the noble families, who felt guilty as if they had been bullying a kid. Yes, they were born in noble families of refining and had received the most professional training since a young age, with their hands soaked in various heavenly materials and earthly treasures all through their growth. In comparison, the guy was just a refiner from a second-rate exo-society who might never have been educated formally about the arts of refining. It was already a remarkable achievement that he could finish the maintenance task with such a pair of thick gloves. It was only natural that their speed surpassed his. What was there to be proud of? Although Brother Li's hands were relatively slower, I can tell that he has taken every detail of the blade into consideration. His meticulousness deserves complimenting. You must be nourishing your hands with the pair of gloves. Aren't you, Brother Li? Then this is not your best state yet. In 3 days after you take off your gloves, I believe that Brother Li's hand speed can be improved by at least 30%. It is not hard for you to march into the top 500. There are barely any flaws in Brother Li's chainsword except for the lack of momentum. Other than anything else, Brother Li is a man who is devoted to the arts of refining, evidenced by your concentration and persistence during your maintenance. With such determination, you will certain become a great refiner one day. Liao secretly sighed. The young people of the noble families were quite decent other than their proficient refining skills. He could communicate with them more often in the future. It was too bad that he had other things to do which could not be delayed. He could only take his leave after apologizing to everybody. Seeing Liao leaving the cottage in a hurry, Luo Dong from the Luo family of East Brightness commented, "Speaking of skills, we all have ultimate arts that we inherited from our respective families. But the common refiners of no backgrounds are indeed tenacious." He was on the brink of passing out many times just now, but he simply gritted his teeth through them. His final work is not half bad, either. Tu Yongqing nodded his head and said, "Refiners from the exo-societies travel in the sea of stars all year around. Their knowledge may not be profound, their skills may not be proficient, but they are indeed distinguished in regard to experience and doggedness. Although the guy is not a first-tier expert, he definitely deserves to be the top ones among the second-tier refiners." Long Yunxin smiled mildly. "All right, our guest has left. Let's start the real competition now." The sabers and swords we renewed looked equally sharp. We'll have to find out whose work is the best by testing their real strength. That's right. Okay. Everyone's eyes were beaming with excitement, but Xianxia rose up and walked to the door. Long Yunxin was surprised. "Anan, where are you going?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and replied, "Senior brother Liao seemed to be unwell. I'm going to see if he is all right. After all, I'm his host starting from tomorrow. It's not going to be good if anything happens to him." Before Long Yunxin had chance to respond, Xianxia had already stormed out. Liao walked very fast. Xianxia chased after him for almost 20 minutes before she saw Liao's back again. The suspicions in Xianxia's heart were about to explode like a balloon that had been pumped beyond its limits. A monster with unbelievable computational ability, who knows everything about structural designs of magical equipment, turned out to be a guy good at neither theories nor practices? How weird is that? But judging from his appearance, he was not keeping a low profile on purpose. He was gritting his teeth with veins bulging violently. His sweat must have been enough to fill 3 buckets. Could it be that he is only gifted at reading structure designs of magical equipment and has no other specialties whatsoever? Xianxia strode forward and was of a mind to catch up with Liao, but her target slithered fast in the crowds like a loach. After another 10 minutes of running and chasing, they ended up in an ordinary people's neighborhood in the Skyhill domain. Same as other world fragments, the Skyhill domain was mixed with cultivators and ordinary people. Cultivators and ordinary people both needed food. To provide food, grocery markets were often established near the living areas. Experienced citizens all knew that the food sold at the stalls of the grocery markets was both fresher and cheaper. Xianxia saw that Liao bought a large pile of chive pies and a tin of cold, leftover soybean milk from one of the stalls. Then, he bought half of a raw pig liver from the butcher's and asked the boss to mince it. What is he doing right now? A refiner qualified to participate in the Skyhill Sword Seminar shouldn't be as poor as this. Xianxia got more and more curious. She stalked Liao like a tail and entered an old neighborhood after various turns, only to discover that he had sat down on the ground in a deserted small garden and guzzled the chive pies, mouthful after mouthful, without even taking off his gloves. Liao ate fast. He was eating the grungiest pies from the street as if they were the most delicious cuisine in the world without even relying on the soybean milk to wash them down. A moment later, the pile of pies was all wolfed up by him. Chugging the soybean milk, Liao patted his belly in satisfaction. Then he opened the bag in which the minced pig liver was contained. Is eating raw pig liver helpful for training? Xianxia hid in a corner, her heart pounding. She thought that everything Liao had done did not make any sense. Liao put the pig liver aside and was ready to take off his gloves. What kind of secrets are hidden behind the gray gloves? Xianxia had a feeling that she was about to witness a shocking sight. Right then, Liao raised his head and smiled in her direction. Xianxia was suddenly alarmed. For some reason, although his eyes were calm and clear, they affected a much higher pressure on her than Sister Long's. She couldn't help but walk out to Liao. She hesitated for a long time but did not dare to sit down. Instead, she crouched and observed the minced pig liver curiously. Liao had noticed his tail a long time ago, but he didn't sense any hostility from her. Since they were going to meet again the next day, and he was not familiar with the territory of the Skyhill domain, he didn't want to make a fuss just in order to get rid of her. Liao didn't greet Xianxia. He took off the gray gloves softly. His hands didn't look abnormal at first, except for the black stripes around the fingers. But Xianxia's eyes were wide open when she took a closer look, because she discovered that the black stripes were actually made of almost 100 tiny ants. These ants were attached to the skin of Liao's hands, which seemed to boast a weird attraction force. They had been hiding behind the gray gloves. Liao placed his hands near the minced pig liver. The moment the ants smelled the stink of blood from the liver, they crawled down his fingertips like two armies and started enjoying the food. Liao explained, "Please do excuse me. I didn't want to leave early, but the ants were too hungry. If I don't feed them, they will go mad soon, and when they do, even I won't be able to resist them." Xianxia blinked and observed the ants suspiciously again. The ants were only a third the size of regular ants. They were a glamorous violet color, as if they'd been carved from purple crystals. They seemed to be wearing glittering battlesuits, which made them extraordinarily beautiful. Xianxia felt that the ants looked familiar. She thought for a moment, before cold sweat suddenly covered her. She was barely able to keep herself from falling down. She lost control and exclaimed, "Purple ring sword ants! They are the purple ring sword ants!" Purple ring sword ants were a kind of insect that were aggressive and lustful for meat. They could release a special poison when they bit their prey. The pain was so excruciating that one might feel that they had been stabbed by a flying sword, which was also the reason such insects were known as sword ants. According to the analysis of the specialists, the pain resulting from a bite of a purple ring sword ant was 5 times more intense than the pain caused by a demon lion's or a demon tiger's. Moreover, the poison took effect on the central nerves directly and could even interact with the spiritual energy inside a cultivator's body. However high one's cultivation was, it was impossible to hold back the pain. Purple ring sword ants definitely ranked among the top 10 of all spiritual insects in regard of terribleness. Xianxia's head was dizzy, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Common cultivators would always try to stay as far away from purple ring sword ants as possible. Yet, the guy had been keeping so many purple ring sword ants on his hands? Xianxia knew that purple ring sword ants loathed restrictions and were never to be caged or domesticated. With the limited space inside the gloves, these insects were definitely irritated to the most furious point and would bite everything they ran into. Was he not scared of the biting? What's more, Xianxia recalled what had happened just now and was suddenly dumbfounded. This guy, Liao, had been competing with so many expert refiners with a pair of hands that were packed with purple ring sword ants and was only a few minutes slower than them. It was funny that everybody thought that his capability was hindered a little bit by the thick gloves. They never knew the existence of such terrible purple ring sword ants. If there were no ants on his hands, how horrifying would his true capability have been? Xianxia's brain went blank as she stammered, "Are you not scared of being bitten?" Liao warmed up his fingers and inspected the tiny injuries on them with the man-made sunlight from the sky. Then he explained, "This is a special way of training to improve the sensitivity of my hands and my control over the muscles on them. Scary as purple ring sword ants are, they always show signs before they bite, just like tigers need to crouch before they lunge forward. As long as one senses the signs of attack in advance, one can control the muscles on the hand to collapse the part where they are biting or simply interfere with them through spiritual threads. In such a way, their attacks can be interrupted. So, I'm not afraid of their biting." Xianxia was dazed. She was speechless for a long time before she opened her mouth again. But there are almost 100 purple ring sword ants, which are launching attacks all the time, Liao said. "Not almost 100. There are only 91 of them in total. Of course, it is not an easy job to deal with so many purple ring sword ants. At first, I only put 5 on either of my hands, and yet I was bitten every other few minutes. But practice makes perfect. After training for a few days, the number of them gradually increased. Training the sensitivity of the hands with purple ring sword ants was a real secret technique of the 100 Smelting clan. Liao had known the secret art from the classics of the Heavenly Refining Tower. However, back in the Heaven's Origin sector, there were no purple ring sword ants that he could use. Other spiritual insects were either too large or too picky about living environments. Their poison was not intense enough to trigger enough pain, and sometimes there were corrosive contingents inside the poison that could paralyze the nerves on the hands. None of them were suitable for the training with this technique. After Liao arrived in the Flying Star sector, he had discovered that many world fragments of this sector were home to purple ring sword ants. Liao had spent a huge fortune on a batch of purple ring sword ants online. Then, he'd weaved the pair of gloves with certain heavenly materials and earthly treasures that simulated the living environment of the ants, so that they could stay inside for long periods without dying. More than half of his money had actually been spent on these little insects and the things they required. But the outcome was obvious, too. The sensitivity of Liao's hands had soared exponentially. He had reached 90 ant level very quickly. 91 ants crawled all over his hands and continued biting him. Yet all the attacks missed because of Liao's delicate control over the muscles in his hands. Xianxia was truly dumbfounded. She muttered, "So, you were controlling the muscles on your hands to resist the continuous attack of the 91 purple ring sword ants, while you were competing against almost 20 experts of refining, with only a slim disadvantage, during which time you were totally safe from the purple ring sword ants." "Not exactly." Liao sighed and said, "My cultivation is not good enough. When I'm focused, it's all fine. But I was distracted a moment ago and got bitten by the ants. 6 times in total." "What?" Xianxia thought back. Had Liao been gritting his teeth and bulging his veins not because the competition was hard but because he was bitten by the purple ring sword ants? Was it really so? According to the legends, being bitten by the purple ring sword ants was the most agonizing thing in the world. One would feel that one's soul was pierced through. How could he deal with it just by gritting his teeth? Can I try such a method of training? Since Liao was talking about it like it was nothing unusual, Xianxia suddenly asked to try it for some unknown reason. Liao nodded his head. During his stay in the Flying Star sector, he had benefited from the enlightenments of many fellow cultivators. His old ways of thinking were somewhat changed, too. He didn't mind sharing the basic training arts with people who were interested in them now. Liao picked up one purple ring sword ant from the ground with his little finger and put it on the back of Xianxia's hand, before he said, "Release all your senses. Tie your spiritual threads around your arm, and let them surge to the back of your hand along your arm like a tidal bore at night." He dropped the ant softly. The purple ring sword ant, which had behaved quite nicely on his little finger, was utterly revitalized on Xianxia's hand. As if possessed by an insect devil, it bit Xianxia's hand hard, mercilessly. "Oh!" Xianxia screamed. She collapsed to the ground as if she had been hit by a lightning, with her limbs cramping and her mouth foaming. Her pupils widened, too. Liao frowned slightly. He removed the purple ring sword ant and let it resume its pig liver dinner. As for himself, he exercised his fingers and enjoyed a moment of post-supper pleasure. It was not until 3 minutes later that Xianxia regained the ability to talk. But her hair was messy, and her face was pale and devastated. She looked at Liao as if he were a monster. "How terrifying this monster is. Just one bite, and I suffered such excruciating pain that I might have split into 2 halves. The guy was bitten 6 times and yet finished such high-difficulty maintenance work?" Xianxia had an urge to run away immediately. Liao glanced at Xianxia's hand and observed, "Judging from your performance, I don't think purple ring sword ants are suitable for your training. Why don't you try butterflies?" Xianxia was still in a trance. She mumbled, "Butterflies?" Liao extended his right hand. A month and a half ago, his hands had been as smooth as jade and as soft as silk. His flesh had seemed to be glowing at that time. Right now, his hands looked plain and ordinary. They were part of nature like the grass, stones, earthworms, and birds in the garden. Suddenly, weird things happened. Inside the small garden, many butterflies were dancing among the flowers. But they were suddenly bound by invisible strings and pulled to Liao's right hand. Their colorful wings were waving crazily, but they were still stuck there. Liao said, "Before a butterfly takes off, there are inconspicuous signs, too. As long as you seize the moment and affect it with your spiritual thread, it will stay in your palm forever and can't get away however hard it tries." He loosened his fingers. The 20 or so butterflies were set free from their shackles and flew out among Liao's fingers. They danced merrily above his head. Liao said, "Such a training method is less painful and more suitable for beginners. Of course, you can start with 1 or 2 butterflies." Xianxia was surprised. "But how did you make so many butterflies come to your palm?" Liao said, "My right hand was shaking at a certain frequency just now. It was a special signal that is very appealing to the butterflies. They were attracted to my hand as if it were a flower. Such a technique is beyond you right now. So, you can try to smear certain special ointments on your hand to simulate the scent of flowers and attract the butterflies." The minced pig liver had been cleared by the purple ring sword ants, without the slightest traces left. Liao extended his fingers and placed his hands on the ground again. His 2 hands seemed to boast devilish charisma that made the ants form 2 lines and crawl to his fingers nicely. Liao put the gloves on carefully. In Xianxin's eyes, the most gruesome gray gloves in the world had turned into a barrier in which demons were caged. Liao folded the package of the ants' food and tossed it into a dustbin. Then he turned back and smiled. "If you don't have any further questions, I'll see you tomorrow. Also, you'd better not tell Long Yunxin and the rest of them what you saw. I'm not concerned about the exposure of such a training method. Whoever wants to use it is free to do so. What I'm concerned with is that, if you tell them right now, their confidence will be shaken, which will potentially affect their performances in the match in 3 days' time." Xianxin's head was in chaos. She was startled for a long time and, when Liao was about to vanish around the corner, suddenly asked, "Wait, senior brother Liao, were you hiding your true capability during the competition just now because you didn't want to shake their confidence?" "Not exactly so." Liao halted and thought for a while. He turned around and replied, "I kept my gloves on not because I disrespect anyone, nor because I was meaning to cheer up anyone. The real reason was that, once I took off my gloves, I wouldn't have been able to do my best. Do you understand? It would have been a one-sided slaughter, and a completely waste of their time and mine." After Liao finished speaking, He disappeared into the darkness. Xianxia was left alone in the small garden, utterly astounded. 3 seconds later, Liao returned. His eyebrow was furrowed, as if he were considering a very complicated academic problem. Xianxia shivered and asked respectfully, "Master Liao, can I help you with anything else?" After witnessing Liao's marvelous training method, she didn't dare to address him as senior brother right now. Liao said, "The Sky Hill Sword Seminar will start accepting the contestants tomorrow. I wonder, is there any place nearby that I can crash at for the night?" Xianxia answered hurriedly, "Yes, there is a pillar villa. It is both beautiful and magnificent. Many famous refiners like to stay there. On the other hand, the Mountain Moon Hotel downtown is the most luxurious local hotel. The facilities and the service are both pleasing. The transportation is convenient, too. Do you prefer quietness or liveliness? I can help you book a leader suite right now." Liao coughed and replied expressionlessly, "That won't be necessary. I prefer to keep a low profile. A regular motel will be good." "Ha! It will be best if the price is decent. Windowless rooms will do for me." "Ha!" Half an hour later, Xianxia, who had been seriously shocked, finally returned to the bamboo woods. The descendants of the noble families had finished their competition. They had moved to the edge of the bamboo woods and were sat near a running river. Delicious food had been placed on the ground. Everybody was toasting, talking, and laughing. The ambience was quite sparkling. "What took you so long? You missed a splendid great show. The competition just now was very close. I only won by luck in the last subject." Long Yunxin dragged Xianxia over to her side and sat her down. Then she placed 2 shrimps into her bowl before opening her mouth again reproachingly. "It's not easy to have so many rightful heirs of the noble families gathered together from everywhere in the sea of stars. I brought you here so that you could open your eyes, but you ditched them at the critical moment. How silly of you." Xianxia was still in a trance. The cuisine that everybody was eating was no doubt the best food. Some of the dishes were seafood delivered from various world fragments, and some were the meat of rarely seen animals. However, for some reason, it was Liao's chive pies and soybean milk that kept popping up in front of his eyes. Long Yunxin frowned. She pinched her softly and said, "What happened? Is your expert friend all right?" She accentuated the expert part. "Yes, yes." Xianxia was back to herself. She calmed herself down and asked curiously, "Sister Long, how do top refiners such as yourself train the sensitivity of your hands? Why are you suddenly interested in that?" "The Long family does not have any special methods to train the sensitivity of our hands." However, Long Yunxin smiled. "Brother Long from the Luo family of East Brightness and our host, Brother Tu here, both inherited the training methods of their family that attached great importance to the sensitivity of the hands. Why don't you ask them to give you an introduction?" Luo Dong laughed. Not keeping anything to himself, he put his chopsticks down and showed everyone his hands that looked like 2 giant white jades. He explained proudly, "The refining style of the Luo family is best known for fast hands and keen sensitivity. Our training method is not a secret. It is known as green jade hand. It is a cultivation art that must be studied from an early age. From the moment a child in my family is born, we must crumble the best jade into powder and smear the powder onto the child's hands before washing and soaking them in secret medicine. Days, years, and decades. There can't be any pause. It is tedious work. Normal people would find it hard to persist for so long. We all know that jades are connected to the divinities. This cultivation art transfers the essence to the jades to the hands of a refiner. When it is performed at the ultimate level, the hands become connected to the divinities too. Ha 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 ha. The way I train my hands is nothing interesting, except for a little bit of money and effort. The Tu family's training method is the really appalling one. Brother Tu, why don't you explain it to Sister Xie here?" Tu Yongqing smiled and extended his hands. Tu. On his hands, there were countless miniature hollows. Tu Yongqing said, "The Tu family's method of training hands barely costs any money. As everybody knows, there is an eccentric fruit named red caltrip, in nature which has poison thorns on it. And when the thorns touch the skin, it can be quite painful. The people of the two family have trained with the red caltrip since they were little kids. We were asked to clench 2 red caltrips in each hand all the time. Eating, exercising, sleeping. We had to do everything with them. One is pricked if one is sloppy for 1 second. The pain can be excruciating, but we can never let the red caltrip go. As we grow older, the number of the red caltrips gradually increases. In the end, we will be holding almost 10 red caltrips in our hands while doing everything normally without being affected by them. This is the start line for us. While he was talking, Tu Yongqing waved his hands. Almost 10 red fruits that looked like hedgehogs appeared in his palm, emitting blood-red brightness. No one knew where he had been hiding the red caltrips. A round of exclamations burst out. Xianxin's eyes suddenly shined. She blurted out, "Brother Tu, your training method is amazing. But have you ever heard a similar method that relies on purple ring sword ants instead of red caltrips?" Tu Yongqing was dazed for a moment. Before he could open his mouth, Luo Dong had already burst into laughter. "What kind of method is that? The pain of the purple ring sword ant's bite is 10 times sharper than that of the red caltrip. One nibble is enough for one to collapse and cramp. How are they going to train themselves if so? Besides, the purple ring sword ants are aggressive insects. They can't be kept still in the palm and behave nicely like red caltrips. Moreover, cultivators all boast tremendous physical strength. When they are bitten by a purple ring sword ant, they will probably crush the ant to death immediately. How many purple ring sword ants will they have to capture every day for their daily training?" Tu Yongqing smiled and added elegantly, "I've heard a thing or two about the training method based on eccentric insects that Sister Xia mentioned just now. Many notes of the ancient cultivators have recorded training methods with insects. Training with the purple ring sword ants was one of the most advanced techniques. However, most of the notes are not very detailed. They are generally legends or urban tales. In my opinion, training one's sensitivity with the purple ring sword ants is too preposterous. What kind of monster could bear such agony? There are many similar uncanny stories of the ancient cultivators. They belong to the ancient times anyway. Although they created a brilliant civilization, their understanding of nature, the universe, and everything in between is quite shallow. Sometimes, to attract more followers and disciples, they tended to overstate things on purpose. Their words were further misinterpreted during the dissemination. Gradually, cultivation became a groundless business. Cultivators today definitely have to learn from the ancient cultivation world, but we shouldn't blindly follow whatever has been said. We need to keep the essence and dump the garbage. Such a training method with the purple ring sword ants must have been the bluffing of the ancient people. It is undoubtedly garbage that is best thrown away. Sister Xia, hear my words. There are no shortcuts on the road of cultivation. One cannot fly into the sky with just one leap. You must not be fooled by the weird training methods that involve strange insects. If you want to train the sensitivity of your hands, I can offer you a few red caltrips and teach you some basic skills. You can have a go with them first. But I need to remind you first. It won't be the most pleasant experience to be pricked by them. Friendly laughter burst out. Xianxin's cheeks turned red. Countless thoughts rolled to the tip of her tongue, but she didn't know where to begin. She was lost for a moment and eventually sat back to focus her attention on the shrimps in her bowl. Since the topic at hand was training, the party turned spirited again. Everybody started talking about how hard their training had been, what kind of suffering they had endured, and such. Xianxin was quite upset. She left the party with an excuse and rambled through the bamboo woods. Without her knowing, she had gone further and further and ended up at the pond where the competition was held a moment ago. The water in the pond was clear. The rocks were gloomy. Almost 10 rusty blades that had been left unattended were still stabbed into the ground. Liao's carefully polished chainsword was also standing in the middle of the queer rocks proudly. The sword was lackluster. Everyone could tell that it was far from everyone else's brilliantly shining swords. Since Liao had left early, the sword was left in its original place. No one had bothered to pick it and compare it with the other swords. Xianxin was suddenly curious. She uprooted the chains word and observed it carefully. She had been born into a noble family of refining. Although her own expertise was not very impressive, she still had the basic sense of appreciation. She could tell that, although the chains word was entirely renewed with all its components neatly joined and all the rune arrays cleared up, it was indeed somewhat dumb. Satisfactory it was, but extraordinary it was not. Xianxia sighed softly. Deep in thought, she touched the body of the sword. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. There was something on the body of the sword. Although she couldn't see it, she discovered, by feeling with her fingertips, that there were multiple secret stream-like spiritual stripes that interweaved into linked, inconspicuous rune arrays. This is 12 chain thunder runes. Master Liao has carved 12 chain thunder runes with the most ordinary pebbles on a chains word made of super alloys. How could it be? So many people were present and everybody was looking at him in the end. But he carved the ancient runes, which escaped everyone's attention. Sister Long, Brother Tu, Brother Luo. None of them noticed anything wrong. He was right. The skill disparity between them is too huge. Crushing. This was definitely a crushing match. Xianxia couldn't help but input a stream of spiritual energy into the chains word. In a moment, a series of secret runes suddenly glittered on the chains word, which then constituted 12 complicated rune arrays. All the patterns seemed to have been drawn in one stroke. There was not the slightest hindrance or disruption. Boom! Boom! Dull thunder rumbled inside the bamboo woods, as if a storm were coming. With the 12 chain thunder runes, the strength of the chains word is at least doubled. Although the runes are too shallow to be used repetitively, it is still terrifying. Xianxia was shocked. She suddenly thought of something else. In the first round of the sword-tasting get-together, one of the refiners proposed objections to Fiend Star's theories with the 12 chain thunder runes as her argument. I believe that the 12 chain thunder runes are only suitable for ancient blades that are much simpler in structure. For modern sabers and swords that are always made of hundreds of components, adding such ancient runes recklessly will only cause conflicts among the previous rune arrays. The more favorable outcome would be that the spiritual energy is jammed and the rune arrays malfunctioned. But if things took a turn for the worse, the spiritual energy might be chaotic enough to collapse the magical equipment. Therefore, Fiend Star's theories sound perfect, but they are just hypotheses in the perfect scenarios. It is impossible to put them into practice in reality. The above was exactly what the refiner had said. Xianxia shivered. Could it be that Master Liao was not unfamiliar with theories, but he preferred to crumble the opposition of Fiend Star with actions instead of words because he really is a hardcore believer of Fiend Star? Ha 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 ha. At the other end of the bamboo woods, airy laughter broke out. There was no telling what marvelous points had just been brought up by the young people of the noble families. Xianxia touched the 12 chain thunder runes, dumbfounded. 3 days later, in the morning, greetings everyone. Welcome to the 768th Skyhill Sword Seminar of the Flying Star Sector that is exclusively live-streamed by Mystic Ray News. This Skyhill Sword Seminar is solely sponsored by Unified Heaven Sword Sect. Unified Heaven Straight Sword, the best-selling Thunderclass flying swords of the Flying Star Sector, has now been fully upgraded with an extravagant gold sheath. Feel free to place an order via the official site. Everyone who purchases during the Skyhill Sword Seminar will not be charged the shipping fee and will receive a complimentary sword pendant made of the gold thread flowers. Alright, we have now arrived at Thousand Edges Mountain, the biggest floating mountain of the Skyhill domain. As the main field for the Skyhill Sword Seminar, this place boasts the largest honeycomb-type refining workshops of the Flying Star Sector and can accommodate thousands of refiners at the same time. It is indeed splendid and magnificent. Although it is only 7:30 in the morning, Thousand Edges Mountain is already packed with people. It is well known that Skyhill Sword Seminar is not just a match, but also an annual gala where all refiners congregate and communicate. The noble families of refining and the cultivation sects often take the opportunity to release their new products or host trade fairs. Many fans of magical equipment have also arrived from various space zones that are quite far away. The competition of the Skyhill Sword Seminar is unprecedentedly fierce. The two commentators we have invited here are both well-known celebrities. First of all, I would like to introduce to you Master Dustless from Flying Star University. Master Dustless is an experienced expert in the refinement of sabers and swords, as well as a counselor of the Sword Forgers Association of the Flying Star sector. Nice to meet you, Master Dustless. Nice to meet you and all the audience, too. You must be very familiar with our second guest. This is Bai Luoling from Red Wind Pavilion. Ms. Bai won 3rd place in the Skyhill Sword Seminar last year. She is already a rising star in Red Line School. It is said that the weapon system of the latest model of Red Line School has been partly developed by Ms. Bai. Greetings, Ms. Bai. Pleased to meet you, Depeng. Hello to everyone. Alright, let's get down to our topic today. If I may ask, why is everybody saying that the Skyhill Sword Seminar this year is going to be more marvelous than usual? What kind of highlights do you envision right now? Ms. Bai, can you help explain the two questions to our audience? Alright, it is universally known that there are two noble families of refining, namely the Mo family and the Huangpu family, in the circle of the refiners of the Flying Star sector whose long histories have been well acknowledged. They boast thousands of cultivation techniques and profound knowledge about refining. Their capability completely overpowers that of any other family or sect. Over the past 30 years, two extraordinary prodigies have gradually distinguished themselves in the two families, Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya. Although the two of them never took part in any public matches, they have proved themselves to be far stronger than their brothers, sisters, and cousins in the competitions within their families. Even the experts of older generations have to be very cautious when they are faced with them. They are truly monster-level geniuses that only appear every 500 years. The biggest highlight of this Skyhill Sword Seminar will, of course, be the summit confrontations of the two monsters of refining. Allow me to add something else. Other than Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya, the other 14 seed players all have tremendous potential. Zhou Xiaoyu from the Snowy Sword Village and Long Yunxin from the Long family of spiritual streams both ranked in the top 32 last year. The lineup is so intriguing that I almost can't wait to watch the match despite my old age. On the Thousand Edges Mountain, inside a vast preparation area, it was the last rendezvous point before the competition. Every player had an independent chamber. They could also consume some simple food to refresh their body and soul in the public area. Long Yunxin was watching the live stream through her mini crystal processor. Hearing the old professor of Flying Star University bringing up her name, she was so happy that her cheeks flushed. Xiaonan was standing behind her in the staff uniform. She was much more anxious and looking at the gate in eagerness. Are you waiting for someone? Long Yunxin frowned. No. Xiaonan was apparently not focused. Suddenly, her eyes shined, and she exclaimed. Long Yunxin looked at where she was looking and was awed, too. What tremendous pressure! There was no telling whether it was a coincidence or not, but Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya, the two centers of attention of the Skyhill Sword Seminar this year, had walked into the gate simultaneously. Mo Tianshui was wearing a pair of linen shoes and a thorny branch which bound his hair. He was like an ancient sword that had just been unearthed, with thick dust blocking the spiritual stripes on it. His eyes were long, narrow, and tranquil, through which one seemed to be able to see another world, an incredible realm of sabers and swords. Huangpu Xiaoya was like a bundle of lightning. She was not a pretty girl, but definitely one that left a deep impression on whoever saw her. One would inevitably feel that infuriated electric arcs that were going to explode at any time were restricted and condensed into the shape of a human. Volatile pressure was unleashed continuously from her. The arrival of the two prodigies set the preparation area on fire. Many refiners were crowding forward unconsciously, planning to observe them at a closer distance. Long Yunxin took a few steps forward, too. She was an acquaintance of Huangpu Xiaoya and intended to greet her, only to discover that Xiaonan had already rushed out like a rabbit that had just seen a carrot. Long Yunxin slapped her head. This young sister of hers was a crazy fan of swords and could never control her legs and mouth when she saw a celebrity. Long Yunxin only hoped that she wouldn't do anything too unusual and embarrass her in front of her old friend. Xianxia dashed forward and reached Huangpu Xiaoya in the blink of an eye. Long Yunxin had a terrible feeling. However, Xianxia ignored and passed Huangpu Xiaoya as if she didn't exist. She moved further and stopped in front of a messy-haired, drowsy young man. If she had a tail, it would be wagging hard right now. Master Liao, you are here. Did you sleep well last night? The number of your personal chamber is 2588. I'll show you there for last-minute preparations in a moment. But do you want to grab some breakfast first? The porridge this morning is quite refreshing. It has also been added with 16 heavenly materials and earthly treasures that have the effect of calming the soul. It will be very helpful for your performance in a minute. Can I offer you a bowl of it right now? Long Yunxin was dazed. What was going on here? Huangpu Xiaoya was somewhat startled, too. As the most excellent genius in the new generation of the Huangpu family, she had been used to the blandishment of other people. When she'd seen the young girl trotting close, she had thought that the girl was coming to be at her service. She didn't expect that the girl would simply pass by her. She turned around and looked. The young man behind looked rather unfamiliar. He did not seem to be a celebrity of the trade. Huangpu Xiaoya frowned slightly. She moved forward expressionlessly without looking back again. Long Yunxin didn't know what to say or do. Seeing that Xianxia and Liao walked and laughed to his chamber, she quickly followed and stopped right in front Liao. Liao grinned and greeted merrily. Nice to meet you, fellow cultivator Long. You too, fellow cultivator Li, replied Long Yunxin drily. She glanced suspiciously at Liao and then at Xianxia. Not having the vaguest clue what spells the man had cast on Xianxia that had turned her into a pug. Liao yawned again and took off his gloves slowly. Xianxia suddenly cried, giving Long Yunxin yet another tremor. But there was nothing inside the gloves. Liao blew at his palm and warmed up his fingers. Then he took out a bright green bottle from his pocket. He dug out some white ointment from the bottle and smeared it on his hands carefully. A refiner's skills hinged on their hands. The protection of hands couldn't be too highly valued. The cultivation of a refiner could be inferred from the ointment they used for the protection of their hands. The Long family of spiritual streams was best at refining medicines. Long Yunxin had been familiar with almost 1,000 ointments that could be used to nourish the hands. For an ointment that had been mixed with dozens of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, she could easily list all of them after smelling the ointment casually. However, she could not distinguish what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been employed in Liao's ointment. How can that be? Even the secret ointments of the Mo family and the Huangpu family are readily discernible under my nose. Did this guy make his own secret ultimate ointment that has absorbed the useful contingents of all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures without leaving the tiniest residue? So, is this guy really an expert who has been hiding himself? In Long Yunxin's eyes, the bright green bottle turned mysterious all of a sudden. She intended to ask but was too embarrassed to open her mouth. But Xianxia did not have any concerns. She asked in admiration and reverence, "What a strange smell! Master Liao, is this your self-made ointment? Does it have special effects for the protection of your hands?" "It is not." Liao dug out another cluster of ointment from the bottle and smeared it on his hands, while he replied casually, "This is just a bottle of sunblock cream that I bought on the street. It only cost $3.5. Quite a bargain, I would say." Coo, 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 coo. Long Yunxin coughed uncontrollably. She couldn't deal with it any longer and said after a long breath, "Excuse me, fellow cultivator Li. I'm going to my chamber for some last-minute preparations. I hope you can fully bring out your potential in the match." After that, she stomped on the ground and quickly left with rigid footsteps. Xianxia bit her lips and hesitated for a long time. Eventually, she summoned her courage and asked, "Master Liao, how can you take care of your hands with the cheapest sunblock? We cultivators may be tolerant of everything else, but we cannot be sloppy about the arts of cultivation. For an expert like you, your hands have been built up after throbbing suffering from the purple ring sword ants. They are priceless assets and should be nourished with the most advanced ointment made of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Smearing random sunblock cream is too Inappropriate. Even though you might be short of funds for the time being, the organizer is providing basic nourishing ointments for every contestant. I think any of them would be better than sunblock cream, right? Liao was dazed for a moment. Then he laughed. What are you thinking? I'm not so poor as to be unable to buy special nurturing ointments. I am not using them on purpose. My hands have been starved for 2 days. Starved for 2 days? Xianxia was confused. Liao said, have you ever seen cockfighting or dogfighting? Do you know the secrets of such games? Cockfighting? Dogfighting? Xianxia shook her heads in bewilderment. The secret to winning such games is cutting their meals before the important matches. Hunger and thirst are the best exhilarants. A fearsome animal is the most brutal when it is the hungriest. It will lunge forward unhesitatingly and tear the prey to pieces even if its opponent is multiple times larger than itself. Xianxia was not sure that she understood, but she was looking at Liao's hands in fear. Liao extended his fingers and raised his hands. Then he said casually, right now, these hands of mine have been starved. All the audience in front of the light beam, the Sky Hill Sword Seminar that everybody has been looking forward to is about to begin. 3,200 of the best young refiners have gathered together, fully prepared for an ultimate clash. In the first round, the contestants will be divided into groups of 10, 320 groups in total. They will compete against each other in refurbishment and maintenance skills. There are 10 rusted, broken blades in front of each contestant. They will recover the total loss magical equipment with the most rudimental tools. There is a strict standard as to what is considered to be recovered. Only when the damage that the magical equipment can deal surpasses a certain threshold, after receiving a designated unit of spiritual energy, will the magical equipment be regarded as recovered. Of the 10 contestants in a group, the fastest to restore the 10 blades will be qualified for the next round, while the other 9 will be eliminated ruthlessly. 1 in 10. This is how cruel the match is. I can almost smell the scent of fire inside the field. The honeycomb-like field had been divided into hundreds of independent workshops which were connected to the contestants' personal chambers through short-distance teleportation arrays. Very soon, colorful brilliance burst out of the teleportation arrays. Contestants of the same group appeared in the workshops one after another. Liao walked out of the teleportation array and eyed his opponents, only to be dazed when he noticed a fatty guy. He had run into an old friend. It was Luo Dong, heir of the Luo family of East Brightness, whom he had met 3 days ago in the sword-tasting get-together. It was well known that the Luo family's refining style was most distinguished for their hand speed. Liao smiled and said friendlily, fellow cultivator Luo, I didn't expect that we would be classified into the same group. Luo Dong felt surprised, too. He laughed and scratched his head. Greetings, fellow cultivator Li. I didn't know that we would be competing in the same workshop either. It is indeed a pity. In fact, your capability is quite good. Your performance was very stable that day despite your thick gloves. If you try your best today with any luck, you are almost certain to be a dark horse and make it into top 300. However, of the 10 contestants, only one can go to the next round. So, don't blame me, but I'm definitely going to do my best. Liao smiled and stopped talking. He found his seat according to the number he'd been given. Then he sat down, crossed his legs, and placed his hands on his thighs dutifully. His hands were shaking. Luo Dong noticed that. He secretly sighed. The guy was a newbie to the Sky Hill Sword Seminar after all, and he had lost control over his hands before the match began due to anxiety. Let the match begin now, Liao thought. He felt like his 2 hands had turned into 2 ferocious animals that couldn't wait to devour the wasted blades in front of his eyes. The soft background music was switched to high-pitched shrills before it came to an abrupt end. The first round of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar had officially begun. Bow! 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 The barriers that had been enveloping all the wasted blades broke apart simultaneously. There was no other sound in the vast honeycomb-like refining center except the rattling noises that were the result of 3,200 pairs of quickly moving hands. The match has begun. The best result of the first round last year was 54 feet 22 inches. The record of the recent 10 years is 51 feet, 24 inches. I wonder, is anybody going to break either of the two records today? Let's switch the picture to Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya, our top two seed players. Wow, Tianshui is really fast. In less than 1 minute, he has dismantled the 10 wasted blades into the most fundamental components. Waves are spreading out of his fingertips, make his hands 5 times larger than usual. The 100 components are all covered. By. Would you please explain what is going on? Of course. Tianshui's hands are shaking at a frequency that is too high for the human eyes to catch. He has placed more than 10 metal pieces among his fingers, and when the pieces collide, a special sound wave is triggered, which removes the rust on the blades instantly. This method is known as supersonic rust eradication. It is not a secret in the circle of refiners, but there won't be a second refiner younger than 40 who can perform it as fluently. All right, let's move the camera to Huangpu Xiaoya. Her hands have turned into 2 balls lightnings. Countless electric arcs are causing the components to dance crazily in the midair. The competitors near her are dumbfounded. It appears that the 2 monster-level geniuses are both confident about securing the title of Swordmaster in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar this year. Incredible, truly incredible. In the live stream that followed, Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya occupied most of the picture. The 2 of them did not disappoint anyone. Their unbelievable maintenance skills were dreamy and marvelous. As time went by, the number of blades they had repaired gradually increased. Everyone, it's only been 49 minutes and 33 seconds, and Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya are both close to completion right now. Will they break the record and make a miracle today? Almost there. Almost there. Huangpu Xiaoya's last battle saber has passed the test. 49 feet 55 inches. A new record has been born. Remember this remarkable moment. My friends, Tianshui has completed the match. 49 feet 59 inches. It took him less than 50 minutes, too. I can't believe my eyes. Any other year, this would have been a groundbreaking result. Too bad he met Huangpu Xiaoya this year and has to let her steal his thunder. I'm looking forward to the confrontation of the 2 geniuses in the final round very much. All right, let's switch the camera to some of the other groups. After the conclusion of the 2 geniuses' performances, both the host and the 2 guests apparently lost their momentum. They continued changing the camera while they chit-chat with each other and commented on the contestants' presentation uninterestedly. Not bad. This contestant is cleaning the surface of the magical equipment with fire melting technique. Very creative. This contestant's skills are quite fluent and reasonably good, yes, reasonably good. This is Luo Dong from the Luo family of East Brightness. He came 124th in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar last year and is famous for his fast hand movements. His performance must be very enjoyable. Let's watch his show for a moment. Luo Dong's actions are quite awkward. He seems to be quite anxious. It does not befit his usual performances. Oh, Luo Dong is not the fastest in his group. Another contestant has been suppressing him and going faster than him. The guy has finished the maintenance of 9 blades and completely disrupted Luo Dong's pace. Inside the picture, Luo Dong was perspiring, his hands shaking violently. What emphasized his uneasiness was Li Yao's movements, which were as focused and precise as a clock. His actions were accurate, to the extent that one might call them rigid, and were not in the least enjoyable compared with Tianshui's and Huangpu Xiaoya's eye-catching styles. However, his speed was as equally shocking as theirs. The components in front of him were quickly assembled into sharp sabers and swords despite the somewhat warped operations. 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 34 seconds later, Li Yao finished the maintenance of the 10 blades first in his group. He passed the first round and marched into the top 320. Luo Dong grunted. He stared at Li Yao in a daze with a pale face. His fingers were trembling violently, indicating that he was experiencing cramp in his hands. Unbelievable! A previously unknown young man from the Great Horn Exo Society has defeated the heir of the Luo family of East Brightness. His hands were indeed clumsy, but they were really fast too. Although Li Yao's movements do not fit the standards, the procedures of his maintenance were seamless. I barely saw any pause or interruption. He must have received unimaginably cruel training and will likely be the dark horse this year. This is the most interesting part about the Skyhill Sword Seminar. There are more experts living in seclusion in the Sea of Stars than anyone can count. In the next round of the match, I suggest we focus more on this Li Yao. Everybody should widen your eyes and see how far he can go. 1 or 2 dark horses appeared in the Skyhill Sword Seminar every year. The host and the 2 guests had all seen many of them, and therefore were not very surprised. Now that the winner of this group had been determined, the camera was soon shifted to other groups. An hour and a half later, all the groups had completed the match. Commercial cut in. The host and the guests were all relieved to take a moment of rest. Master Dustless, the old professor from Flying Star University, frowned and was deep in thought. After pondering for a moment, Master Dustless asked, "Can you replay Li Yao's performance at 1/10 the original speed and zoom in on the picture, preferably with ancillary technologies, so that we can see his hands more clearly?" The host was surprised. "Master Dustless, why do you?" By Luo Ling, the rising star in Red Line School, which was one of the 3 main crystal suit centers, raised her eyebrows. "Master Dustless, do you also feel that Li Yao's actions were odd?" "A little bit." Master Dustless shook his head and mumbled, "The picture of his performance keeps coming back to me. I sense that there's something wrong about it, and it gives me a weird feeling. Let's watch it first and discuss later." "All right." The host projected a light beam immediately and asked the technological department to replay Li Yao's match video. The speed was set in 1/10 of the original. The picture was zoomed in with the resolution enhanced. Li Yao's stiff and clumsy hands were focused in the center. 3 heads drew close to the light beam. After watching for a while, Master Dustless and Bai Luoling's faces turned solemn, if not appalled. They looked at each other in disbelief. The host did not understand what had happened at all. He asked, "Is there a problem? Look at his hands, his fingers." Bai Luoling's voice was coarse. The host observed the subject carefully for a moment and still failed to notice anything wrong. There were no airwaves nor electric arcs on his fingertips. It was the most ordinary method of polishing. The speed of his hands was amazing, but definitely not something that deserved such attention. "Didn't you notice that he only used 8 fingers from beginning to end?" Bai Luoling exclaimed. His 2 thumbs were kept still while his 2 hands were moving at an extremely high speed. They never touched a single component and were not part of the maintenance work. "What?" The host was truly stunned. Although hands were of paramount importance to refiners, a lack of 1 or 2 fingers did not necessarily mean that one could not refine anything. There were many masters of refining who only had 9 fingers in the legends. However, the fingers that were missing were never thumbs. Without thumbs, one could not even hold a saber or a sword, not to mention the delicate tools that were used in refining. This guy, Li Yao, had not used his thumbs from the beginning to the end, and yet he had defeated the heir of the Luo family from East Brightness who was best known for his hand speed. The host had a try himself. He folded his thumbs and picked up items on the desk with the remaining 8 fingers. It took him quite a long time before he lifted the water cup with some difficulty. But soon he faltered and knocked the cup over. His shoes were drenched. The host was stunned. How did he do the maintenance work like this? Bai Luoling mumbled. Hiding his fingers was still enough for him to beat Luo Dong easily. If he had tried his best, he definitely could have made it shorter than 55 minutes. With any luck, he could have even... However, why is he doing this? Trying to hide his prowess on purpose? It is unnecessary. Is it not, Master Dustless? Bai Luoling was somewhat confused. Master Dustless gazed at Li Yao's hands for a long time, before he shook his head and answered solemnly. He was not hiding his sharpness. He was merely trying to activate his fighting will. To activate his fighting hill? Yes. Luoling, as 3rd place last year, you must have had similar experiences. During the match, one cannot enter their best state at the very beginning. They have to encounter a few competent opponents and fighting against them with all they can. Only in such a way can they turn excited and crazy and be blessed with the strongest fighting will. They enter their best state in which they forget who and where they are. Only after such intense competitions can they march forward unstoppably. If an expert of martial arts is asked to fight a 3-year-old, they would certainly be lethargic. Maybe, for this Liao, Luodong was merely like a 3-year-old. He could not summon any fighting will when he was trying to defeat him at all. If the strongest fighting will came too late, he would have been at a great disadvantage when he meets with the real experts. The reason he hid 2 thumbs on purpose was not to show off but to increase the difficulty of the competition for himself, so that he could trigger the strongest fighting will while he was surpassing his limits. The host was dumbfounded. The real experts? Even the heir of the Luo family of East Brightness was not a real expert in Liao's eyes? Then who is his target? Could it be? Master Dustless murmured. I've been studying the art of refining for more than 100 years, and I have never seen such a weird newbie and such a pair of queer hands. Look at his hands carefully and compare them with other contestants. Do you see any difference? The host projected a few other light beams on which he displayed the pictures of the hands of other experts of refining, including Mo Tianshui's and Huangpu Xiaoya's. Most of the hands were as translucent as jade, as smooth as silk, or as hard as steel. Some of them were even glowing with soul-stirring beauty while the fingers were moving. Liao's hands were the only exception. His were the same as those of the ordinary people at first glance. There were some tiny injuries on the back of the hands and a few calluses on his palms. Even his fingernails were untidy. The host blinked and said, "His hands seem rather plain. There's nothing unusual about them." Staring at her own sparkling hands, Bai Luoling replied solemnly, "That is the problem. Watched from whichever angle, this pair of hands should be a low-level cultivator or even an ordinary person. But, in fact, the owner of the hands is an expert refiner who has crushed over Luodong effortlessly. I can tell absolutely nothing about his background and expertise from his hands, and I have no idea how he trained himself with such skills. I suggest," Master Dustless remarked, "we switch the camera to this Liao more often besides focusing on Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya. I'm going to carefully observe what kind of performance he's going to dedicate later." "What? You lost to that Liao guy?" Inside their personal chambers, the 320 contestants who had won the first round were taking a brief rest. Long Yunxin, who had secured the victory without any trouble, was soaking her hands in the special liquid to refresh them, while she enjoyed the excellent show of the top 2 seed players, only to be interrupted by Luodong's incoming message. Inside the light beam, Luodong's face was so awful that it seemed like he could cry at any moment. Even then, he still didn't know how he had failed. It's like ghosts walking in daylight. Ghosts walking in daylight. The guy's actions were the opposite of elegant. His fingers were rigid, too. I was secretly laughing at the beginning and thought that the stupid movements were because of his nervousness and lack of experience. But before I knew it, he had completed all the maintenance tasks with the awkward actions and the stiff fingers. You didn't see his eyes. The horrifying eyes. They were like 2 furnaces. 2 refining furnaces where black fire was burning and swallowing all the blades in front of them. Dreadful. It's too dreadful. In the end, I did not dare look at him at all. Whenever there was eye contact, I felt that my soul was being melted in a bottomless refining furnace. Disrupted. My pace was completely disrupted, and I lost the match foolishly just like that. Hee. It's nothing new to see ghosts in daylight. Hundreds of spectral cultivators are watching the game right now. Long Yunxin sniffed and replied straightforwardly, "Maybe the guy has indeed got some petty tricks up his sleeve, but the real problem is that you are too weak. In social occasions, I've been trying to save your face, but since it's just you and me right now, I'm going to be frank. Your life has been too comfortable. I've read too much of news about your affairs over the last year. I think it was on the girls' bodies that your soul was melted." Instead of waiting for a response, Long Yunxin cut off the call immediately. She took a long breath and continued readying her mind. It was unimportant. There were too many fellows who read a few novels and thought that they could play the pigs that could eat tigers. However, those pigs could only eat tigers that were fat and stupid at best. When they were faced with ferocious dragons, they would be stomped into pork pies instantly. A giant light beam was floating in front of Long Yunxin, on which the names of the 320 contestants were displayed. They were shining non-stop and were about to be classified into new groups of 10 randomly. The second round was still 1 out of 10. The elimination process would begin after the top 32 were determined. Long Yunxin prayed to herself that she would not be put in the same group with monsters such as Mo Tianshui or Huangpu Xiaoya. She was a seed player. Under the stochastic algorithm, the odds that 2 seed players would be sorted into the same group were quite low. However, to make the match more enjoyable and to attract a larger audience, 2 seed players might still be able to meet before the final round, which would often be quite thrilling. The second round of the match was the realization of designated structural designs. Every contestant had an independent refining furnace and an operation platform. 3 structural designs, namely a chainsword, a vibration saber, and a heat axe, would be offered to them. The 3 kinds of melee magical equipment were the most classic models. They represented the peak of damage from revolution, damage from vibration, and damage from heat. Every refiner should be familiar with all the details on them. What they needed to do was refine the 3 pieces of magical equipment from scratch within 5 hours with the same materials. The criterion of victory would be the damage of their works. Those who boasted the strongest blades in their group would be qualified to enter the elimination match. During the elimination match, the top 32 players would be engaged in 1 versus 1 competitions. That was the real Sky Hill Sword Seminar. Beep, 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 beep. The 32 groups had been formed. Long Yunxin's heart was racing. Her eyes sped over the family names of her group's contestants thankfully. There was neither Mo nor Huangpu. Relieved, she read on at ease, only to find an unexpected name on it. Zhou Xiaoyu, the young master of Snowy Sword Village. Zhou Xiaoyu was a seed player, too, who had defeated her in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar the previous year. The unlikely event of 2 seed players running into each other in advance had happened to her after all. However, Long Yunxin was not scared of Zhou Xiaoyu. In fact, she had been hoping that she could meet her old nemesis soon. Excellent. I'm gonna kick you out of the top 100 for what you did to me last year. Huh? This guy Liao was classified into the same group as us? Fighting against 2 seed players. Today is not your lucky today. My little friend who plays the pig. The time for the second round had come. Long Yunxin scoffed. She clenched her fists, producing clicking sounds, and she stepped onto the teleportation array with her head held high. She instantly appeared in a new field. Except for those of the top experts, most competitions of refining were long and dull, without many highlights in the process. In order to attract more spectators, the organizer had spared no effort in increasing the competitiveness of the match. In the second round, every refiner had their independent workshop, but the walls of the workshops had been built up by transparent crystals, through which one could see clearly what the other 9 competitors in the group were doing. Besides, the workshops had communication channels connecting each other. When old nemeses ran into each other, they could scorn and disparage one another with trash talk so that they might influence the mental states of their opponents. When that happened, it would be like 2 colliding comets, thrilling and entertaining. Hardly had Long Yunxin entered her workshop when she noticed that her old friend Zhou Xiaoyu was her next-door neighbor. Zhou Xiaoyu was wearing a black refining uniform. He looked gentle and elegant. The corners of his eyes were higher than regular, making him more appealing and endowing him with a weird charisma. Yunxin, I didn't know that we were so linked. We met early again this year. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled, while he eyed Long Yunxin as if she were an innocent pet. Young Master Zhou, please call me Fellow Cultivator Long, replied Long Yunxin coldly, not cringing at all. She glared at Zhou Xiaoyu. Visible flames were flowing around them and filled their respective workshops. They were like 2 deadly animals crouching behind fragile bars and glowering at each other. We are doomed. We've been classified into the same group as 2 seeded players. If there was one, we could try our luck. But there are two of them. This is indeed a group of death. With the two sharks here, we shrimps stand no chance at all. We can only try our best and get to a higher place. The other refiners of the same group all sighed upon seeing the murderous faces of those two. In a workshop across from the two sharks, Liao sat cross-legged and stared at his hands with full attention. More exactly, he was observing his thumbs, the two fingers which didn't participate in the battle earlier and were cramping violently because of hunger. He bent and raised his thumbs, as if he were lifting two cold butcher's cleavers. Liao opened his hands in midair. The two cleavers were placed on Long Yunxin's and Zhou Xiaoyu's necks. Pa! The fingernails on the thumbs couldn't bear the furious fighting will anymore and exploded at the same time. Hot blood dyed the two fingers crimson like magma. The second round of the Skyhill Sword Seminar was to begin in 1 minute. There was nothing but silence on the Thousand Edges mountain. Regular tourists and fans of magical equipment were everywhere on the mountain. They craned their necks to look at the giant light beam in the sky. People of the trade from the noble families of refining and from the cultivation sects, in the meantime, were analyzing the data nervously in the special spectating rooms inside the Thousand Edges mountain. Amateurs watch a game. Professionals watch what is behind a game. On the light beams of the experts of the trade, other than the live stream of the match, a series of figures and lines were also displayed so that they could examine the techniques, habits, advantages, and disadvantages of each contestant in great detail. The super experts of the three main crystal suit centers were even more focused on the top players, while they were making plans to hire qualified talents. The staff who had been as busy as bees all morning finally got a moment of rest. They gathered in the relaxation room and watched the match via their mini crystal processors. Most of the staff were volunteers from the two supreme universities of Heavenly Saints City. They were all young people and were chit-chatting merrily. Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya were apparently the center of their focus. Xiaonan was the only exception, who had switched her channel to Liao and Long Yunxin's group. "Anan, what are you watching? Why don't you join us?" A plump girl laughed and jumped on her back. Then she exclaimed, "Ah, you are watching the match of Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu's group? The early confrontation of two seated players must be very entertaining." Xiaonan blushed and said somewhat nervously, Yes indeed." Right then, the match officially began. Xiaonan had no time to bother about anything else. She focused her attention on the confrontation of the 23rd group. Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu deserved to be seated players. They had entered their best state the moment the match started. The flames flowing out their bodies were much brighter than before, as if they were being burnt. The fire on their hands was so intense that one could not even see their fingers clearly. Thousands of streaks of brightness darted out of their hands and surged at the materials on the ground like tides. In the second round of the match, the structural designs were designated and not allowed to be altered. The materials given were all the most regular metals, with barely any special attributes. There were no fancy tricks to resort to at all. But for the super refiners, they could eliminate the impurities in the ordinary materials by cleansing them with their spiritual energy, so that the performance and appearance of the materials could be improved slightly. The pre-processing procedure for materials was also known as spiritualization. The magical equipment made of spiritualized materials was much stronger than that made of regular materials. But, of course, there was no agreed paradigm as to how exactly spiritualization should be carried out. Seated players are indeed different from other competitors. Most refiners have turned on their furnaces, thrown in the materials and started the refinement of the components. In the meantime, the seated players are activating their spiritual energy and spiritualizing the materials. We can zoom in on the picture later and observe the disparities between spiritualized materials and regular materials. I guarantee that they will be very different. Alright, other than the groups that Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya are in, we will focus more on the 23rd group in which Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu, two seated players, are battling it out. There will definitely be sparks. Also, I would like to inform you that, according to the analysis of our guests, there is a dark horse in the 23rd group that deserves your attention besides the two seated players. Please keep your eyes open, everybody. We are now switching the main picture to this mysterious contestant Liao. Let's see whether or not he is spiritualizing the materials as the seated players are. Voila, this is Liao. We can see that, well, we can see that. Words suddenly failed the host. Xianxia was dazed too. Her mouth gradually widened in surprise. Liao did not spiritualize the materials like the seated players did, nor did he rush into refining the components like the other refiners. He had turned on the furnace and kept it functioning at the minimum level. Then, he picked up a random hammer from the toolbox and walked to the furnace. He was now tapping the furnace with the hammer and listening to the sound inside the furnace while he stuck his ears to the surface of it. His face was quite serious, as if he was doing something very important. What is he doing exactly? Xianxia was confused. Liao's actions had stumped the host too. Liao is acting weird here. Is there something wrong with his furnace? Can't be. All the furnaces have undergone the strictest tests before the match. Also, according to our monitoring platform, his furnace is working normally. Liao turned from tapping to batting at a higher and higher speed. In the end, he even climbed to the top of the furnace like a giant monkey and bashed it with the hammer stormily. Very soon, there was machine oil all over his body. His face was blackened, too. A moment later, he jumped off the furnace with a satisfied look and returned to the operation platform. He extended his fingers and shook them. More than 10 maintenance tools were immediately rolled up. Boom! Liao threw out his hammer, which heavily hit the transmission tube of the furnace, the weakest part of it. One of the transmission tubes for the transportation of spiritual energy was stooped immediately. Liao licked his lips. His eyes were completely black. His pupils turned into spreading ink and occupied the entire eyes. Taking a long breath, he started operating on the furnace quickly with dazzling movements of his hands. Master Dustless, what is Liao doing right now? The host had been meaning to keep the main picture on Liao briefly and give him a short introduction before shifting back to the top two players as soon as possible. However, Liao's surprising actions had rendered him speechless. He had no choice but to turn to the old professor. There was astonishment in Master Dustless' voice, too, as he said, "He is making minor adjustments to the furnace." Minor adjustments? Yes, every skilled refiner has their unique habits in refining. When they are faced with an unfamiliar furnace, the first thing they do is always to make minor adjustments to the furnace in order to make it optimal for their own techniques and styles. The host said, "I do know such a practice. However, by operating on the light beam, he could set the parameters and command the crystal processor to do the adjustments if he wanted to create a unique refining environment of his own. Of course, it is so nowadays. But long ago, when the crystal processors were still underdeveloped, setting the parameters via the machines could not meet many special or extreme needs. Many old-fashioned refiners did not trust crystal processors. They believed what they saw, what they heard, and what they touched. Modifying a furnace with their bare hands was more to their liking. However, it was truly an old-fashioned tradition. The crystal processors of the Flying Star sector are more than enough to carry out such tasks. Personally, I've never heard of any sect that has favored such a custom in the last 200 years. Could it be? The host turned excited all of a sudden because he had finally found a highlight. All right, everyone, Liao's profile has been presented to all of you. Contestant Liao is from the Great Horn Exo Society, but he was born in an ancient battlefield at the edge of the Sea of Stars. He is said to have been roaming among various relics and studying under an unknown, strange master. Is it a reasonable assumption that he is the sole successor of a school that was lost hundreds of years ago? Many spectators were excited. The sole successor of a school that was lost hundreds of years ago? Are you kidding me? Hundreds of years ago. The hosts nowadays indeed have no standards at all. Some other spectators were sniffing and even protesting to the organizer via the spiritual nexus, demanding that the main picture be shifted back to the two geniuses. Why on earth were they watching a Mr. Nobody smashing a furnace with a hammer? It was not until a good half-hour later that Liao finished taking care of the furnace. The tubes of the furnace were now completely in disorder. Two units even swapped their places. Many joints of the tubes were spraying hot steams, producing frightening noises. Although the ventilation rune arrays on the ceiling had been activated to their maximum, they could not drive away the surging mist inside the workshop. Enshrouded by the obscure steam, Liao was unpredictable, as if he were in the middle of clouds. Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu's competition had entered the most intense stage. They had both finished the spiritualization of materials and started the refining process. Continuous data was replacing one another on the light beams, making them too occupied to notice anything else. Occasionally, Long Yunxin raised her head and noticed that Liao's workshop was smoldering, as if he were trying to ignite coal. She couldn't help but snort, before she was dedicated to her own operations again. Xianxia was so anxious that her big eyes were jumping out. She was of a mind to dive into the light beam and blow away the steam so that she could see what was going on more clearly. In the fuzziness, she could only see that Liao had picked up dozens of kinds of materials without spiritualizing them. What is happening? Why are the materials left unspiritualized? This is the boundary between the super experts and the top exerts. With your capability, you should know better than that. Xianxia was jumping on her feet impatiently. Liao poured the first batch of materials, 27 kinds in total, into the feed-in tunnel of the furnace one by one. He then pointed casually on the operation menu, as if he were setting the refining environment randomly. In the end, he walked to the furnace, opened his hands, and pinned them to the surface of the furnace. Boom! Suddenly, thunder broke out under his palms and drove away the steam inside the room completely, like two furious hurricanes. The elastic refining uniform of Liao's had been elevated up by his muscles that jerked like dragons. Liao's size seemed to have doubled within the moment. The muscles on his back interweaved into the brutal face of a roaring tiger. The rumbling thunder inside the mini crystal processor was too shocking. Xianxia felt that she was going lightheaded. All the relaxation room was silent. Her fellow workers were all looking at her in surprise. "Ainin, what is that noise?" Inside the room of the livestream, although the main picture had been switching between Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya, the two guests observed Liao's progress through a small monitoring light beam nearby. The ear-splitting noise almost scattered Master Dustless eyebrows. His face color changed while he said, "Hitting the cow past the mountain." Liao is spiritualizing the materials directly inside the furnace by blowing the spiritual energy into the furnace through the thick wall with the hitting the cow past the mountain technique. The host was dazed. He can do that? Why is he doing that? He is trying to buy himself more time. Bai Luoling did not conceal the appreciation in her eyes. She continued, "Liao has wasted too much time in modifying the furnace in the traditional way at the beginning. We all know that, when it comes to the art of refining, capability does not necessarily equal to speed. Take the iron vine flower, for example. In order to retrieve its essence, you'll have to bake it in the flames of 3,352 degrees for 55 minutes and 43 seconds. 1 degree higher won't do, and 1 second shorter won't do either. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator arrives and improves the temperature of the fire to 5,000 degrees instantly, they cannot reduce the amount of time required by even half a second. Liao wasted a good half hour earlier. Generally speaking, that means he has abandoned the game on his side. In order to make up for the time he has lost, he is employing the method of refining and spiritualizing the materials at the same time. Spiritualizing materials against the blockage of the thick-walled furnace and under the high temperature and pressure has a high requirement on the perception, spiritual energy quantity, and the model construction ability of the refiner. Even inside the Red Line School, only a handful of experienced experts can perform such operations. But their failure rate is quite high, too. More importantly, they don't have to do it most of the time. Master Dustless then continued the explanation. It appears that Liao is quite confident in his skills. He believes that he won't fail and that he can catch up with the other contestants. I'm more curious about him than ever. It is said that he has experienced a lot of fortuitous incidents. I suppose the rumors are true. The world of cultivators is indeed a vast place where amazing things happen. His performance is truly an eye-opener today. Inside the workshop, Liao stuck his hands to the furnace. Strings of spiritual energy were unleashed from the depths of his cells and gathered into waves like tidal bores. They surged out and fed back every slight vibration on the wall of the furnace so that Liao could sense the changes that were happening to the materials inside it. For more than an hour, except for the time when he delivered new materials to the furnace, he had maintained the same posture. His muscles rose up time and time again as he exploited his physical strength and the power of his soul. The high temperature curled his hair. His eyebrow was nearly burnt up. His lips were dry with cracks on them, but he couldn't care less about all that. His soul seemed to have penetrated into the dense wall of the furnace. It was compressed by the high temperature and pressure inside the furnace and mixed up with the metal materials. The materials melded with each other and were rolled over and over, as if they were mud, by the immense pressure released by the hundreds of rune arrays inside the furnace after they were activated. The runes emitted brilliant mystic rays which pierced into the depths of the liquid metals and incurred inexplicable changes to their innermost structures. The core of the metal compounds gradually evolved and turned into new alloys. The alloys as soft as a swamp were sent to the bottom of the furnace where the temperature was relatively low. In this place, the shaping rune arrays would crush the alloys into the basic form of components through high pressure according to the patterns preset on the crystal processor. This was just the beginning. Later, they would have to experience dozens of procedures, including rapid freezing, quenching, high-pressure forging, rune arrays embedding, and so on. Some of the procedures would even have to be repeated several times before a functional magical equipment component was finally born. For other people, the process might be tedious and boring. But for Liao, such a job was like organizing a bunch of slovenly mobs and taming them with the harshest martial laws, so that they could be trained into obedient and unstoppable soldiers who could crush everything in their way. He liked it. Eventually, he completely dwelled in the world of refining. As a young man from a remote town who had never been heard of before, he might not be enough to attract the sight of common audience, but many experts of the trade had noticed his oddness. This guy, Liao, his furnace seems different from others. Its efficiency is much higher. Indeed, the temperature limit, pressure limit, and the switch from high temperature and low temperature of his furnace are all better than the performance of other people's furnaces. The overall specifications of this particular furnace are at least 3% higher than other furnaces. What happened? Was the organizer too careless? It has nothing to do with the organizer. The guy made some minor adjustments on his furnace at the beginning. Hurry up and replay the adjustments. Let's study them more carefully. Inside many spectators' rooms, the seniors and renowned refiners had all noticed Liao. Many data analysts were quickly operating their light beams in order to scrutinize his actions. As more and more details were presented, many of the experts were apparently interested in the contestant. Who is this Liao exactly? The style of his refining is somewhat old-fashioned, with a dash of heartlessness. It is not similar to any mainstream styles. He is gambling. Spending 54 minutes in adjusting his furnace could, of course, improve its performance. But the time left for the real refining work has been greatly diminished. The creation of many components will take 2 to 3 hours anyhow, producing 3 pieces of magical equipment in 5 hours. Does he really have enough time? 1 second passed after another. After 4 hours, most of the refiners had finished the refining of the components and entered the last procedure. For a component that had just been set free from the high temperature and pressure of the furnace, its internal structure was still unstable even though it had gone through cooling liquids, with tiny and chaotic residues of spiritual energy known as inner stress. In the theories of the ancient cultivators, there was still scent of the smoke in a newly made component. Only the mediocre refiners would create a piece of magical equipment with such components. Placing a component for 3 to 5 years without touching it would eliminate the inner stress. However, most refiners wouldn't wait for so long. Same as the spiritualization process, every sect and school had their own ways to cope with inner stress. But all the ways required more than half an hour to fully remove the inner stress. Some of the less capable refiners who did not know any method to eradicate inner stress had already started assembling their components dutifully. But Liao was still refining the components one batch after another. Another half-hour passed. There were only 30 minutes to go. Almost all the refiners had finished the refinement of components. The top experts had started reducing the inner stress with various techniques. Liao was still busy. It was not until there were only 20 minutes left that he finished refining the last batch of components. The fresh components were piled up on the operation platform like a hill, from which hot steam was popping up non-stop. Time is running out. Many experts who had been focusing on Liao shook their heads. Within less than 20 minutes, it was impossible to completely destroy the inner stress of all the components anyway. If he were to assemble the components without pre-processing them, the slim advantage that he got from optimizing his furnace would be entirely offset. The crazy refining of almost 5 hours was a great burden both for the body and for the heart. Liao seemed to have turned into a dry wood. His eyelids were sloppy, his face lethargic. The last bit of brilliance deep inside his dark, ink-like eyes was gone. His movements slowed down. Liao raised his hands softly. Deep blue electric arcs broke out from his fingertips, which then swept over and absorbed the components that were as high as a hill and span. Thousands of components seemed to have formed a steel tornado. Bolstered by the electric arcs unleashed from Liao's fingertips, they were spinning rapidly in midair. It was quite a popular method of reducing inner stress by spinning. The seasoned refiners were not surprised to see it. But the very next second, the corners of their eyes were all trebling violently. The steel tornado in front of Liao was spinning faster and faster. Together with the dazzling electric arcs, it formed a large swirl with immense attraction force. The hammers, clamps, and wasted materials on the desk all bounced and jumped into the swirl. See. Ear-splitting noises immediately echoed within the steel swirl. Many sharp-edged metal materials were colliding crazily and generating brilliant sparks, as if somebody were setting off fireworks. Countless powder-like objects sprayed from the bottom of the swirl loosely, only to be pulled by the attraction force of the swirl and spun around with the swirl before they spread out like a gray mist. The steel swirl made of components was like a hungry beast that had swallowed the tools and wasted material and crushed them into the tiniest iron powder. The inner stress inside the components vanished during the crazy swallowing and crushing. 10 minutes later, Liao's fingers jerked weirdly. Blue electric arcs darted out of his fingers and interweaved into almost 100 tentacles that connected all the components as if they were pearls on a necklace. Sparks were bursting, electric arc were overflowing, and dreamy lightning was splashing. The electric currents seemed to be endowing each component with a new life. They congregated, as if they were monads, combined and expanded. After 5 minutes of the glamorous show, a chainsword, a vibration saber, and a heat axe were born perfectly. At this moment, the last bit of the fire on the countdown in the middle of the workshop perished. End of the match. Liao grunted. He stumbled as if somebody had punched him right in his chest. The sparks and lightning immediately vanished. In front of him, 3 pieces of black, plain-looking magical equipment were floating. They were chasing and hunting the last bits of wandering electric arcs in the air like 3 naughty cubs. Tic-tac, tic-tac. The skin on Liao's 10 fingers had all broken apart. There was barely any left on his 2 thumbs. Hot blood dripped to the ground, where vague steam was rising up. My blood is burning. Liao lifted his thumb to his mouth and sucked it. The blood mixed with the flavor of steel and sweat after a fully devoted fight was always extraordinarily sweet and satisfying. Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu walked out of their workshops at almost the same time. 3 pieces of glamorously shining magical equipment were floating behind each of them. When their ruthless eyes crashed into each other, the 6 blades flew to their middle with their edges pointing at their opponents, as if they were 2 merciless armies at a war. The same structural designs and the same materials had been refined into completely different styles because of the unique techniques employed by each refiner. On the 3 pieces of magical equipment refined by Long Yunxin, flames that looked like scattered dragon scales were rolling and raging. Zhou Xiaoyu's magical equipment, on the other hand, was entangled with streaks of purple brightness, as if countless purple vipers were crouching on the edges of the blades, hissing at his opponent. It was quite scary. The 6 pieces of magical equipment gradually drew close to each other. The auras were surging, and the brightness was colliding. The air between them was ripped apart. Electric arcs as thin as hair were rushing and shining. Yunshin, it seems that you've put in a lot of work over the last year. Even the dragon scale sword aura, the ultimate technique of your family, has been grasped by you, said Zhou Xiaoyu with a smile, but he was apparently not bothered at all. Long Yunshin scorned, "Young Master Zhou, let's see in a moment whether my dragon swallows your viper or your viper poisons my dragon." While the two of them were talking, Liao walked out of his workshop exhaustedly. His 3 pieces of magical equipment were not floating in the air. They were held in his arms, lackluster as if they were wasted iron that had just been dug out from the ground. When he passed by them, Liao slowed down and glanced at their works. His eyes stopped there for just one moment before they were moved away immediately. The magical equipment in his arms was as quiet as before. All the blades were lying inside his arms lazily. Long Yunshin's and Zhou Xiaoyu's magical equipment didn't have any reactions. They didn't perceive any danger and felt no threat from Liao's magical equipment after all. Liao walked forward without looking at them anymore. His eyes were fixed on the giant light beam not far away. The ranks of the 320 refiners would soon be listed on the light beam. Other than the top 32, who were qualified to go to the next round, the ranks of the other contestants would be calculated by the accumulated damage their blades dealt. For all the refiners who made it to the top 100, they were very likely to receive invitations from the important sects and crystal suit centers. In the Flying Star sector, in order to avoid nepotism, it was a custom for the young people of the noble refining families to work in other sects and organizations, instead of staying in their own. This ensured that their skills and experience could be exchanged, and newer, stronger refining techniques could be inspired. Therefore, the rank meant a lot for the young people of the noble families. Their futures were dependent on it, too. Liao was gazing at the top 3 on the list. To this moment, they were still blank. Since the very beginning, Liao's targets had never been Long Yunshin and Zhou Xiaoyu. His cleavers were not prepared for those 2 seeds. The soul-stirring damage examination test soon began. It was also the most enjoyable procedure in the refining match. Magical equipment refined by the super experts, when activated at its maximum capacity, could often unleash unimaginable damage in unparalleled dazzling brilliance. Here, the basic unit to gauge the damage of the magical equipment was crystal. 1 crystal of damage equaled to the damage that the energy contained inside 1 gram of standard crystal could deal. Inside 32 test rooms, artificial arms made of steel and rune arrays were lifting pieces of magical equipment swiftly, sending 1 standard portion of spiritual energy, and slashing them at the target in the front brutally. The targets were metal skeletons enveloped in crystal gels. Very sensitive reaction rune arrays had been carved into them. There was also a bright gold spiritual shield on the outside. With the spiritual energy, the magical equipment all emanated dazzling brightness and shattered the spiritual shield before it slashed into the crystal gels heavily. The light beam nearby immediately gave a value for the damage dealt. 88 crystals, 86 crystals, 92 crystals. The host's excited voice was echoing throughout the field. Attention, everyone. The examination procedure has begun. The 3 structural designs that this Skyhill Sword seminar adopted are all basic, classic magical equipment, which have been passed on in the Flying Star sector for hundreds of years. In the factories, such magical equipment manufactured via assembly lines usually possesses damage between 30 crystals to 40 crystals. But with the same structure and the same materials, the works delicately made through the hands of refiners mostly possess damage above 80 crystals, more than double the damage of the standard magical equipment. In a battlefield, not double, even a gap of 1 crystal might determine the life and death of a cultivator. This is the formidability of refiners. My friends, stay tuned. In the number 1 group and the number 9 group, the products of Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya, 2 monster-level geniuses that everybody has been looking forward to for a long time, are about to be tested. Let's switch the main camera to them and observe how magnificent their magical equipment is. In order to increase the attractiveness of the Skyhill Sword Seminar, the organizer had indeed put a lot of thought into it. The simultaneous tests of Mo Tianshui's and Huangpu Xiaoya's work were apparently arranged on purpose so that more people would be interested in the match. As it turned out, all the spectators craned their necks and gazed enthusiastically. Mo Tianshui's magical equipment was just like himself, antique and austere. A vague hint of wind surrounded both the chainsword and the vibration saber. The two blades had an air of divinity, even though they were the most ordinary magical equipment. Huangpu Xiaoya's works were alike to her, too, and seemed to have been condensed by bundles of lightning. Electric sparks were spluttering every second. Shua, operated by the artificial arms, their chainswords slashed out almost at the same time. Mo Tianshui's chainsword seemed to be still, and yet it seemed to be revolving at the maximum speed. 2. Before the blade reached its target, a blurred shadow had darted out. No, not a blurred shadow, but the aura of the sword. Deep inside the chainsword, the vitality and power of soul that the refiner concealed were condensed into an unstoppable sword aura, which almost minced space into nothingness. A fuzzy swirl appeared in between the blade and the target. The distance between the chainsword and the target seemed to have been swallowed by the swirl. The chainsword appeared directly inside of the spiritual shield and cut in the crystal gels softly. Boom! Under the ear-splitting noise, a lot of flakes spread out on the light beam, as if it could not bear the overwhelming damage. It was not until a long while later that the final outcome was revealed. 153 crystals. There was nothing but silence. The number was double that of other contestants and quadruple that of assembly line magical equipment. Also, the magical equipment had been made of the most common metal materials. If it were made of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with a more advanced structural design, what would the ultimate chainsword be like? The talented heir of a noble family that had lasted for hundreds of years was indeed impressive. Within the moment, Huangpu Xiaoya's chainsword dashed out, too. Hardly had the blade was released when the electric currents wreathing the chainsword expanded exponentially. It was originally 1.25 meters long, but the electric currents had enlarged it to almost 6 meters. The entire test room was enshrouded in raging purple brightness. The electric arcs tore the spiritual shield into pieces effortlessly like tusks and pierced into the crystal gel ruthlessly. The attack continued. The reading on the light beam rose. 33 crystals, 45 crystals, 84 crystals, and eventually 149 crystals. The unbelievable figure raised another round of exclamations. Everyone, Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya, have completed the test for their chainswords. They truly deserve to be the talented successors of two noble families that have lasted hundreds of years. Such results eclipse the performance of all the other contestants in the Skyhill Sword Seminars over the last 30 years and are only slightly weaker than Huangpu Xi's, the crazy sword forger who disappeared as abruptly as he appeared. How incredible! The host was crying in such a high voice that one might suspect his lungs were going to burst. Inside the field and out, cheers and applause burst out like a flood. On the list, the two of them ranked first and second in regard to the damage of chainswords. But the third place only had a score of 110 crystals. It was far from them, indicating that the contestant was not of the same level as them at all. Soon, their vibration sabers and heat axes were tested, too. My friends, I cannot believe my eyes. The total damage of Mo Tianshui's 3 blades is 503 crystals. But Huangpu Xiaoya caught up to him very shortly. Her vibration saber blew out a terrifying damage of 178 crystals. Her total damage is 506 crystals. In the second round, Huangpu Xiaoya is currently in the lead, and Mo Tianshui is closely behind her. The two of them make the first echelon. The contestant in the third place has a gap of 108 crystals from them. They are indeed surpassing all. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I cannot wait to see their confrontation in the final elimination round. The atmosphere inside the field and out had reached the climax. All of the audience was simmering in excitement. Many experienced refiners rose up from their seats uncontrollably. In the heated atmosphere, everybody's roars rumbled into two deafening names. Mo Tianxue, Mo Tianxue, Mo Tianxue, Huangpu Xiaoya, Huangpu Xiaoya, Huangpu Xiaoya. Overshadowed by the two monster-level geniuses, the other refiners found it hard to breathe. Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu looked at each other and noticed the amazement in the other's eyes. However, they had not planned to fight for the title of Swordmaster in the first place. After they entered the top 32, they would be engaged in one-on-one elimination matches. If they were lucky enough, they wouldn't meet either of the two monsters until semifinals or even the final match. Therefore, they just needed to take down the opponent in front of their eyes and enter the elimination match first. 5 refiners in their group had finished the test. Their total damage was all around 300 crystals. None had a score above 350. How boring. Just test mine already. The two of them were both anxious. But it was disappointing that Liao's magical equipment was the next to be sent into the test room. Everyone, at the request of our guests, we are now switching the main camera to the test room for the number 23 group. Contestant Liao's magical equipment is about to be examined. His performance during the refining was indeed an eye-opener for us all. What surprises will his magical equipment offer us? Judging from the appearance, contestant Liao's magical equipment is rather plain. There is not the slightest trace of spiritual waves. It does not look like a piece of magical equipment, but a regular sword. Now, the artificial arm has transmitted the spiritual energy into the sword. Odd. Contestant Liao's chainsword has no reaction whatsoever. There are no signs that the rune arrays are activated, either. Did the refining failed? Inside the test room, Liao's chainsword was raised high and slashed at the target in the front. During the entire process, there were neither waves nor electric arcs. It seemed to be the most typical heavy blade. However, when the sword approached the spiritual shield of the target, the tip of the sword quickly shivered, as if it was feeling cold. After the shiver, the spiritual shield was breached through without counterattacking at all. The sword seemed to have blinked into the spiritual shield. Chi! The chainsword penetrated into the crystal gel. The damage jumped out on the light beam. 99 crystals. An acceptable result. The host was clearly disappointed. He commented drily, "Contestant Liao's chainsword has dealt a damage of 99 crystals. It is very close to 100. Not entirely a bad." Before he could finish his observation, abrupt changes took place. A cluster of dazzling brilliance burst out suddenly deep inside the crystal gel. A formless blade had marched forward inside the crystal gel. On the light beam, the figure changed. It leapt from 99 crystals to 141 crystals instantly. Oh! Somebody seemed to have kicked the host right in his loins. He exclaimed at the loudest voice, "Not 99 crystals, but 141 crystals. Contestant Liao has blown out a damage of 141 crystals. It is only secondary to Mo Tianshui's and Huangpu Xiaoya's, and ranks 3rd in this subject. His chainsword has preserved all the spiritual energy in a very delicate way and didn't unleash it until the blade was deep inside the target's body. It would be able to deal much more devastating internal injuries this way. Contestant Liao is indeed the biggest surprise of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar this year. I wonder, will his next 2 pieces of magical equipment amaze us as well?" The spectators who were seething with excitement burst into an even messier riot. 141 crystals? Are you kidding me? So close to the results of the talented heirs. They are the only 3 who have improved the damage of the chainsword to above 120 crystals. Other people have been left behind far away. Which one is Liao? Let me see. Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu, who were at loggerheads with each other, seemed to have been struck by lightning at the same time. They turned around stiffly and stared at Liao in dazed disbelief. They all knew themselves well. Their chainswords wouldn't have a damage higher than 120 crystals, which meant that there was at least a gap of 20 crystals between Liao and them. The following subjects would be unnecessary. What was this all about? The two old nemeses hadn't sorted out their grudges yet, and the Mr. Nobody from a remote area was about to eliminate the two of them. Should they just go home now? Liao was still concentrated. The roars and exclamations inside the field and in the stands, as well as the shocked eyes of the audience, had no influence on him at all. He waited for the results of the last two subjects patiently. Forging swords was not what he was best at. What he liked most were sabers. When Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu were back to themselves after their astonishment subsided and looking back at the light beam again, the aura of Liao's saber was brushing the target of crystal gel like a phantom. But nothing seemed to have happened to the target. The reading on the light beam was frozen at 0, 2. Black brightness was spreading in the bottom of his eyes. He put on a satisfied smile. 1 second later, the target of crystal gel slightly trembled. The upper half of the target leaned leftwards, slid down and fell off to the ground. A section as smooth as mirror was left on the target. What a fast sword! It was not until this moment that the reading on the light beam bounced crazily like a rabbit that had just been stabbed. The damage of Liao's vibration saber. 201 crystals. There was nothing but dead silence inside the field. It was even quieter than a grave that had been abandoned for 100 years. If the audience was crazy about Liao's chainsword's performance, then the terrifying result that outshone the two talented heirs and left everyone else far behind had frozen every spectator's voice, as if the sharp blade had cut into their necks and slashed their vocal cords in half. It was not until 10 seconds later that the host bellowed, "What did I see? What did I see?" In the subject of vibration saber, contestant Liao has blown out a damage of more than 200 crystals. Even Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya were completely surpassed. Saber King. The previously unknown young man from the edge of the Sea of Stars is definitely the king of sabers of the Skyhill Sword Seminar this year. No, over the last 10 years. His cry completely battered the frozen ambience. Volcanoes seemed to be erupting inside the field and out. Magma was spurting in the crowds. Both the common audience and the experts were bubbling with excitement. All the students in the two refining departments of the two supreme colleges who were working as volunteers jumped to their feet, too, while they were letting out meaningless yet thrilled cries. Not far away, in the other two workshops, Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya stared at the light beam in disbelief. Their faces were frozen for a long time before they gradually melted. Li Yao. The two talented successors squinted and recited the name. The heat axe test, which followed, was not as impressive as that for the vibration saber, but Liao still secured third place. Based on the glamorous performance of the vibration saber, the accumulated damage of his 3 pieces of magical equipment had reached 503 crystals, parallel to Mo Tianshui's score and only 3 crystals fewer than Huangpu Xiaoya's. The 3 horses constituted the tantalizing first echelon and galloped forward. Long Yunxin and Zhou Xiaoyu were both dumbfounded. Although their tests had begun, they were not interested in the result any longer because they had been eliminated. An hour later, all the magical equipment had been tested. The top 32 players of this Skyhill Sword Seminar had been determined and teleported to the central hall of the honeycomb-like refining center. The top 32 players were almost exclusively heirs of the noble families or well-known celebrities in the circle of refiners. Liao was the only stranger there and did not seem to fit the environment. But everyone was looking at him in shock and fear. Dozens of crystal cameras were flying in the air, capturing the images of the top 32 players and sending them to the light beams inside the field and out. Most of the cameras, however, were focused on Liao. Is he Liao? He looks rather plain. There are no signs of him being an expert. Though, his eyes are indeed intimidating. How was he doing his refining a moment ago? The skin on his hands has all broken apart. Many spectators grew interested in Liao. For the regular audience, Liao, as a mysterious young man from the edge of the Sea of Stars, was apparently much more eye-catching than the talented heirs of the 2 noble families of refining. The experts and scholars were quickly searching files and looking into the schools of refining that had been lost during the last hundreds of years. However, the universe was too large a place. There were more schools that had gone extinct in the flying star sector than anybody could count. Nobody could say for sure which one Liao belonged to. Everyone, the top 32 players, have been selected after a day of fierce competitions. Tomorrow, the more thrilling elimination matches will be held. Right now, the most exciting procedure of the day is about to begin. The match partners of the top 32 players tomorrow will be settled randomly. There is no concept of seeded players among the top 32 players. It is quite possible that Mo Tianxue and Huangpu Xiaoya will run into each other in the very first match. Now comes the big moment. On the giant light beam, the names of the 32 players turned into streaks of gold brightness instantly and span crazily. After half a minute of spinning, the streaks were thrown out of the swirl one after another to the two sides of the light beam. 1 minute later, the 32 streaks were classified into 16 groups. 2 names were placed in a line and paired with each other. Hiss! All the spectators gasped. The match table for the top 32 players is out. An unexpected surprise has indeed happened. Mo Tianxue, one of the 2 favorites as well as the strongest heir of a noble family of the refining, is about to crash into Liao, the mysterious refiner from the periphery of the Sea of Stars. Yes, Mo Tianxue versus Liao. It's going to be the first match tomorrow. The results stirred the minds of everyone watching the Skyhill Sword seminar like a hurricane. One of them was the talented heir of a noble family that had lasted for hundreds of years, while the other was an expert from the countryside who had risen to fame miraculously. What kind of sparks would break out when they collided? Liao and Mo Tianxue, on the other hand, seemed to be in the center of the tornado. They were not affected at all. Amid the whispers, Mo Tianxue walked over to Liao. He was a man of manners. Despite the high-intensity refining work that had gone on for 5 hours, he was as graceful as when the matches had begun. He seemed to have just paced out of a modeled ancient painting. His eyes, which were as deep and vast as an ocean, stopped at Liao's bruised hands for a long time before they were moved to the stranger's face. He looked at him with great interest. Mo Tianxue, of the main bloodline of the Mo family, from Tongya City in the Hidden Mountain Domain. May I have the privilege? Mo Tianxue smiled and asked about Liao's background in the ancient way. Liao of the Li family, said Liao briefly, who focused his eyes on Mo Tianxue's hands, too. Mo Tianxue raised an eyebrow. There was a moment of confusion in his eyes. He had thought of all the noble refining families of the Flying Star sector quickly and came up with no Li family that was worth mentioning. He asked unconsciously, "Which Li family?" Liao retreated his gaze and walked past Mo Tianxue to the teleportation array leading to his personal chamber. As he passed by, he said, "The Li family that has me." At night, inside the hotel where the top 32 players stayed, the Skyhill Sword seminar was not just a match. It was also an important chance for communication within the circle of refiners, as well as an opportunity to promote the arts of refining among ordinary people. Therefore, the contact between the contestants and the audience had always been highlighted. Many ordinary guests were staying in the luxury hotel. A great number of fans of magical equipment had also gathered in the garden outside of the hotel and cheered for their favorite players. A lot of contestants often chose to leave their rooms and meet with the fans in the garden in order to increase their popularity. Some of them were already the spokespersons of a certain brand or had companies of their own that were related to magical equipment. They wouldn't hesitate to be known by more people so that their products could be better sold. Liao, on the other hand, stayed in his room and listened to the sounds outside the window. Most of the roars were dedicated to Mo Tianxue and Huangpu Xiaoya, but every once in a while his name could be heard, too. Liao, 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 Liao. If one were to turn on the spiritual nexus, they would read news about him everywhere, including the videos of his crazy performance in the match. Most of the media had described him as a genius rising to fame miraculously. Even Mo Tianxue and Huangpu Xiao had to share the headlines with him. In front of Liao by Luoling, 3rd place of the Skyhill Sword seminar last year, as well as the rising star inside Red Line School, was smiling at him. Fellow cultivator Li, you've become well acknowledged after only 1 battle. All the refiners know you right now. In regard to the refinement of battle sabers, many experienced experts are quite interested in you. There is no need for me to boast about the leading position of Red Line School in the trade. The clauses on the contract are quite decent, too. After all, you are just a top 32 player and haven't made it to the top 8 yet. I don't believe that you will be offered a second contract that is as appealing as mine. You've read all the clauses. I can explain them to you if you find any parts unclear. You are free to propose extra demands, too. We are always open to negotiation. Liao lowered his head and pushed the jade chip back to Bai Luoling. He said calmly, I refuse the contract. Bai Luoling's eyebrow was curled into 2 crescent moons, as she asked in astonishment, Why? Liao replied, Because it is not the top contract. According to the clauses, I can only join the mediocre groups of Red Line School and can't participate in the core projects. Also, I only have access to 80% of the classics and files collected by Red Line School. The more valuable and essential 20% is not available for my reference or training. Bai Luoling coughed and frowned. Fellow cultivator Li, allow me to explain it. It is not as simple as you imagined for the 3 main crystal suit centers to recruit new people. Yes, you've demonstrated impressive capability, but you are a top 32 player right now after all. And it's very likely that the odds will not be in your favor when you are against Mo Tianxue tomorrow. Besides, your techniques are very mysterious, which do not belong to the major schools of refining. Excuse me, I am not prying into your background. However, we cannot run a precise assessment on your capability without knowing your background, nor are we certain about the stability of your performance and the ability of your cooperation with other people. To create a crystal suit, a platform for super magical equipment, teamwork is mandatory. We have to take many factors into consideration. A pair of phantom-like hands alone won't do. For the top crystal suits that Red Line School is working on right now because of the preferences in designs, we are not preparing to equip them with sabers. However, among the crystal suit projects of a lower level, one model has been formulated to use a battle saber as the main weapon. It is because of your proficient skills in the refinement of sabers that we drew a contract in advance and invite you in. Speaking of the contract, it is truly a sincere one that is favorable for you in terms of salary, benefits, and your future career. You can ask around. It's very rare for a young refiner less than 30 years old to join the groups of Red Line School that are only secondary to the groups for the core projects. Besides, there are a lot of matches within Red Line School. The communication among the 3 main crystal suit centers is frequent, too. If you truly believe in your capability, you can always prove yourself in 3 to 5 years and advance into the top group to be part of the core projects. 3 to 5 years of studying will do a young man like you no harm. Liao pondered carefully for half a minute and shook his head again. Thank you for your kindness, but the answer is still no. I will defeat Mo Tianxue tomorrow. After that, if Huangpu Xiaoya stands in my way, I will defeat her as well. Other than the top groups of the 3 main crystal suit centers, I won't settle for anything else. If you bring out the top contract right now, I will sign it immediately. If you can't, please go back. I have to train myself. We can talk tomorrow after the battle. However, I cannot guarantee that Red Line School will be first to provide a contract. Bai Luoling's eyes twitched, but she maintained the perfect smile as she nodded her head. All right, then I wish fellow cultivator Li all the best in the match tomorrow. After Bai Luoling left, Liao deployed soundproof rune arrays and alarm magical equipment on the walls and the door of his room. Together, they blocked the roars outside of the room from him. The battle between Mo Tianxue and him would begin at 11 o'clock sharp the following morning. Other than an hour of deep sleep, an hour of physical strength preservation, and a half hour of trifles, the time for training was only 10 hours, 32 minutes, and 57 seconds. Shua! Liao dimmed the lights. He projected dozens of light beams from his crystal processor, which spanned slowly in the dark room. The mottled pieces of light and shadow interweaved into pictures of the past. Ha! You can't be this weak. You just ate 3 fat drumsticks. You can't just fall over after one punch. Get up and let's do it again. We made it. We've made it. The mystic skeleton battlesuit has been successfully refined. Little monster, you are going to the Grand Desolate War Institution tomorrow. and I'm going to embark on the path of becoming the best hairdresser. In honor of this thrilling moment, why don't we go and gulp 2 red flame big hand egg pies? We are the hungry wolves on the occult orbs. We are Team Blue Bronze. These videos had been shot by Liao with his mini crystal processor. They were the most unforgettable memories of his life. When he found his first Cosmos ring, he had copied them to a jade chip, which he stored inside the Cosmos ring and carried with him. The jade chip accompanied him all the way through the sea of stars to the flying star sector. In the company of the videos, he felt that his friends in the heaven's origin sector were all talking and laughing around him. Of course, most of the pictures belonged to vigorously dancing Ding Lingdang. Just wait. I'll be back shortly. Liao smiled at Ding Lingdang, who was laughing so hard that one seemed able to see her tonsils. The beautiful moments from the heaven's origin sector were the biggest motivation for his crazy training. 3 to 5 years of studying? I don't have that much time. Revealing my full capability in front of everyone will, of course, trigger a lot of suspicion and investigations. I might be involved in unnecessary trouble too. But I don't have a second option. Only by showing my sharpness can I enter the center of the circle of refiners of the flying star sector and get in touch with the strongest refining arts in the shortest amount of time possible. This is the only way that I can create a piece of powerful magical equipment that can suppress a planet and find my way back to the heaven's origin sector. The road to the heaven's origin sector is the road that I'm going to walk on. Nobody can stop me. Liao's eyes gradually turned hot and crazy. He observed his hands carefully. The injuries on his hands had been replaced by pink flesh stimulated by the rapid growth drugs. But the newborn vessels and nerves had not been fully integrated with his soul yet. I should make the best use of my time and start training now. Liao extracted a metal box from his Cosmos ring that had holes in its 4 walls and a ventilation system. It was a simulated nest of ants in which hundreds of purple ring sword ants were crawling. Subtle changes had happened to many purple ring sword ants. There was a weird green color mingled in the purple brightness around them. The purple ring sword ants had been fed wormwood copper, a venomous heavenly material and earthly treasure. Wormwood copper could increase the pain of purple ring sword ants biting by more than 5 times. Liao took a deep breath and extended his hands into the ant home. He shivered his hands. 101 purple ring sword ants that had eaten wormwood copper were attracted to them. The purple ring sword ants were forced away from their cozy home and tied by Liao's spiritual threads. Infuriated, they opened their mouth parts and bit down brutally. The tiniest muscles on Liao's hands were trembling violently. They collapsed before each mouth gnawed them and dodged the attacks narrowly. 5 seconds later, veins were appearing on Liao's neck, and he was soaked in sweat. His 2 hands that were brimming with purple ring sword ants suddenly turned into 2 clusters of gray mist as he dismantled the most precise probe magical equipment. Suddenly, Liao grunted. He had been bitten. The pain that had been increased by 5 times was too much even for a monster such as himself. He got distracted and was bitten consecutively by another 10 ants. The agony was like a series of lightning striking his head. Liao screamed as if somebody was skinning him. He cramped and foamed at the mouth. Tears rushed out of his eyes. Ouch! Ouch, 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 ouch. Liao crouched like a half-cooked shrimp and rolled on the ground. In the garden outside the room, countless fans of magical equipment were roaring. Liao, the star that rises like a miracle, the genius from the edge of the cosmos. Genius. Liao. Genius. Liao. Genius. Liao. The roars were all blocked by the soundproof rune arrays. There was nothing except Liao's cries in the silent room, like those of a wounded beast. There was no telling whether it was tears or sweat on his face. His bloodshot eyes looked like 2 rubies. Hoochie, hoochie, hoochie. He breathed heavily, while he gazed at the pictures in midair. Ding Lingdang, Meng Jiang Yuan Manxiu, Fiend Blade Peng Hai. His family and friends in the Heaven's Origin sector were all smiling at him, encouraging him, and waiting for him. A crazy smile suddenly beamed out from his troubled face. Stimulated by the excruciating pain, his body cells seemed to have exploded instantly. pushing his hand speed to break its limits and enter a whole new level. This was the training that Liao had been doing 18 hours a day over the last 1.5 months. Mo Tianxue, you are no match for me. Behind you, it is nothing but the Mo family, the so-called noble family of refining that has lasted for 1,000 years. But behind me, what has been supporting me to stride on and crush all the thorns and stones in my way is an entire world. The elimination matches of the Skyhill Sword Seminar that everybody looks forward to are about to begin. Just listen to the rumbling cheers inside and out of the Thousand Edges Mountain. The very first elimination match is a highly anticipated one. Mo Tianxue, the talented heir of the Mo family from Phoenix Forest, who supposedly would have marched into the final unstoppably without any suspense, is faced with Liao, an expert who rose miraculously from the Great Horn Exo Society and calls himself the founder of the Li family. Liao sat cross-legged in the darkness like a lurking beast. The excited yells of the host and cheers from the crowd were echoing above his head non-stop. But Liao heard none of it because he was focused on the tiny light beam on his crystal processor. It was Ding Lingdong's delighted face inside the somewhat dim picture. You are being lazy again. Come on and fight with me for another 3 minutes. I'll make noodles for you, with 5 additional delicious tea eggs. You are not giving up just like that, are you? Hey, I don't have such a weak brother. How shameful. Just get up already. You still have the strength. I know it. I can see it. Get up. Wow. Since when did you become so strong? You are so bad. You must have been training behind my back, haven't you? I know exactly the reason why. You want to be stronger than me soon, so that you can beat me and savage me. Ha 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 ha. But I won't let things go your way. Guess what level I am in right now? I will wait for you, Liao. No matter how long, no matter how far away, I will be waiting for you. Each sentence came from a different time and a different place. Ding Lingdang was wearing different clothes, too. The only thing unchanged was her face that was always smiling. It was a video montage that Liao had created from countless videos in which Ding Lingdang appeared. Whenever he was exhausted or about to engage in a fierce battle, it was his greatest comfort. Liao smiled and put the crystal processor back into his Cosmos ring. He took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering in the darkness. The darkness above his head was torn apart. The lights pierced down like swords. He was in a lift that was going up slowly. Very soon, he appeared in the sight of tens of thousands of spectators. Liao! 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 Cheers crushed over everything like tides. Liao looked around and found himself in a fully equipped refining workshop with transparent crystal walls. Mo Tianxue was in a workshop identical to his not far away. The 2 contestants have appeared. There are voice-transmitting rune arrays inside the 2 workshops through which the 2 of them can talk freely. Will they be engaged in a battle of the tongues before the real competition? Liao and Mo Tianxue looked at each other in the distance through the 2 walls. A moment later, Liao retreated his gaze and focused on the warm-up of his hands silently. Mo Tianxue smiled. He grasped the last minute to warm up his hands, too. Both of them were refiners. Let their hands be the language that they spoke. Both of the 2 contestants chose to say nothing. The match is to be started immediately. It is well known that the rules of the elimination matches vary each year. This year, the match is a competition of free refining. The 2 refiners can pick materials at their will and refine whatever melee magical equipment they want. In the end, their final works will be examined to determine who the winner is. However, all the materials must be from the inventory that the organizer provides, and the total value of the materials cannot exceed $10,000. On the inventory, there are natural materials as well as components such as machine-made chips and insertable rune arrays. The 2 refiners will be given half an hour to pick any of them freely. If the time is up and they haven't used up their quota, the budget unspent will be cancelled. Countdown of 30 minutes. Begin. In front of Liao, an enormous light beam was unfolded, on which the pictures and details of thousands of materials poured down, followed by the prices of the materials. What was most troublesome was that the materials were not pegged at market prices. they were all given a random price. Some heavenly materials and earthly treasures were extremely cheap, while some ordinary and expendable materials were fixed at a shockingly high price. The chaotic pricing system was a harsh test on one's computational ability to select the advantageous materials and spend all $10,000. Liao skimmed through the inventory and memorized the names of the materials and their respective prices within 5 minutes. Then he closed his eyes and started contemplating. Before the match began, he had made plans about the magical equipment that he could refine. However, the inventory with messed-up prices had completely shattered his plans because several regular materials in the plans were too costly for his budget. In the meantime, certain other heavenly materials and earthly treasures were as cheap as candy. It would be a shame not to purchase and make the best use of them. It meant that he had to reconstruct his prepared structural designs according to the inventory given. This was also what the organizer wanted. It was meant to test their flexibility. 20 minutes later, Liao took a long breath and gradually opened his eyes. He pointed at the light beam quickly with his fingers. I want 231 grams of blood divine stones, 555 grams of blue music feathers, 7 green fairy flowers, 1 Iron Knight 2 control chip, 5 plug-and-play high-frequency vibration rune arrays. Liao picked more than 300 materials and components in a row and spent all his $10,000. Almost at the same time, Mo Tianxue finished his purchasing, too. He had also picked hundreds of dazzling materials. Let's begin. The two of them rubbed their hands and couldn't wait to do their work. But a happy voice then echoed from the ceiling of their workshops. Both of you have selected your materials without leaving $1. But there is a new rule in the elimination matches this year that I forgot to tell you just now. Right now, you are free to choose 5 materials from your opponent's pick. There are no limits as long as their total value is below $1,000. You can either choose materials that can contribute to your design or take away materials that you think are of paramount importance for your opponent. In the meantime, you must brace for the possibility that your crucial materials will be stolen by your opponent. The time for preparation is still 10 minutes. If you don't choose any after 10 minutes, you will be abandoning the opportunity. Now begin! Liao and Mo Tianxue were dazed for quite some time. The rule was too sordid. Liao's heart was pounding. Of the 300 or so materials that he had selected, there were indeed several crucial materials whose value were below $1,000. If his opponent was to take them away, his refining work later would be greatly affected. However, it was not up to him what materials his opponent was going to take away from him. He'd better figure out what materials he should take away from his opponent first. Liao was never a fan of defense. It was more of his style to attack aggressively. He immediately decided that he would steal Mo Tianxue's crucial materials. To determine which of the materials were crucial, he had to guess what magical equipment Mo Tianxue was preparing to make. After he sorted through the hundreds of materials that his opponent had picked, he would definitely be able to find traces. Liao's computational ability was maximized as he transformed the quantities and qualities of the materials Mo Tianxue picked into information streams and transmitted them into his brain, where he processed the data as fast as possible. Based on the internal links of the materials, Liao came up with 12 possible models. He examined them and disapproved them one by one. In the end, the only 2 models left were a chainsword and a vibration saber. Liao did not believe that Mo Tianxue would choose to compete against him in regard of saber, which was clearly his own specialty, after witnessing his crazy performance yesterday. Then, it was going to be a chainsword that Mo Tianxue was making. Liao was secretly amazed. Mo Tianxue truly deserved to be the talented heir of a noble family that had lasted for 1,000 years. Based on the materials he had selected, it was a reasonable assumption that his chainsword was very likely to have 7 levels of speed that could be altered seamlessly. The transition did not have any patterns and was very bewildering. The deadliest part of the chainsword was that it could probably trigger 3 layers of auras, each more fatal than the last. However, in order to trigger the triple auras that are closely linked, the division of spiritual energy is very important. Heavenly Silk Threat and 8 God Sulfur, the 2 inconspicuous materials, are the key to the procedure. Although the 2 materials were utterly useless to him, Liao took them away without any hesitation. The total value of the two materials was only slightly higher than $700. Liao selected red moon fruits worth of $244. The loss of such materials wouldn't mean anything to Mo Tianxue, but they could increase the flexibility of his saber significantly. He had been debating whether to pick them or not in the beginning and eventually gave up due to lack of funds. Now that he had the opportunity, of course, he took them away for his own use directly. Right in the bullseye. Now let's see how you are going to refine your precious chainsword. Liao smiled vaguely. A moment later, the materials that he was robbed of were displayed, too. His smile immediately froze. What? He has stolen my Iron Knight 2 control chip? As the most commonly seen control chip on the market, it is literally everywhere. Did he see through that I was preparing to refine a chainsaber equipped with techniques of both revolution and vibration? Cold sweat immediately appeared on Liao's forehead. He had been planning to combine the advantages of the chainsword and those of the vibration saber and create a super blade with two ways of attacking. The two techniques relied on two entirely different rune array amalgamations and spiritual energy circuits. Therefore, he needed an unimportant Iron Knight 2 control chip to coordinate them. Although the chip was cheap and obsolete because of its simple structure, it played an irreplaceable role in Liao's structural design. Liao's face couldn't have been more awful. Mo Tianxue was also wearing a weird expression with his brow furrowed. Their critical materials had all been taken away, and they had both stabbed their opponent in the heart brutally. In the live stream room, the host was talking excitedly. Judging from the two contestants' angry faces, they have both lost quite a few critical materials. Master Dustless, what's your opinion? There was obvious approval in Master Dustless' voice. The choices of the two contestants are beyond my expectation. All the prices on the inventory provided by the organizer have been shuffled. Many heavenly materials and earthly treasures are cheaper than $1,000. If it were an ordinary refiner, they might have selected their opponent's most valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But in fact, the most valuable does not mean the most important in many situations. It is often the materials that look unattractive that really matter. The heavenly silk thread and 8 gold sulfur that Liao selected and the Iron Knight 2 control chip that Mo Tianxue selected are all related to distribution and control. I assume that they have figured out the magical equipment that their opponent wanted to refine, and they both adopted the most aggressive tactics. As a result, both of them suffered a great loss. Right now, I don't think they will ever be able to create the magical equipment they envisioned initially. They will have to make major adjustments to their plans, but they don't have much time for that. The host shouted. Indeed, while the two contestants are eyeing each other coldly, the real match has begun. They have 6 hours for their refining work. They seem to have more time than they did yesterday. But don't forget that they had received the structural designs in advance before the second round. Right now, they have to build everything from scratch. Designing the structure of a piece of magical equipment is the most fundamental and the most critical step in refining. Modern magical equipment is always made of dozens of components. Even the simplest of them require tens or even hundreds of structural designs. Only by drawing thousands of structural designs and inputting them into the crystal processor of the furnace will the furnace produce corresponding components that the refiner desires. If there are any errors in the structural design, the entire batch of components will be wasted. Right now, let's see how the two contestants make a comeback. After a clang, Liao and Mo Tianxue's match officially began. But the two of them were absolutely still. They sat cross-legged with frozen eyes, like two statues that had been covered in dust, meditating. Beneath their indifferent faces, their thoughts were raging like scorching magma. They were both pondering how to devise a deadly weapon with their remaining materials now that the most crucial ones were gone. Inside a VIP room close to the field, dozens of elegant refiners were either standing or sitting as they watched the picks of the two contestants' materials. They were deep in thought, too. They were all celebrities in the circle of refiners of the Flying Star sector. Many of them came from the 3 main crystal suit centers. The strongest crystal suits of the Flying Star sector had been born in their hands. There were also pillars of the major noble families, including the members from the Mo family and the Huangpu family. They were all thinking hard about the problems that Liao and Mo Tianxue had caused each other. The contemplation lasted an hour and 10 minutes. The space around Mo Tianxue was rippling from the center of his head like the surface of a lake into which a pebble had been tossed. The waves were spreading to every corner of the workshop. Around Liao, white mist was popping up from his body. Since his computational ability had been brought to its maximum, his brain cells were consuming too much energy. He had entered an overexhausted state. Even though he was only sitting, it had never occurred to the regular audience and the fans of magical equipment that even meditation could be so tiresome. The atmosphere was extremely intense. There was nothing but silence inside the two workshops. The sound of a needle dropping to the ground would be like roaring thunder. An hour and 15 minutes after the match began, Liao and Mo Tianxue rose up within half a minute of each other. They were about to devise structural designs. Shua! Mo Tianxue's face was graver than ever, like ancient wood that had been soaked in a frozen lake for thousands of years. He opened his palms. 20 translucent light beams immediately appeared around him. His telepathic thoughts quickly expanded and galloped on the light beams. Gold lines extended forward like snakes, while more than 20 structural designs were created with the most intricate details. Unbelievable! Incredible! I've seen experienced refiners drawing multiple structural designs simultaneously, but Mo Tianxue is drawing 20 of them at the same time. How terrifying his computational ability is! Mo Tianxue's movements are seamless without any pause. Watching him drawing structural designs is like watching the great musicians playing their favorite instruments. It's truly entertaining. It appears that Mo Tianxue has figured out how to break out of the dilemma that Liao put him in. He is very confident. Judging from the current speed, he will be able to complete almost 1,000 structural designs in less than 2 hours and start making a marvelous weapon. While Mo Tianxue's inspiration was surging like springs and more structural designs were drawn, Liao had quickly set the basic parameters of the furnace and spiritualized the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He drew a handful of structural designs quickly and delivered the first batch of the materials into the furnace. His refining had already begun. Liao was serious. Half of the dozens of light beams in front of him were the control menus of the furnace, while the other half were empty canvases on which he could draw structural designs. Liao's 2 hands turned into 2 clusters of gray mist. His left hand was adjusting the complicated parameters of the furnace, while his right hand was busy devising new structural designs. 2 jobs at the same time. Liao is refining components and drawing new structural designs. Are you kidding me? He is so confident in his designing and coordinating abilities that he is certain he won't make the tiniest mistake. Mo Tianxue's speed of drawing the structural designs can't be any higher. But still, Liao has started the refining work much earlier than him. By estimation, Liao should finish all the refining work at least half an hour sooner. Exclamations echoed non-stop inside the VIP room. Doing the refining work while drawing structural designs was like writing an essay fluently without an outline. The author must determine what his next sentence would be while he was writing the current one. The few most experienced refiners looked at each other. A middle-aged man with a long beard couldn't help but take a long breath and murmured, "I feel that I'm back at the Sky Hill Sword Seminar that year and watching another Huangpu Shi." The name Huangpu Shi was like a cold front that completely froze the VIP room. Inside his workshop, Mo Tianxue glanced at his opponent occasionally and was truly shocked by Liao's crazy performance. He could do 2 jobs at the same time, too. But he could not be certain about the success rate. If there were errors in one of the structural designs, misfit components might be manufactured, and it would be a terrible disaster if the errors were only found during the assembly procedure. Was Liao confident or had he gone mad? According to Mo Tianxue's pace, 6 hours should be more than enough time. There was no need for him to try to beat Liao in speed. However, he felt ill at ease. Liao was apparently trying to buy himself more time by doing 2 jobs simultaneously. He should have enough time in this match. What was the purpose of going so fast at such great risk? Time went on second by second while everybody was watching suspiciously. 3 hours after the match began, Mo Tianxue finished the drawing of all the 3,792 structural designs and immediately devoted himself to the actual refining process. At this time, Li Yao had completed the refining of almost half his components. For hours, the two of them both entered their best state. They were both enshrouded in a layer of vague brightness that blurred their bodies, as if they had stepped into an unknown world. 5 hours after the match had begun, Mo Tianxue was still occupied with the refining work, but Li Yao had finished the refining of all the components he needed in advance. There was only an hour to go before the end of the match. With Li Yao's current hand speed, it would take him less than half an hour to assemble all the components and conduct the final debugging. What was he going to do in the last half hour? Everyone watching the match bulged their eyes. Weird. How weird. According to Li Yao's structural designs, he seems to be planning to refine a compound saber that mixes the techniques of vibration and revolution. But such a piece of compound magical equipment will boast two entirely different spiritual energy circuits. A control chip is obligatory, otherwise they will definitely interfere with each other. Li Yao's only control chip, Iron Knight 2, was looted by Mo Tianxue. It seems that, although Mo Tianxue has predicted his plan and taken away his crucial materials, Li Yao is stubborn enough to stick to his idea. Then, where exactly is he going to find a new control chip? Li Yao shook his head to relax his neck. He blew on his burning hands, before he picked a few newly hatched components and quickly assembled them into a piece of somewhat weird magical equipment. This magical equipment looked like a short and fat single-tube telescope. There were 7 crystal lenses of different sizes in the middle that were fixed by metal rings. Each of the rings had been carved with hundreds of rune arrays that were no larger than millets. They constituted a continuous group of rune arrays. Under the influence of the rune arrays, 6 layers of round light beams made of pure spiritual energy were condensed among the 7 crystal lens. The host was totally confused. Master Dustless, what is this? It does not seem to be related to a blade. Master Dustless' voice was very solemn. This is a piece of magical equipment similar to a microscope. It can magnify the object under the scopes. This gadget has been finely made. Its precision is very high. The host was dazed. Microscope? Magnifying lens? Why is Li Yao refining such a piece of magical equipment that has 0 combat ability? Li Yao put the microscope on his right eye with a fixation tool. The crystal lens inside it slightly span. The size of the 6 layers of light beams in between were altered. Li Yao's hands shivered. Almost 10 pins thinner than hair appeared among his fingers. On the operation platform was a crystal slip the size of a fingernail that was extremely thin. It was glimmering in silver brightness. Li Yao lowered his head. 7 colored mystic rays beamed out of the microscope and enveloped the crystal chip. The pins were trembling among his fingers, like snakes that were hissing feebly. This time, even Master Dustless sounded somewhat shocked as he said, "Contestant Li Yao seems to be planning to carve a crystal chip with his hands. How is that possible?" The host exclaimed, as if somebody had stabbed his bottom. "Master Dustless, although I'm not a refiner, I know that chips are the most essential components of modern magical equipment. At least 10,000 tiny spiritual energy circuits have to be carved on chips only the size of fingernails for more than 10 different layers to form a complicated and yet functional framework. Carving a chip requires a precision at the micrometer level, or perhaps even the submicrometer level, which means 1,000th or even smaller the diameter of a hair. It was not until the crystal processors evolved exponentially and chip makers controlled by crystal processors such as tiny ray etching machine appeared that the microchips really thrived. But right now, you are telling me that a refiner is attempting to create a chip with his bare hands? Master Dustless, is it not a joke? Master Dustless smiled bitterly. I know the procedure of chip production much better than you. I also believe that every member of the audience who has any common sense about magical equipment knows what a difficult and tedious job making a chip is. In fact, we have been calling the manufacturing of chips the summit of magical equipment refining. But facts are facts. There are no other possibilities when you look at what Liao has been doing. He is truly going to carve a chip with his bare hands. The host breathed heavily and scratched his head. This is insane. This is incredible. 10,000 spiritual energy circuits on the micrometer level without the tiniest errors. One of them goes wrong, and the entire chip will be wasted. Also, he has half an hour at best. Half an hour. Can his hands be that stable? Are they even faster than tiny ray etching machines? Then isn't he even stronger than refiners at the core formation stage? By Luoling, the other guest and the refiner from Red Line School, explained, "It cannot be compared that way. We all know that ancient refiners paid great attention to mini-scale etching with their hands. Many legendary refiners in history, such as Master O Yezi of the 100 Smelting Clan, could even carve tens of thousands of rune arrays on magical equipment the size of millet. However, the modern cultivation civilization developed together with crystal processors. Most modern refiners attached more importance to the utilization of crystal processors. You want to carve a chip? Then you can simply do that by operating magical equipment such as tiny ray etching machines via a crystal processor. That will be both fast and handy. With the assistance of crystal processors, no rational refiners would waste their time with training themselves in the techniques of engraving chips with their bare hands. It is only a matter of preference and has nothing to do with capability or level. For example, fire is everywhere in modern world. We can buy a lighter that contains 2 rune arrays of the fire class for just $1. If so, who would bother to learn how to make fire with woods and stones? Does such a skill mean anything even if someone is adept at it? The host was dazed for a long time. Then he said, Are you indicating that this technique of Liao is like making fire with woods and stones, which is utterly useless? Bai Luoling smiled bitterly. Generally speaking, yes, but it's a whole different case right now. I really cannot see through Liao. What kind of environment and which school is such a weirdo from? Liao sat straight before the operation platform. His heart was tranquil, and his eyes were scorching. After several long breaths, he had completely forgotten that he was in the middle of a fierce competition. The spectators around seemed to turn into dust. The exclamations of the host and the guests in midair gradually died down, too. All his concentration was focused on the tiny chip. Although he was not making a super complicated integrated mainframe chip but the simplest single-function control chip, it still entailed 12,330 spiritual energy circuits. He had to divide the chip, which was as thin as the wing of a cicada, into 11 layers with the etching technique and carve more than 12,000 circuits evenly among the layers. They could not interfere with each other and had to be connected in certain patterns. It was like building a maze on grit, which was simply an impossible mission. If it had been 2 months prior, Liao would have had no confidence that he could do it. But right now, after the cruel training with the purple ring sword ants, his hand speed had advanced to a whole new level. The stability of his hands was far higher than that of the most advanced artificial arms, too. He was about to declare war on the unclimbable peak with his bruised hands. In the ancient cultivation world, there was no such thing as a crystal processor. All the magical equipment had to be built up from scratch by refiners in person. Today, allow me to polish this control chip, an example of the essence of the modern cultivation civilization, with the ancient refining techniques from 40,000 years ago. Spiritual energy was surging inside Liao's body. His hands were glittering. 7 extremely tiny mystic rays were condensed in front of the 7 pins among his fingers. The mystic rays were only 1,000th the diameter of hair and completely unrecognizable to human eyes. Only through Liao's special head-worn microscope could he see the mystic rays that were in the shape of ultimate sabers. The 7 lightsabers had different frequencies, which allowed them to enter the different layers of the chip and carve there at the same time. Liao closed his eyes and made a countdown. 3 seconds later, his eyelids suddenly opened. Inside his eyes, his pupils were surrounded by bright gold rings that were expanding and shrinking like the crystal cameras with extremely high resolution. His body was still. but there were explosive sounds coming from his hands. The audience was immediately in a riot. Since the match had proceeded for a while, most regular spectators were tired. Some of them were taking a tap, only to be woken up by the continuous explosions. They all stood straight and listened attentively. The host shouted at his loudest, "What's going on?" Li Yao seemed to be frozen before the operation platform, but terrible sounds are coming from him, as if a fearsome animal is chewing its prey there. Let's focus the camera on his hands. Zoom in and zoom in. Ah! Li Yao's hands have turned into a cluster of white mist where thousands of blurred shadows. Not blurred shadows! Bai Luoling's voice cut off the host's scream like the sharpest saber as she continued. It's the sonic barrier. Every finger on Li Yao's two hands is moving rapidly and breaking the sonic barrier within the tiny distance. The roars that we are hearing are made by his hands when they are breaking the sonic barrier. His hand speed has surpassed all limits. He is carving a chip at a supersonic speed. The host shrieked, "Supersonic hands? Is that really a thing?" The field was filled with whispers. Many audience members couldn't help but stand up and gaze at the enlarged picture in midair bewilderedly. Inside the VIP room, the experienced refiners were dumbfounded, too. Supersonic hands were the privilege of the refiners at the core formation stage by common sense. However, every sign in Li Yao's performance from the beginning to now suggested that he was merely around the middle level of the building foundation stage. More importantly, he was only in his 20s. What kind of horrifying training did he receive to raise his hand speed to such an extent? The managers of the three main crystal suit centers looked at each other and suddenly retreated to a corner at the same time. They were contacting their respective human resources department asking them to draft a fat, attractive contract as soon as possible. The manager of Red Line School was so regretful that he was almost bashing his head. Last night, they'd had an opportunity to recruit such a talent in advance. But because of a moment of hesitation, they had let the cooked duck fly away. Seeing the beaming and greedy face of his competitors, he knew that the fight for the talent would be nothing but intense. He would have to spend quite a fortune in order to get him. Across from Li Yao's workshop, Mo Tianxue subconsciously stopped his actions. He gazed and walked to Li Yao subconsciously and almost hit the wall. The talented heir of the noble family found his heart pounding and his face pale. Impossible. It's definitely impossible. Carving a chip with supersonic hands? That's outrageous. This is a psychological strategy. His hands might be really fast, but how can he make an authentic chip with nothing but his bare hands? He must be tricking me. No, I must calm down. I have crushed my opponent in every competition since the first one. Today shall be no exception. Right then, an ear-splitting warning broke out from the furnace behind him. Mo Tianxue quickly turned around and gasped. On the control menu, several figures had turned deep red, and one of them had even gone black. Not good. The batch of components that he had refined for last 15 minutes had been wasted. Mo Tianxue gnashed his teeth so hard that he almost crushed them. Li Yao's hands were trembling at the top speed, while they zigzagged and bounced at a supersonic speed within the tiny distance, driving the 7 cutters of mystic rays to leave clear spiritual energy circuits on the chip. 20 minutes later, the last line was completed. He suddenly felt his head was dizzy and almost fell over. His hands resumed absolute stillness instantly, but they were suddenly enveloped by burning flames. Due to the friction with the air, his hands had been heated to a very high temperature, and they were on fire like a falling star that had breached into the atmosphere. Li Yao took a breath in relief. There was more easiness than exhaustion on his face. Even without the protection of spiritual energy, the pain of his hands being burnt was less than 1/10 the suffering from being bitten by purple ring sword ants. He simply let his hands burn, while he stood up and stretched his arms, before he walked to a corner of his workshop slowly. In the corner, there was a metal bucket that was filled with bright green nutrition liquids. Since the high-intensity refining work was 6 hours long, it was expected that the refiners took a moment of rest every once in a while and nourished their hands with the nutrition liquids. Li Yao stabbed his burning hands into the nutrition liquids. The flames were immediately put out. Centered around his hands, 2 swirls appeared in the nutrition liquids and span quickly. Half a minute later, Liao withdrew his hands. The height of the nutrition liquids dropped by 1/3. Almost 1/3 of the nutrition liquids have been devoured by Liao's hands. His hands are like 2 hungry animals. The host's voice was somewhat coarse. After witnessing so many unbelievable scenes, he had lost the strength to shout and scream. The procedures after carving the spiritual energy circuits were much easier. Liao crumbled purple soda leaves and phoenix tail willows into powder and mixed them with railflower water at a certain ratio. After they were fully blended, he dripped the solution on the chip, which was still burning hot, in order to ensure the robustness of the spiritual energy circuits. In the end, he encapsulated the chip with grand heavenly copper and baked them in the fire of 355 degrees for 17 minutes. And everything was done. 20 minutes later, the prolonged match of 6 hours finally came to an end. When the 2 refiners walked out of their workshops with their marvelous weapons, the air inside the field was rattling like the sound of cloth being torn apart. Liao was carrying a battle saber packed in gray linen on his back. Coldly shining saw teeth that looked like the tusks of a fearsome animal were on both the back of the saber and its edge. On the body, zigzagging crimson traces seemed to be dragons lurking in an abyss that were about to break free from their shackles and soar to the sky. The blade was named Blood Dragon Tooth. It was 1.3 meters long and weighed 72.5 kilograms. It could deal a lot of damage with both vibration of the edge and the revolution of the sawtooth. The dragon-like blood stripes on the body of the saber had been stamped through the blood baptism technique with 10 drops of blood from Liao's fingertips to strengthen the connection between him and the weapon. The destination of the blood stripes was his manually made control chip. Mo Tianxue deserved to be the heir of a major sword-forging family. Although awed by Liao's senseless show briefly, he resumed his calmness very soon after. Walking out of his workshop, antique and tranquil, he looked again like a statue that had just been unearthed. Inside his arms was a vintage long sword enshrouded by green silk. Although it was delicately shaped and the rune arrays on it were quite sophisticated, there was no edge on the sword, nor were there any signs of sawtooth. At first glance, it was just an iron stick that somebody made carelessly. The sword was named Edgeless. It was 1.51 meters long and weighed 71.44 kilograms. According to Mo Tianxue himself, it was a special model that belonged to the family of chainswords. The 2 refiners' eyes collided in the air as if a blade and a saber had crashed. Many regular spectators whose metal power was relatively weak were all hearing clangs and seeing sparks. At this moment, any words would be redundant. Even the host, who had kept talking since the beginning, turned quiet while he watched the staff to bring the 2 pieces of magical equipment into the examination room. The honeycomb-type refining center, where tens of thousands of people were seated, was now dead silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of racing hearts. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the giant light beam that gradually descended from the ceiling. The light beam rippled as if it could not withstand so many enthusiastic eyes. Some spectators who were less impatient were cursing in a low voice. The examination of the elimination matches was extremely cruel. The blades of the 2 players would be engaged in head-on confrontations. Inside the examination room, their blades would be placed on special attack rune arrays which would transmit the same amount of spiritual energy to them and drive them to attack each other. Each collision would be 1 round. After each round, the spiritual energy inputted would be doubled, until one of the 2 blades was slashed apart or blown to pieces. In the first round, 1 standard unit of spiritual energy would be sent in. It equaled to the spiritual energy that a cultivator in the beginning level of the refinement stage could unleash when they were fully burning their soul. The second round would be 2 standard units. The third round, 4. After several rounds, the spiritual energy transmitted into the blades would reach a shocking extent, and the damage that the blades dealt would be devastating too. As the examination proceeded, one of the 2 blades would give in sooner than the other. It either exploded because of spiritual energy overflow or was shattered by the hostile blade. It was the cruelest confrontation between refiners. Blood Dragon Tooth. versus edgeless. The examination began. All the spectators inside the field, the experienced refiners in the VIP room, the volunteers from the two supreme universities, including Xianxia in the relaxation room, everyone held their breath. Inside the spacious examination room, at two ends of a diagonal line, 20 meters away from each other, two large-scale attack rune arrays more than 1 meter in diameter and as complicated as a maze had been deployed. The two rune arrays stored the fighting will and the moves of many experts. After the blades were put on them and sufficient spiritual energy was sent in, they would attack each other automatically. Two rune arrays were now lit up, one green and one red. Edgeless and Blood Dragon Tooth floated above the rune arrays, the auras on them fluctuating. After a buzz, the two rune arrays glittered at the same time. Dazzling spiritual energy spurted out from every rune and congregated into a raging spiritual wave that swallowed the two marvelous weapons. In the first round, one standard unit of spiritual energy had been inputted. Motivated by the surging spiritual energy, Liao's Blood Dragon Tooth started vibrating at a high frequency. The sawteeth revolved on the back and the edge of the saber vibrated crazily, producing blood-freezing noises. Mo Tianshui's edgeless suddenly glittered, too. Flames of brightness dashed out from the inside of the sword and adorned it with a quickly spinning sawtooth made of mystic rays. Swoosh! Swoosh! Driven by the attack rune arrays, the saber and the sword turned into two streaks of brightness and crashed into each other brutally. Boom! A visible blast spread out from the center of collision into thousands of waves, which then formed what seemed to be transparent feathers and fell off. The two marvelous weapons returned to their respective corner, utterly undamaged. They were roaring wildly like two ferocious animals that had been irritated. They seemed to be bellowing, "Not enough. Gimme more spiritual energy." The second round, two standard units of spiritual energy were sent in. With double spiritual energy, the two blades were much more appalling than before. Crimson auras were raging around Blood Dragon Tooth. The dragon-like blood stripes on the body of the saber were on a rampage, too, as if they were breaking free. Edgeless was surrounded by green fire. The air near it was compressed to the absolute minimum. A tornado seemed to be savaging inside the examination room. Two surging waves crashed into each other, head to head. The noises they raised seemed to be enough to knock over the entire field. The third round, for standard units of spiritual energy were sent in. It was not until the fifth round, when 16 standard units of spiritual energy were inputted, that the first dents on the two blades appeared almost at the same time. The host was immediately refreshed. Blood Dragon Tooth and Edgeless are both taking damage. Their spiritual energy circulation is not as fluent now either. It seems that they are reaching their limits. Master Dustless, which side do you think will win eventually? It's hard to say. Mo Tianshui's Edgeless is very creative and not hamstrung by any dogma. But the design was improvised based on his original design because Liao took away his crucial materials. There are bound to be a lot of shortcomings and deficiencies. Look, the sawtooth made of mystic rays is showing early signs of collapse already. Meanwhile, Liao's Blood Dragon Tooth is based on his long-prepared design. This framework is much more stable. The two forms of damage from revolution and vibration have increased the destructiveness of the blade by multiple times. But he too has a fatal problem. Will the Iron Knight 2 control chip, which he made with his bare hands just now, keep stable after so many insane collisions while being stimulated by more than 16 standard units of spiritual energy? If the control chip loses control, the two spiritual energy circuits inside the blade will start conflicting. The blade will break down by itself. Therefore, the key to the confrontation is the Iron Knight 2 control chip. If the chip is stable, Edgeless will lose soul. If the chip breaks apart, Blood Dragon Tooth will shed blood. Hardly had Master Dustless finished his comment when the two weapons that had been injected with 64 standard units of spiritual energy collided heavily for the 7th time. A weird thing happened. The tremendous momentum did not raise any sound. The saber and the sword were stuck to each other as if they were attracted by something invisible. The host exclaimed, "Oh! Spiritual entanglement." Spiritual entanglement was not an unusual phenomenon during the confrontation of magical equipment. The immense spiritual energy triggered by two pieces of magical equipment sometimes would be attracted and melted, thereby forming an enormous force field of spiritual energy. In such cases, the confrontation would be entirely dependent on the strength of the blades. Tricks wouldn't matter at all. They would not part again until one of them was broken or battered. The winner would be revealed in several seconds. Liao and Mo Tianshui clenched their fists at the same time. The auras surrounding Blood Dragon Tooth and Edgeless diminished compared to a moment earlier, but the intimidating strength unleashed from the inside of the magical equipment was soaring exponentially. The auras from the saber attacked those from the sword, and the sawtooth of the sword bit that of the saber. Two ferocious animals bit into each other's throat at the same time and couldn't let it go at all. They could only try to keep on mauling each other until one of them died. Crack, crack. Cracks that looked like spider nets appeared on the saber and the sword and quickly spread out. But the cracks on Blood Dragon Tooth approached the control chip faster. Bow! Under the attack of the cracks, the control chip suddenly glowed before it exploded. Blood Dragon Tool finally couldn't bear it any longer and broke down into thousands of pieces. Master Dustless's prophecy has come true. Blood Dragon Tooth's control chip was seriously affected and lost the ability to coordinate the two spiritual energy circulations, which ended up attacking each other. Edgeless took the opportunity and blew up Blood Dragon Tooth. Ha! Mo Tianshui, who had always been as calm as dry wood, suddenly turned into someone else. He grinned, his every tooth shining. Ecstasy that solely belonged to young men beamed out of his face, while he jumped high like a monkey and waved his fist in the air. Inside the VIP room, many experts from the Mo family were dazed. Were their eyes deceiving him? Was this guy the Mo Tianshui who they were familiar with? It was well known that Mo Tianshui had never smiled after a victory ever since he was 12. For him, victories were as abundant as air. What was there to be excited about when breathing air? Blood Dragon Tooth exploded? The spectators were in chaos. Some were shouting. However, in the very next second, while Mo Tianshui's exultant smile was still spreading on his face, 12 dazzling lightings burst out, one after another, in the center of the thousands of pieces that used to be Blood Dragon Tooth. Amid rumbling noises, the hundreds of electric arcs blossomed and connected all the pieces of Blood Dragon Tooth into a saber of lighting more than 3 meters long. It was as if Edgeless had helped Blood Dragon Tooth break its seal. This was the true form of Blood Dragon Tooth. Lightning was crackling. Scraps were flying. Every piece of the saber was like a sharp tooth, which was revolving fast and swallowing Edgeless, as if a ferocious animal made of electric arcs had opened its bloody mouth. Edgeless had been improvised and refined in a hurry in the first place. Its internal structure was not stable. Breaking the first form of Blood Dragon Tooth was already the best it could do. Right now, it had tiny damages inside and out, and was unable to bear the ruthless tearing of the electric arcs and the scraps. Blood Dragon was gloating. Edgeless was screaming before it broke apart a moment later. That was not the end of it. Edgeless thousands of pieces were captured by the raging electric arcs as well and became part of Blood Dragon Tooth. It appeared that the sword had been devoured from skin to bones. After absorbing Edgeless pieces, Blood Dragon Tooth quickly expanded to more than 5 meters long. Electric arcs were coiled around it. Scraps from the two blades gathered into an iron tide and crashed into the wall of the examination room brutally. Boom! The transparent wall made of super-hard crystals and engraved with multiple defense rune arrays was added with a deep, terrifying trace by the attack. After an ear-splitting sound, thousands of cracks spread across the entire wall. This attack apparently drained Blood Dragon Tooth. 1 second later, the lightning and the force field both perished. Thousands of pieces fell down to the ground. The examination room fell into darkness, as if nothing had happened. But the remaining particles of spiritual energy in the air were still glimmering like fireflies, telling of the shocking turn of events just a moment earlier. The hearts of all the audience almost stopped beating. They were truly stunned by the final attack. Inside the VIP room, Refiners from the Mo family fell into their seats helplessly. Refiners from the Huangpu family, when realizing that Huangpu Xiaoya would most likely be faced with the creator of such an unparalleled deadly saber in a few days, narrowed their eyes. The college students from the two supreme universities in the relaxation room both exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaonan even jumped to her feet excitedly. Master Li Yao won. Yes, although Li Yao's weapon collapsed only 3 seconds after Mo Tianshui's weapon did, the time was more than enough for a cultivator to do many things. In a real battle, the cultivator who carried Blood Dragon Tooth would be able to slay their enemy 10 times in the 3 seconds. Besides, after taking in edgeless pieces, the critical strike of Blood Dragon Tooth was too formidable. 10 times was unnecessary. One attack should be enough to obliterate the enemy. The host completely lost his calmness and started yelling. What an unexpected outcome! Although something was wrong with Li Yao's handmade chip, he seemed to have foreseen the situation earlier and modified his saber profoundly. The winner of this match is Li Yao, whose Blood Dragon Tooth has consumed Mo Tianshui's edgeless. The sunny smile was frozen on Mo Tianshui's face. There was not a replacement. He couldn't remember a suitable expression to wear upon meeting failure at all. His lips were still curled, but there was a plethora of emotions in his eyes: shock, shame, resent, confusion, and frustration, which made his face extremely weird. His lips trembling for a long time, Mo Tianshui finally regained the ability to speak. He gnashed his teeth. It was within your expectations that your saber would shatter? Correct. Reviewing and analyzing a competition was an excellent way of communication. Li Yao didn't mind sharing his experience with Mo Tianshui, the talented genius from a noble family. He quickly sorted through his thoughts and explained it carefully to him. Although I tried several times in the great illusionary land, this is the first time I've made a chip with my bare hands in reality. Iron Knight 2 control chip is too complicated for me. Therefore, what I carved was actually an Iron Knight eye that is relatively simpler. But even so, a manually made chip definitely cannot compare to the chips made by magical equipment in regards of stability and resistance. Faced with such an expert like you, it's almost a sure thing that the competition would last 5 or even more rounds. When dozens of standard units of spiritual energy were poured into the blade, my manually made chip was bound to break down. But it was impossible for me to abandon the control chip and switch to a whole different design in the beginning, because all the materials I chose were based on my original scheme. I was more dependent on the crucial materials than you were. The unexpected change of rules were much less in my favor. No matter how I changed my design, many materials I selected would be wasted. Therefore, I made up my mind to carve a chip that would be relatively unstable and adjusted my design by adding another gadget that I've been thinking about for a long time. It was a gamble. And you won it. Mo Tianshui's eyes were crimson. The frustration of failure gradually disappeared from his face, replaced by infinite enthusiasm about magical equipment. A refiner could lose or die, but they must know the reason of their failure. He took a long breath and drove away the last bit of his exasperation. The sense of failure just now had been shattered by him. He then asked earnestly, "You were wagering on the second form of Blood Dragon Tooth?" "Yes." Li Yao nodded and said, "The Blood Dragon Tooth I refined has 2 forms, the regular form and the critical strike form, which was automatically triggered when the blade was sabotaged to the point of destruction. In the critical strike form, thousands of electric arcs are unleashed from the inside of Blood Dragon Tooth. All the scraps are restricted, and the damage of the blade is 3 times higher than in the normal form. Besides, when Blood Dragon Tooth is in the critical strike form and tears the enemy's weapon apart, it can devour the pieces of the hostile weapon and further increase its damage to over 5 times its original. But as you saw, the critical strike form can only last for 3 seconds at best. It is like the final roars of a deadly animal when it's fully burning its vitality before its death." Mo Tianshui closed his eyes and pondered for a while. He mumbled, "An enemy unfamiliar with the weapon would definitely be relaxed briefly when they break your saber apart. But they won't know that Blood Dragon Tooth is at its strongest when it is broken. By tearing their weapons, its strength can be even further improved. With such an unparalleled saber, you might be able to kill an enemy who is twice as strong as you with its critical strike. I admit my failure today. Fellow cultivator Lee's strategies are indeed incredible. You have my admiration. However, there is something that is still baffling me. What's the mechanism of the critical strike form? Could fellow cultivator Lee explain it to me roughly, if it is not related to anything confidential? Liao smiled and said, I can only say that the core of the electromagnetic force field is the 12-chain thunder runes. Mo Tianxue was dazed for a moment. He was deep in thought. A moment later, his eyes were shining as he asked, Are you referring to the hypothesis of Fiend Star, the master of classical refining theories who has become quite popular on the spiritual nexus recently? Yes, Liao explained. Master Fiend Star proposed that the 12-chain thunder runes could be applied to modern magical equipment, which has raised quite an intense debate on the spiritual nexus. I've been following the topic. Most people despised Master Fiend Star's idea and thought that it was totally impractical. Yes, from the viewpoint of today, the 12-chain thunder runes are quite primitive and obsolete in regard to their spiritual energy model. Such ancient runes' transformation of spiritual energy has a very low efficiency. The enhancement they provide is poor. Not to mention that they are also very unstable and can only last several seconds. It is utterly unsuitable to work as a steady, persistent attack unit of magical equipment. There are dozens of rune arrays of the Thunder class in the modern cultivation world that can replace the 12-chain thunder runes perfectly and deal equal damage. Therefore, most people thought that Master Fiend Star's theory was unrealistic. But they were all wrong. The greatest value of the 12-chain thunder runes is not entailed in its attacks. Despite the primitiveness and unstableness of the runes, they have a very special feature. When the 12-chain thunder runes are triggered, a lot of spiritual energy of the Thunder class will escape because of the deficiencies of the spiritual energy model. The spiritual energy will then generate an electromagnetic force field whose form can be shaped at will. With a few preset telepathic thoughts, the force field can be modified into whatever shape a cultivator desires. For example, I built the force field into the form of a saber. The electromagnetic force field in the form of a saber mixed with abundant metal scraps bursting out all the energy within several seconds. That is the critical strike form of Blood Dragon Tooth. And that is how the 12-chain thunder runes should be properly used. Mo Tianxue's face color changed. You agree with Fiend Star's theories? Liao replied in a smile. Yes, Master Fiend Star's theories have given me a lot of inspiration. I am an admirer of Master Fiend Star and agree with all his theories. I will try my best to put his theories into practice in the future. 2. Hearing that, everyone present began whispering again. Many in audience were uttering meaningless sounds to let out of their extreme shock. Some of the audience, on the other hand, were confused. They asked their friends, "Who is Fiend Star?" They immediately sensed contempt from nearby spectators. Although Fiend Star's classical refining theories had been quite a hit on the spiritual nexus and attracted the attention of many refiners, most of the discussions had been contained to the theoretical level. Nobody thought that they could be put into practice. However, Liao had applied one of Fiend Star's theories into a real battle in such a professional match and proved it to be brilliant. Within the next minute, the queries for Fiend Star on the few main search engines on the spiritual nexus increased by dozens of times. It was an outcome that Liao had hoped to achieve. He had put a lot of thought into it and decided to keep using the alias of Fiend Star, specialist in classical refining theories. The capability that he'd been demonstrating recently only confirmed that he was a competent practical refiner. Even if he were to join one of the 3 main crystal suit centers, he would most likely be engaged in the real, hands-on refining work. He probably wouldn't be invited to the conferences themed with the cutting-edge theories. After all, his supersonic hands that carved a chip without any aid were not papers that could be read in a pure academic meeting. But as long as the popularity of Fiend Star grew until it was acknowledged by everyone to be a master in classical refining theories, he would be able to participate in the discussions about the most advanced theories of refining. Moreover, His methods of refining had obvious traces of the ancient techniques. It was quite possible that somebody would link him to Fiend Star. It was a better idea to disguise it first before anybody found out the truth. Hearing his declaration, people would think of him as a worshipper of Fiend Star. Then there would be nothing odd about his methods of refining being mixed with ancient techniques. Skyhill Sword Seminar was the best opportunity to increase the popularity of Fiend Star. Was there any time better than right now to brag about himself? Mo Tianxue seemed to have found a treasure. His face was beaming with excitement as he said, "I've read Fiend Star's theories before, too, but I thought that they were too invalid and impractical. I didn't know that it was because I was too short-sighted to notice the delicacies of his theories. It seems that I need to study Master Fiend Star's theories deeper in the future. I hope I can have another match with fellow cultivator Li someday. I very much look forward to it," said Liao sincerely. Mo Tianxue was indeed a super expert. Liao was uncertain that he could defeat him again in a match with different rules. Such high-level competition would be of great help to improve the cultivation of both parties no matter which side won. Mo Tianxue hesitated for a moment, but he still failed to contain his curiosity and asked, somewhat embarrassedly, "Fellow cultivator Li, if you don't mind me asking, can you tell me how you trained your hands to achieve such a lightning-like speed?" Liao thought for a moment. Xianxia had seen his training with purple ring sword ants previously. Right now, he had exposed his true capability, and Xianxia was likely to tell her friends now that it was unnecessary to keep it a secret. Besides, such a training method was not anything confidential. It was recorded in many notes from ancient times. Anyone determined enough could practice it in the first place. Figuring everything out, Liao did not intend to keep it to himself anymore. He said seriously, "Have you ever seen purple ring sword ants at 4 o'clock in the morning?" Mo Tianxue was dazed, not having the slightest clue what the question was about. Liao explained, 4 o'clock in the morning is the period belonging to the tigers according to the ancient cultivators. It is the time when day and night shift. It is also the darkest moment before dawn. Moreover, it is the best time of rest for purple ring sword ants. If you wake up them, the purple ring sword ants become infuriated into the most rampant state. They become crazy like the most aggressive tigers. If you train with the purple ring sword ants at 4 o'clock in the morning day after day, your hand speed will surely improve significantly. Liao's words raised chaos in many refiners' minds. Increasing the perception and the speed of one's hands with the purple ring sword ants was an ancient secret art that many refiners knew about. But most people scorned it and took it as the jibber-jabber of insane cultivators. It had never occurred to them that the method was a real thing. For a moment, many of them felt that their blood was freezing. They all knew how painful it was to be bitten by the purple ring sword ants. And yet this guy chose 4 o'clock in the morning, when the ants were most furious and brutal, to do his training? This was truly one mad monster. No wonder his hands had broken the sonic barrier despite merely being at the building foundation stage. In the auditorium, Tu Yongqing's face was partly red and partly pale. He had been quite unlucky this year. He had come across a strong enemy in the second round and was eliminated from the game in 101st place. Therefore, he could do nothing but watch as a spectator. He remembered that, a few days ago in the sword-tasting get-together, he had slated purple ring sword ant training in public. Ashamed, he was thinking of digging a hole right now so that he could hide himself. With thousands of pairs of dumbfounded eyes fixed on him, Liao left the field through the teleportation array. He was fatigued. Carving a chip with his bare hands had consumed too much of his energy and soul power. Right now, his hands felt like they were on fire, and yet there was a sense of numbness as if they did not belong to him. He needed to find a place to train and recover them immediately. At the other end of the teleportation array, in a spacious hall, somebody was waiting for him. It was Huangpu Xiaoya, another talented heir from a noble family of refining. In the second round of competition, the total damage of the 3 pieces of magical equipment that she had refined was even higher than that of Liao's works and Mo Tianxue's. She ranked first currently. Huangpu Xiaoya did not hide her aggressiveness at all. The electric arcs inside her eyes were shining 10 times more brightly when she saw Liao was coming. Her hands had been surrounded by lightning since she didn't know when, which were spluttering and breaking her skin apart. Before the blood flowed out, it was already vaporized into scarlet mist by the lightning. Liao was quite familiar with the phenomenon. It was not because she wasn't in control of her hands, but because her hands were too desperate for a real fight. Huangpu Xiaoya snapped her fingers. Electric arcs were dancing on her fingertips. They tied up a finely made jade bottle and sent it to Liao. This is the special hand-nourishing liquid of the Huangpu family that contains 136 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Every drop was made by experts in my family slowly over several years. Your hands must have suffered heavy injuries from the supersonic movements just now. They may look fine on the outside, but tiny damage must be all over your veins, nerves, and bones now. You won't be able to completely recover them in another 5 days. Your hand speed will drop by 5%. Our Huangpu family is best known for the marvelous nourishing liquid we make. This bottle of liquid should be able to accelerate the healing of your wounds and recover your hand speed to 100% of its original or even higher within 3 days. Liao was dazed for a moment. He took the bottle without any hesitation and put on a big smile. Many thanks. Her eyes absolutely still, Huangpu Xiaoya gazed at his hands, as if they were a piece of great artwork, and as if she was going to gobble up his hands in one mouthful. She replied, "There is no need. You should know what I want. I don't want any regrets in my victory. That's all. Try and get yourself well. I'm looking forward to competing with you in your best state." When Liao walked out of his personal chamber, the hundreds of reporters waiting outside went crazy. Countless camera flashes were blinking. Hundreds of questions flooded at him like a boiling tide. Contestant Liao, you've risen to fame after one battle today by defeating the talented heir of the Mo family. Contestant Liao, can you tell us more about your life? I'm told that you've been under the tutelage of a strange master before. Who was he exactly? Was he really the sole successor of a school from hundreds of years ago? Contestant Liao, you said yourself that your training was based on the purple ring sword dance. As far as I know, such a way of training can be really cruel and excruciating. How did you manage to withstand that unbearable pain? Liao frowned. He had no opinions about reporters. But now that he had abruptly become famous from an unknown, somebody was definitely going to investigate him. It might be better to spread some of his stories first right now. Moreover, Liao thought of something. He smiled and said, "My time is limited, and I have to continue my training when I'm back. Therefore, I will answer one of your questions. I was roaming, struggling, and training in various relics of ancient battlegrounds in the edge of the Sea of Stars when I was young. It wasn't the most pleasant experience, and I really don't want to talk much about it. It was not until I joined the Great Horn Exo Society that I was completely changed and made a real breakthrough. The days I spent in the Great Horn Exo Society were the happiest time for me in this world. I will never forget the event of the entire Great Horn Exo Society fighting side by side against the space swirl caused by a true fusion. I believe that few people here have ever observed a true fusion at a close distance, much less struggling in the surging tides it raises. Have you? It was like 10,000 suns exploding in front of your eyes simultaneously. The torrent of light and heat completely melted your cells and your soul. After enduring that kind of pain, no pain is insufferable. We were lucky enough to survive the catastrophe. The silver lining for me was that I was enlightened through the true fusion and experienced a major breakthrough. It was the best explanation that Liao could think of for his capability. Few cultivators had ever gotten in touch with a true fusion. It was impossible for the reporters to check what kind of experience it was. Besides, it was quite usual for a cultivator to have a major breakthrough when they were on the brink of doom. Smiling, Liao left the center of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar before the reporters pursued further. Other elimination matches were held in the following couple of days. They were arranged with a long gap between each other for the convenience of better communication. Therefore, Liao finally had the time to take a moment of rest. When he was not training, he sometimes logged in to the world of crystal suits under the name of Fiend Star. Hardly had he entered the question and answer zone when hundreds of invitations bombarded his face. After he'd adulated Fiend Star in front of thousands of people in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, Fiend Star's popularity had soared. Those who were willing to discuss with him were of a higher level, too. Most of them were professionals in the circle of refiners now. The question he was mostly invited to was, what reviews are there on the competition between Li Yao and Mo Tianxue in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar? Some people were even sending private messages to him, asking him whether or not he knew Li Yao and his background. Li Yao secretly chuckled. He considered for a while and left a comment as Fiend Star. I've never heard of the name Li Yao before, but after studying the match of him versus Mo Tianxue, I was reminded of a certain someone from his methods and style. Many years ago, when I was exploring a small ancient battleground at the edge of Silver Frost Space Zone, I came across a strange guy who only had a left hand. We got eyes on the same scrap, and we were engaged in a competition in the arts of refining. Although the guy was only one-armed, I experienced a brutal failure that was far beyond my expectations. At that time, I was already quite confident in my skills of refining. In great shock, I naturally asked who the guy was. But the guy said nothing. He took away the scrap and disappeared in the stone belt. I haven't seen him again ever since. At that time, he was already wrinkled and gray-haired. I assumed that he was quite old at that time. 200 to 300 years old, maybe. Today, I seem to have found traces of my old acquaintance in Li Yao, and I can't help but recall the past. After writing the intriguing little story, Li Yao logged off delightedly. Everything he had said was purely imaginary and utterly unfalsifiable. He wouldn't be bothered by whatever people made out of it. In such a way, his identity and the origin of his skills would be more valid. Instead of following the riot that Fiend Star's last comment raised on the spiritual nexus, Li Yao was devoted to training and preparing himself for the competition of the next round, until he was notified of a message that made his eyes beam with joy. It was a congratulatory message from the Great Horn Exo Society. Li Yao, you are a monster. I knew that you were better than what you'd been showing us, but I never thought that you would be that good. Even the true heir of the Mo family was sliced apart by you. In the middle of the light beam, Lei Dalu was as messy and insouciant as the old days. He laughed carefreely. We were cruising through a very dangerous stone belt a few days ago, and couldn't receive any signal from the spiritual nexus. Everybody was shocked when we watched the video this morning. We didn't bring the young boys of the Tiger Killer camp for this mission. They are locked in a secret training camp in the Thousand Sails Space Zone for concentrated special training. However, seeing that you were so awesome, I still asked the manager of the camp to play the video for them. They all went crazy. Here, just watch their reactions. The picture blinked and turned into a montage. A pack of vigorous young men, who had zits all over their faces, were yelling toward the camera inside a somewhat outdated training room. Brother Li Yao, you are so incredible. Brother Yao, you are the greatest idol of everyone in the Tiger Killer camp. Li Yao from the Li family. That's so cool. Allow me to be your lackey. Zhao Nuo, captain of the Tiger Killer camp, was also dancing and talking excitedly. Top 16 is not good enough. Now that Mo Tianxue has been defeated, Huangpu Xiaoya will be the next in line. Brother Yao, hurry up and crush her with your passionate charisma and nimble hands. We're all backing you. Yes, we're backing you. You are the legend of the Great Horn Exo Society, bellowed a hot-blooded young man. Li Yao was calm when thousands of spectators cheered for him inside the match field, and his face remained unchanged when countless people admired him and called him a genius on the spiritual nexus. But he couldn't help but smile when he watched and listened to the desperately shouting young people who had fought side by side with him against the True Fusion and the Space Swirl. These guys! Li Yao chuckled after he watched the video. Then he said, Captain, please tell the boys of the Tiger Killer camp that, when everything is done after the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, I will give every one of them a piece of melee magical equipment refined by myself. I can't be their brother Yao without offering them anything in return. Lei Dalu whistled and replied, clicking his tongue. You are truly a lavish one. As the new expert on sabers in the circle of refiners, Countless saber wielders are hoping to purchase your masterpieces at whatever cost. How wasteful it will be to build weapons for those boys who don't know the first thing about fighting. Why don't you refine a weapon for me if you insist? Refiners enjoyed a high social position in the world of cultivators because the ultimate magical equipment they created could significantly improve the combat ability of the battle-type cultivators. Li Yao's saber refining skills might still be too shabby for core formation stage cultivators. But for cultivators at the refinement stage and the building foundation stage, he was definitely somebody worth pleasing and making friends with. In the world of cultivators, building foundation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators were much fewer after all, while refinement and building foundation stage cultivators were the mainstream, who made up more than 99% of all cultivators. Considering the formidableness of the sabers Li Yao crafted, he could be a guest of whatever sect or family wherever he went in the Flying Star sector. Li Yao smiled and said, "My techniques are not good enough for core formation stage cultivators yet, so I will build weapons for the Tiger Killer camp first. Wait until I train myself in the 3 main crystal suit centers for a year and a half. By that time, I will certainly refine new magical equipment for every one of you, including Captain." Lei Dalu had mixed feelings. "Li Yao, you are truly the bringer of fortune for the Great Horn Exo Society. Did you know that the searches for the Great Horn Exo Society increased by hundreds of times on the spiritual nexus the day you mentioned your relationship with the Great Horn Exo Society? We even made it into the weekly trending topics. Right now, we are a well-acknowledged group in the circle of Exos. Many sects and star fortresses have expressed their interest in cooperating with us. A lot of strong guys are also handing in their applications, hoping to join us. Over the past 10 years, I have been trying to make the Great Horn Exo Society larger and stronger so that we can rescue more victims of the space pirates. But you also knew how we brawny yet brainless barbarians used to run the Great Horn Exo Society. Without the hard work of Bai Kaisin, I'm afraid we would have starved a long time ago. This time, thanks to you, we are literally known by everyone in the world. The day of our rising is coming near." Lei Dalu plucked his beard and laughed very in satisfaction. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, "Captain, I've read some news on the spiritual nexus and heard word on the street. It is said the Fengyu Zhong has issued tremendous bounties. Undercurrents are surging on Spider Den. Did you know?" "No worries." Lei Dalu grinned, somewhat scarily. "It is not simple as it appears to be. This particular mission that Great Horn Exo Society is carrying out was not selected randomly, either. If Fengyu Zhong doesn't come, then it's fine. But if he does, Li Yao quickly thought everything through. He remembered that the Great Horn Exo Society had received a lot of donations the moment it arrived in the Thousand Sail Space Zone, and that Goldhorn had been given priority when it was sent to a dock for modification and upgrades. He immediately understood what was going on. It appeared that the cultivators of the Flying Star sector were not as inert as he had imagined. Fengyu Zhong was a brutal bandit who countless organizations couldn't wait to kill. However, his traces had been a secret over the past 10 years. Except for Spider Den, the base for all the space pirates, nobody knew where he would show up. The experts wouldn't know where to chop off his head even if they were summoned together. But this time, it was a great opportunity to hunt him down while he was hunting somebody else. Maybe, when Fengyu Zhong marched toward the Great Horn Exo Society ruthlessly, he would find out in bewilderment that he had fallen into a deadly trap. Lei Dalu said, "The bottom line is, keep it up in your match. Everything is smooth in the Great Horn Exo Society. It is you who should be more carefully." Fengyu Zhong declared quite angrily that he wanted each and every member of the Great Horn Exo Society dead. "You were just a regular member of Great Horn, and you are barely affiliated to it now. Also, you are in the Thousand Sail Space Zone, the camp for all Exos. Therefore, I wasn't worried about you before. But right now, you've risen to fame suddenly and highlighted your relationship with Great Horn in front of so many reporters. I'm afraid that even a dog on Spider Den knows your name now. On Spider Den, except for common space pirates, there is also a mysterious organization named Black Spider Tower, which is in charge of intelligence, espionage, infiltration, and assassination. The department in charge of assassinations is known as Spider's Thorn. It is a blood-freezing name for all cultivators. In their most violent days, these assassins even dared to sneak into the headquarters of a sect and assassinate the key persons such as elders. Even if you are confident in your own capability, I suggest you hire a few bodyguards. With your identity as a master of saber refining, I'm sure that, if the saber experts who are willing to be your bodyguards line up in Thousand Sail Space Zone, the last of them will end up in Heavenly Saints City. Liao felt warm. Although he had other plans, he nodded his head quickly. All right, safety always comes first. I will hire a few bodyguards. While they were talking, the light beam suddenly turned fuzzy, with waves and flakes surging out, before it went completely blank. 3 seconds later, the communication was cut off. The Great Horn Exo Society's current mission had brought them to more than 10 space zones away. The communication between them and Liao had been established via the dense spiritual towers throughout space. However, the spiritual towers floating in the sea of stars were prone to the scourge of meteoroids, cosmic dust, space storms, and spiritual tides due to the lack of protection from an atmosphere. The spiritual nexus they constituted could be very unstable. It was especially so when a starship was cruising past some stone belts or world fragments. An intermittent spiritual nexus was nothing new. Liao turned off the connection and planned to retry in several minutes. Right then, somebody knocked on his door softly. From the monitor, Liao could see that it was a greasily haired, middle-aged, fat man in a delicate robe standing on his doorstep. He was wearing a sunny smile. His small eyes were narrowed together, which gave him an inexplicable charisma that seemed to be able to stop other people from turning down his request. The biggest feature of this guy's appearance was that it had no features. Despite Liao's amazing computational ability, Liao found himself forgetting what the man looked like when he moved his eyes away after gazing at him for 3 seconds. Liao thought of something. He quickly sorted his room for half a minute before he cleaned his clothes and opened the door. Master Liao, greetings. My name is Fei Ming. I'm from the Silver Heart School, said the fat, middle-aged man courteously. Liao blocked the door and said coldly, Your men already came yesterday. The 3 crystal suit centers have all provided contracts. I need to spend a few days weighing up my options. 7-colored brilliance was blinking in Fei Ming's eyes as he lowered his voice, as if a mosquito was flapping its wings. The offer yesterday was for the public. Does Master Liao not want to hear what extra benefits we can provide you with? Why don't we go inside and have a proper talk? Liao blinked, his pupils somewhat rigid. He mumbled to himself, Extra benefits? I suppose we can talk about that. After the two of them sat down, Fei Ming brought out an octagonal metal box from his pocket in the gentlest way. He then pushed the box to Liao, as he said in a mild voice as if feathers were kissing the ground, Master Liao, since your hands are so fast and you are so good at microcarving, you must be very interested in delicate magical equipment. This metal box is our present for you. Consider it a sign of friendship from the Silver Heart School. Delicate magical equipment? Brilliance of fascination beamed out of Liao's eyes. He touched a crimson rune on the top of the box. After a clicking sound, the box unfolded into a weird 8-trigram that was engraved with black and white helical spiritual stripes. A small euro rose up slowly from the center of the 8-trigram and spanned silently in midair. The edge of the euro was carved with the most beautiful spiritual stripes, whose mystical brightness was flashing in Liao's eyes. Liao seemed to have fallen asleep. His eyes were absolutely still, and his breath turned slow and stable. Fei Ming bent forward, his voice so low that it almost couldn't be heard. Master Liao, we have many other kinds of classic magical equipment, some that are so precise, it is simply impossible to dismantle them after they are assembled. For hundreds of years, none have ever cracked them successfully. However, this hotel is quite noisy. Why don't we move our conversation to a less disturbed place where we can enjoy and analyze them more slowly? What do you think? Of course. Liao swallowed. He stood up, holding the euro carefully in his hands. The air in the hallway was thick and sticky. Time seemed to have been frozen. A weird face suddenly appeared on the colorful carpet. It gazed at Liao and Fei Ming, who were stepping over it in silence. When the two of them disappeared in the emergence exit, the weird face said softly, "Plan went smoothly. Clean up the traces and fall back in half a minute. Every team." The weird face softly whistled. After a bow sound, something seemed to break. The hot and damp hallway resumed its usual wind and coolness immediately. The weird face smiled. It melted into the carpet and vanished. Liao was sitting inside a fully sealed limo shuttle, whose windows had been blocked by light beams to stop him from seeing the outside. The shuttle was running very steadily, to the extent that it felt stationary. Liao was studying the Euro wholeheartedly, with a satisfied and spellbound face. But his computational ability surged quietly like a tide at night as he analyzed the route of the shuttle from every slight sign of slope, turn, acceleration, and deceleration, before he overlapped the route with a 3D map of the Thousand Edges Mountain. He discovered that, although the shuttle was moving fast, it had been circling around. It seemed to have run for more than an hour, but it had returned to the building next to the hotel where he was staying. Liao recalled the building to be a gray, inconspicuous plaza of 7 floors. The shuttle stopped. 10 minutes later, the door of the shuttle was opened slowly, revealing an enclosed pathway made of soft, silver materials. At the end of the pathway was a gate in an ancient style. Liao sneered. If it were a pure refiner, they would have thought that they had been brought to 10,000 miles away and would have been baffled about where they were now. Fei Ming knocked on the gate 3 times. Then he bowed to Liao and said, "Master Liao, please." The gate was opened slowly. A faint scent of wood drifted into his nose. The room seemed to be a messy shop of antiques. On the lackluster closets, there was nothing but glittering artifacts, jadeware, and miscellaneous jewels. Liao's eyes didn't stop on any of the items, for his attention was attracted by the one nearby. Huangpu Xiaoya. It had apparently been much more troublesome to invite her here. There were bruises on her face and hands. Her clothes were untidy. Her eyes were bloodshot, from which electric sparks were bursting out. She seemed to have been shackled by a certain barrier. Seeing Liao show up, she was beaming with joy at first, but very soon, she was caught in deeper desperation. She opened her mouth and tried to speak, only to let out meaningless hissing sounds. Fei Ming said with a smile, "Master Liao, Miss Huangpu, please do wait patiently for a moment. The host will be here in no time." Barely had he finished his sentence when a middle-aged, somewhat tired man whose temples were gray-haired slowly walked out from behind a screen of bamboo. His face was nothing unusual, but his eyes were 10 times brighter than those of ordinary people. His hands were as dry as rotten root, and he had 6 fingers on his left hand. If anybody else had 6 fingers, the extra one would certainly be redundant and very weird. But this middle-aged man's left hand looked natural and perfect. It gave the impression that having 6 fingers was the norm, that it was not that he had 1 additional finger but that everybody else was short of a finger. Such a weird left hand made Liao's heart beat fast. When he looked at the man's face more carefully, lightning seemed to strike his head. Before Liao could open his mouth, Huangpu Xiaoya, whose barrier had been eliminated at some point, exclaimed in shock with a twisted face, as if she had seen the last person she expected to see in the world. "You are Uncle Shi." With a closer look, the man's face did share some similarities with that of Huangpu Xiaoya. Liao's pupils constricted violently. His face color changed as he cried, "Huangpu Shi one?" Huangpu Shi was an unavoidable figure in discussions about the most distinguished refiners of the past 30 years. He had been the most talented, the most hardworking, and the most arrogant genius refiner of his generation in the Huangpu family. In the Sky Hill Sword Seminar 29 years ago, Huangpu Shi had jumped out of nowhere and won the title of Sword Master effortlessly with unquestionable one-sided competitions. The Sky Hill Sword Seminar that year could almost be called his one-man show. The skills and techniques he showed to the world were all as impressive as Liao's, carving a chip with his bare hands, if not more. When Liao was searching for information about the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, he had seen videos of Huangpu Shi's arts of refining, which had left such a deep impression on him that even he found it hard to believe that such a genius could exist, although he had always considered himself to be sort of a genius. At that year, Huang Puxi hadn't even reached 30 yet. He was in the prime of his life. There was no telling whether it was out of arrogance or madness. But Huang Puxi was not satisfied after winning the title of Sword Master easily. He challenged the leader of the Mo family in front of thousands of spectators and all the seniors in the circle of refiners and claimed that he would defeat all the refiners of the Mo family within 10 years. The thing about noble families of refining is that there are too many of them. One is enough. That was what Huang Puxi had said during the ceremony. After that, he went through the harshest training in the craziest ways. Li Yao trained with purple ring sword ants to increase the speed and perception of his hands. But Huang Puxi had found a world fragment with abundant spiritual energy of the thunder class and trained himself in the thunderstorms. He had tried to attract the lightning to his hands to trigger the ultimate potential within them. But, alas, he was distracted due to an accident, and his hands were wasted. The best refiner of his generation suddenly turned into the biggest joke. He fell into the abyss of darkness for all eternity before he really rose. Later, it was said that he went to a space zone at the edge of the Flying Star sector to look for methods to treat his hands. During his journey, his starship was destroyed in a space storm and he was killed. The most brilliant star had shined and perished just like that. The only thing left was the story of an insane and arrogant genius. Li Yao and Huang Puxiaoya never expected that the legendary refiner, who should have been buried in the Sea of Stars 20 years ago, would appear in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar again and right in front of their faces. A lot of things had apparently happened to Huang Puxi. There was no arrogance nor insanity on his face at all. Like a gentle professor, he smiled and said, "Xiaoya, when I left for the million-star space zone, you had just been born. And now you are a grown woman who is qualified to participate in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, representing the Huang Pu family. I've studied the videos of your refining a lot. You are almost as good as I was at your age. Li Yao, my young friend. You, on the other hand, are the biggest surprise that I found in this Sky Hill Sword Seminar. Carving a chip with supersonic hands, enduring the pain unendurable for other cultivators, and training your hands with purple ring sword ants. Madness. That is pure madness. I see some of myself from the old days in you. You and I are the same type of person, and the same type of refiner." There was deep confusion on Li Yao's face, as he mumbled, "What is going?" In the middle of his sentence, the aura around Li Yao entirely changed within a moment. A moment earlier, he seemed to still be unclear of the situation. But now, he leapt forward like a leopard, with two explosive sounds under his feet. Every muscle on Li Yao's body was reduced to minimum. He turned into a streak of brightness and lunged at Huang Puxi like a battle saber unsheathed. In the meantime, dazzling brilliance appeared on his left arm and wreathed it, which turned out to be a thin and sharp blade, a paralyzed prude when quiet and a rabid rabbit when active. Li Yao attacked the enemy when he made up his mind without any hesitation, but Huang Puxi seemed to have expected his unannounced attack. His sunny smile was not affected at all. Weird waves spread out in front of Huang Puxi. The air seemed to become mud, which slowed down Li Yao's motion a little bit. Within the moment, two people, one fair and the other dark, appeared abruptly on Huang Puxi's two sides. On his left was a woman who was extremely slender. Her neck was twice the length of ordinary people's, and her skin was as dark as coal. On his right was a stout man whose skin was so fair that it was almost transparent. The two of them roared at the same time. They stood in Li Yao's way and blocked his fatal attack easily. Li Yao showed no expression, but his eyes were cold. Seeing that his attack had missed, he returned to a corner like a tornado. Then he juxtaposed his right middle finger and index finger and pointed them at his spiritual root on his forehead, while he mumbled spells in his mouth. Streams of brightness flowed out of his body and formed around him what appeared to be an armor. He was summoning his crystal suit. However, he was not fast enough. Before the crystal suit was fully extracted, the long-necked dark woman appeared in front of him and struck his abdomen with her long leg. Bam! The dark woman was wearing multiple iron rings on her legs, which appeared to be some kind of very aggressive magical equipment. Dazzling brightness surged from them and flooded into Li Yao's chest. Li Yao's eyes bulged wide. His spell was disrupted. The components that he had already extracted splashed and fell to the ground. They belonged to the 8-arm suit, created by the Silver Heart School with both combat and maintenance functions. Liao gagged and collapsed helplessly. The dark woman's killing intent soared like a volcanic eruption. She chuckled like a night owl, while a black, glittering blade ejected from her boot and slashed at Liao's neck amid ear-splitting noises. Liao was wearing the most terrified expression, but he couldn't react because his legs were no longer his. Seeing that the blade was about to cut open Liao's neck, Huang Puxi coughed slightly. There was amusement in the dark woman's eyes. The blade was retreated, and she simply kicked Liao in his chest. Liao screamed and rolled into the corner. From Liao jumping to attack to him being kicked into the corner, the entire process had lasted only 5 seconds. Huang Puxiaoya was almost dumbfounded to see what had happened. Her eyes stopped briefly at the dark woman and the fair man. Then she shouted again, her voice trembling, "Black Stone! White Dew! Are you not the most famous free exos in the Skydiver space zone, who were assassinated by Spider's Thorn 5 years ago?" The dark woman was not Black Stone. She was White Dew. The fair and stout man, on the other hand, was Black Stone. White Dew and Black Stone smiled and returned to Huang Puxi's side, waiting for orders solemnly and quietly. Liao was cramping and breathing like a bull. It was not until he took a rest on his knees and spat a mouthful of blood that he glared at Huang Puxi and asked coarsely, "When did you find out that I was not hypnotized?" "I knew since the very beginning that you wouldn't be hypnotized." Huang Puxi smiled. "If you made a major breakthrough in the true fusion and the space swirl, your mental power must be tremendously strong. An insignificant chaotic star Euro is far from enough to hypnotize you, is it not?" Liao's eyelids were trembling violently. He gnashed his teeth and spat. "If you knew that I wouldn't be hypnotized, why did you ask this meditation healer specialized in metal attacks to deal with me? How were you so sure that I would come with him instead of killing him immediately on the spot? Also, how did you know that I am not a pure refiner?" Huang Puxi explained, "Your supersonic hands during the match and your continuous usage of hitting the cow past the mountain to spiritualize the materials for an entire hour required both enormous physical strength and an extremely sturdy body, neither of which is typical for a pure creation-type cultivator. After carefully studying the videos of your match, especially where the shape of your muscles is displayed, I am very certain that you are definitely not a creation-type cultivator who cannot even catch a chicken but a hybrid-type cultivator. You are both talented in combat and in refining, and your combat ability must be good. It does make sense on second thought. After all, you spent your early years struggling and surviving in the relics of ancient battlefields at the edge of the Sea of Stars. Considering the perils in such environments, you would have been killed a long time ago if you didn't have the ability to protect yourself. Then, the question remains, how good is your combat ability? I mean, you no harm. This is an authentic and sincere invitation. However, I am just a pure refiner, and my combat ability is not even close to yours, even though my cultivation is levels above you. You are just like me when I was young. Crazy, reckless, and decisive. I don't want to be slain by you before I manage to say anything. Ha 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 ha. Therefore, I specifically devised this trap in order to test your true capability. I, of course, knew that Feng Ming and his chaotic star Euro were not enough to hypnotize you. But I also knew that a young man who traveled in isolation for 20 years such as yourself would believe in nobody but yourself. From the style of your refining, I can tell that you are a confident, if not arrogant, man. You are ambitious and you like to take chances. If it were someone else, they might have attacked Fei Ming when they saw through his faked identity. But if it was you, you would very likely enter the tiger's cave, pretending to be fooled, driven by your curiosity. After all, in your eyes, nobody knew that you were in fact a hybrid-type cultivator with reasonable combat ability. You were planning to capture the leader of the gang when you reached their base with this trump card. In the worst-case scenario, you could always get away freely with your combat ability. Liao was silent for a long time, before he said drily, "What if I had attacked Fei Ming on the spot? Then I'm afraid we would have been much more impudent," answered Huang Puxi. You don't think that Fei Ming was the only one who went to invite you, do you? We have backup plans to test your true combat ability too. But I guarantee that they are less pleasant. Black Stone, White Dew, tell me about it. What is the true combat ability of my young friend Liao? Black Stone, the fair and stout fatty, smiled. Master Liao switched from absolute stillness to precipitous actions at an almost subsonic speed within 0.4 seconds. His skills in Battle Saber are quite proficient. In my opinion, his combat ability is as good as that of the battle-type cultivators in the beginning level of the building foundation stage. White Dew, the Dark Woman, spoke up too. Master Liao's speed in summoning the crystal suit was quite impressive. Within 1.7 seconds, 60% of the crystal suit had been implemented. I estimate that it would have taken him less than 3 seconds to put on the entire suit. It is not slow even in the circle of professional exos. As for the 8-arm suit that he summoned, it was a masterpiece by the Silver Heart School, which seemed to have been modified profoundly and added with some decent combat components. Amazed, Huang Puxi clicked his tongue in appreciation. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I never expected that my young friend Liao's combat ability would be so good, considering his already incredible skills in refining. Combat ability equal to that of a building foundation stage cultivator, plus an 8-arm suit. They make an invincible trump card. Had I not been protected by Black Stone and White Dew, I would have been captured instantly. Liao's face was as gray as death. He collapsed as if somebody had tugged away his spine. Huangpu Xiaoya shrieked. What is going on, Uncle Shi? Where have you been in all these years? Why did you show up at this moment? How did Black Stone and White Dew, who were allegedly killed by Spider's Thorn, come back to life? Who are you people exactly? Huangpu Shi smiled and explained. My original plan for this trip to the Sky Hill Sword Seminar was to pick you up and kill Liao as a favor for one of my old friends. However, after witnessing young Liao's arts of refining, especially his amazing hands, I changed my mind. Such a talented refiner to be killed in this place for a ridiculous reason? It would have been a shame. It was definitely going to be a shame. Therefore, don't fret. I truly mean you no harm. I only came here to bring you away. Kill me? Liao murmured. He suddenly shivered and shrilled. Huang Puxi, you are a space pirate? And they belong to Spider's Thorn. Huang Pu Xiaoya's eyes were wide open. She stared at Huang Puxi in disbelief while she stammered. It's impossible. Uncle Shi, you went to Spider Den and became a space pirate. Black Stone sneered. He said in a sharp and high-pitched voice, what kind of bullshit are space pirates and Spider's Thorn? Compared with our organization, Spider Den is but insignificant dust. Liao sneered. I don't care whether you are space pirates or not. Huangpu Xiaoya and I are both important figures in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar. If we don't show up in a few hours, somebody is definitely coming to check. Do you think you can run away from the Sky Hill domain by then? Huangpu Shi, Black Stone, White Dew, and Fei Ming seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. They burst out into such laughter that tears were pouring down their faces. While wiping away his tears, Huang Puxi said, Here, my young friend Liao, please take a look. He raised his 6-fingered left hand. Halos suddenly spread out on the wall on the right side of the shop of antiques. The wall gradually turned transparent and became a glass window. Outside of the window, it was the boundless sea of stars. The Sky Hill domain had been left far, far behind. Liao's heart suddenly palpitated. Sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, but it froze almost immediately. How could it be? He had calculated that he was in a 7-floored plaza next to the hotel he was staying in. How on earth did he end up in a starship that was distances away from the Sky Hill domain? Why was the starship so stable without the slightest bump or slope? Huang Puxi said, Are you curious how a 7-floored plaza turned into a starship? It's simple. The shuttle you were on was specially refined by me. A piece of interference magical equipment was installed to the bottom of it, which could simulate all the information that I wanted you to know so that you would make misguided judgments. Also, this starship was refined by me personally, too. With the most advanced stabilizing system, it is as stable as stationary even when it is performing a space jump. You thought that you were still in the Skyhill domain. So, you hoped to stall me and wait until other people notice your absence. But you didn't know that I was stalling you, too, so that we can escape from the Skyhill domain sooner. Liao didn't respond. Every one of his brain cells was shaking violently as he considered the situation he was in. Huang Puxi was indeed a formidable refiner. The shuttle he'd refined had completely fooled Liao. From this moment, the entire incident finally got out of his control and slid into an unknown abyss. Huang Puxiaoya gnashed her teeth. We might be out of the Skyhill domain now, but so what? We are still in the Thousand Sail Space Zone, the home camp of all free exos. As long as somebody finds that we are missing and lets out the message, everyone in the Thousand Sail Space Zone will take action. Since your starship has been ported in the Skyhill domain, it must have been disguised as a business ship or a carrier. This firepower is definitely not strong. Where can you run to? Huang Puxi nodded. Xiaoya, you do have a point. When the Skyhill domain finds that you are missing, we will run into a dead end. However, what if they are occupied by something more important and have no time to bother about you too? Huang Puxi clapped his hands softly. More than 10 light beams appeared beside Liao and Huang Puxiaoya. Inside the light beams were the pictures of the Skyhill domain right now. The first phase of the elimination matches of the Skyhill Sword Seminar had almost come to an end. Audience inside the match field was scarce. 2 top 32 players were having their competition. A few product release conferences, on the other hand, were lively and packed with people. Quite a lot of tourists were gathered in the Museum of Sabers and Swords, talking and laughing. There was a bouncing number which appeared to be a countdown on all the pictures. 3, 2, 1. Liao's pupils constricted violently. The nerves all over his body were tense. The countdown reached 0. Boom, 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 boom. The main field of the Skyhill Sword Seminar, the Museum of Sabers and Swords, the product release conferences, fan meetings of the famous refiners, hotels that the top 32 refiners stayed in. Serial earth-shaking explosions took place simultaneously at more than 10 important locations in the Skyhill domain. The explosions were so powerful that the anti-gravity rune arrays of 2 floating mountains were completely wrecked. The 2 mountains weighing billions of tons tilted in midair and smashed at the ground. The Skyhill domain had turned into a living hell. Countless ordinary people and cultivators were sobbing, screaming, and struggling in the flames, blasts, and earthquakes. Huang Puxiaoya was dumbfounded. Her body trembled beyond her control. She couldn't believe what was happening. She cried, You blew up the Skyhill domain. You've blown up the Skyhill domain. Queer brilliance was reflected on Huang Puxi's face as he was gazing at the inferno in the light beams. He said casually, For now, nobody will notice that you have gone missing for maybe half a month. There will be enough time for us to perform a space jump and escape from the Thousand Sail Space Zone. Huang Puxiaoya yelled. She jumped to her feet, trying to lunge at Huang Puxi. But she was a pure refiner with insufficient combat ability. The barrier around her was triggered and bashed her to the ground. She screamed, Just in order to capture the 2 of us, you've slain thousands of people. So many innocent people. Huang Puxi said calmly, It's not just about you 2. A lot of elite refiners have gathered for the Skyhill Sword Seminar. If I can blow several of them up, it will be a major strike to the cultivators. Huang Puxiaoya's face was red, her eyes bulging. She shouted, You don't deserve to be a refiner of the Huangpu family. You don't deserve to be a human. Bizarre brilliance beamed out of Huang Puxi's eyes, as he replied with a smile. Of course, I'm not a human. Huang Puxiaoya was dazed, not knowing what to say next. Liao went tranquil again at the moment of the explosions. His eyes were hollow, his pupils almost purely black. Taking a deep breath, he asked, one word after another, Then what are you? Huang Puxi's face was glowing. He said softly in a weird voice, There are billions of paths leading to the pinnacle of cultivation. I only ask you this, do you want to walk on the immortal one? Our organization is called the Temple of Immortals, whose influence far exceeds your imagination. The space pirates on Spider Den are but dogs it has tamed. Without the support of our organization, what makes you think that this bunch of thieves could fight against all the cultivators and subsist for thousands of years? As for members of the Temple of Immortals, we are no longer regular cultivators. You may call us immortal cultivators. Liao's eyes stopped at the burning picture on the light beams. They swallowed the raging flames without letting out any, as if two black holes. He replied coldly, "What are immortal cultivators?" Huang Puxi smiled. Cultivators who recognize how supreme they are without being bound by the ethics of mortals, who pursue the ultimate destination of immortality, and who explore the endless mysteries in the sea of stars. They are immortal cultivators. Before Liao opened his mouth, Huang Puxiaoya quivered and shouted, "They are demonic cultivators. Huang Puxi, you've been enticed by extraterrestrial devils and fallen. You're a demonic cultivator." Huang Puxi sneered. What's the difference between immortal and devil? If ants were intelligent enough, their survivors would berate you and call you the most merciless devil in the world after you stomp on dozens of them accidentally. But what would you feel? I believe that the only feeling you would experience is that you simply don't care. Immortals or devils, our destination and sole purpose is the pinnacle of cultivation. Who cares about what ants have to say? Liao said, so to speak, this Temple of Immortals is an organization of demonic cultivators, or, if you will, immortal cultivators? You do seem different from usual demonic cultivators. Huang Puxi observed, there is a kind of righteous energy in the world called spiritual energy. Those who train themselves with spiritual energy are good people and cultivators. There is a kind of evil energy called tenebrum energy. Those who train themselves with tenebrum energy are bad people and demonic cultivators. They are as horrible as anyone could possibly imagine. I thought that such nonsense could only fool 3-year-olds, and that refiners who have a deep understanding about the essence of spiritual energy would never buy it. Energy is just energy. The only thing that differentiates spiritual energy from tenebrum energy is the wave structure and the vibration frequency. How is it possible that one of them is good and the other bad, one of them is righteous and the other evil? Of course, compared with spiritual energy that is relatively stable, tenebrum energy is brutal and unsteady. Those who practice tenebrum energy are more likely to suffer from mental derangement. When tenebrum energy surges beyond their control, they may need to resort to blood and slaughter to calm it down. This is why some of the immortal cultivators are called demonic cultivators. However, the immortal cultivators who have advanced to a higher level are nothing like that. Look at us. Do you think we are any different from regular cultivators? Liao said, so, your purpose is to invite us to join the Temple of Immortals so that we can be immortal cultivators? Huang Puxiaoya nodded. Don't refuse it hastily. I'm well aware that you must be furious at this moment. Whatever I say to you, you won't hear it at all. But the last thing we lack at present is time. We can talk later. Right now, you should have a good rest first. Liao changed his posture and aimed himself at Huang Puxi, and he asked, where are we heading to? Huang Puxi smiled. Aren't you from the Great Horn Exo Society? That's where we are going to. Liao was dazed. His body suddenly relaxed as he asked, is that so? Huang Puxi's eyes were quite mysterious. He asked in return, are you curious about how we infiltrated the Skyhill domain and planted so many bombs so easily, considering that the safety measures should have been thorough due to the many celebrities in the cultivation world gathered for the Skyhill Sword Seminar? The reason is simple. This Skyhill Sword Seminar has the sloppiest safety measures and the fewest guards in the recent 100 years. In the past Skyhill Sword Seminars, dozens of core formation stage cultivators would come as sentinels. But this year there were only 4. The Skyhill domain is such a vast place. How can 4 core formation stage cultivators have every location under control? Take a guess. Where did the rest of the experts go? Liao pondered for a moment and raised his head. They went to ambush Fengyu Zhong? Huang Puxi clapped his hands. You saw through the whole thing with the first clue. My young friend Liao, I like you better and better now. Not only did many experts who should have participated in the Skyhill Sword Seminar join the ambush against Feng Yuzhong, many other renowned cultivators of the Flying Star sector participated in the battle in different degrees. This time, the cultivators have made up their mind to have Feng Yuzhong slain. But as a result, other than the Skyhill domain, many important places for the cultivators have far fewer guards than before. The death of Feng Yuzhong's only son was purely an accident, but it created a rarely seen opportunity for the Temple of Immortals. Do you really think that Feng Yuzhong, the old and cunning leader of the pirates, would rush out of his home base in rage for revenge just because his only son was killed? Right now, the tremendous bounties have spread to every corner of the cosmos. Even a pig in the cultivation world knew that Feng Yuzhong was coming for the Great Horn Exo Society. In the eyes of the cultivators, they set up a trap that Feng Yuzhong could never avoid. But they didn't know that Feng Yuzhong himself was bait. His sole mission was to draw the expert cultivators away from their homes. The Temple of Immortals has been lurking in the darkness for long enough. It was the greatest opportunity for us to reveal ourselves. The Flying Star sector won't be tranquil in the coming days. Much blood will be shed. Many people will die. When everything is over in a few days, you will be awed by the formidability of the Temple of Immortals. Huangpu Xiaoya struggled hard and screamed, Huangpu Shi, how insane you are. I don't care what you call yourself, but you will never bend us. I am a cultivator, and I always will be. I will never be same as devils who consider ordinary people to be ants. Huangpu Shi sighed. Xiaoya, don't be overconfident in yourself, especially when we all know what happened in history. Battle saber of humanity? Protectors of mankind? If I didn't know that thing, I might have been fooled by you. You are the strongest successor of the Huangpu family in your generation. I wonder, did the leader of our family tell you about the event 5,000 years ago? Huangpu Xiaoya tremored, as if somebody had punched her heavily, and collapsed. If you know what happened 5,000 years ago, you should understand why we are drifting in the sea of stars, far away from planets, and why we are too ashamed to return to our real homes to this day. It's ridiculous that you call yourselves that battle saber of humanity. Cultivators and immortal cultivators are ravens and crows. Besides, why did so many cultivators demean themselves to be space pirates in the first place? I believe you must know the reason. Is the identity of a cultivator really something to be proud of? Huangpu Xiaoya's face was cold and rigid, yet she failed to respond. Huangpu Shi said, All right, you can go and take a rest now. We will talk soon when everything is over in a couple of days. Right, you must have cosmos rings with you. Maybe you are even hiding some gadgets that might help you escape. As a signal of my sincerity, I will allow you to keep those items. However, try not to let black stone or white dew catch you using them. Their sabers are fast. You may be unafraid of death. But as a refiner, if your hands end up like mine, Huangpu Shi waved his two withered hands that looked like dry wood with a self-mocking smile. He continued saying, After suffering some irrecoverable injuries, it will be more miserable than killing you, will it not? Liao stared at Huangpu Shi and took a long breath. I understand it now. At first, you lure the strong cultivators away from their homes with Feng Yuzhong as the bait. Then, you assault their homes while their guardians are out. When the cultivators receive the message, they will naturally realize that it is a trap and go back to defend their homes. After that, you can go back to the Great Horn Exo Society and annihilate it. The most important thing is that the cultivators only know Spider Denver. All their evaluations are based on the assumption that the space pirates on Spider Den are their enemies. But they didn't know that, behind Spider Den, a terrible organization of immortal cultivators, or demonic cultivators, named the Temple of Immortals, has been watching everything. Therefore, cultivators have no chance of winning at all, and the Great Horn Exo Society is doomed to destruction. Huangpu Shi applauded his analysis. Very excellent extrapolation, but don't worry about it. I know that you only joined the Great Horn Exo Society in Star-Lord Temple. The hunting of Feng Yuming basically had nothing to do with you. If you are willing to join the Temple of Immortals and become an immortal cultivator, I believe that Feng Yuzhong will be lenient enough to let go of you as long as I talk to him." Liao scoffed and stopped talking. Huang Puxi waved his hands. Black Stone and White Dew walked to him, grinning at them hideously. Liao followed them nicely out of the cabin. He thought as he walked, who was the mysterious expert in the corner? A moment ago, he had been about to summon the mystic skeleton battlesuit and put down all 4 of the immortal cultivators. However, the moment he took action, he suddenly sensed that an invisible expert was lurking in a corner of the cabin. The man's scent was feeble, but it was terrifying nonetheless. His capability might be as good as his own, if not higher. Blackstone, White Dew, and Fei Ming were not weak people. Although Huang Puxi was a pure refiner, he would be carrying a lot of defensive magical equipment with him. Considering that there was still a mysterious expert whose capability almost equal to his own, Liao had no confidence that he could take down all 5 immortal cultivators at once. Of course, even counting the mysterious expert, there wouldn't be much trouble if he wanted to flee from the starship safely with his skills and the formidable mystic skeleton battlesuit. However, now that he had learned that the starship was joining a battle to destroy the Great Horn Exo Society, there was no way that he would simply leave like that. Moreover, the picture of countless ordinary people struggling in flames inside Sky Hill Domain had been etched into Liao's brain and wouldn't be erased forever. The Temple of Immortals? Immortal cultivators? Liao's eyes turned deep and dark. He gradually vanished in the dim pathway. After Liao and Huangpu Xiaoya were taken away, a cluster of airwaves appeared in a corner behind Huangpu Shi and unveiled a short, skinny man. Huangpu Shi put on a different expression and greeted him respectfully. "Master Su." The skinny, sharp-jawed old man was named Su Jiuzhen. He was an important figure in the Temple of Immortals as well as an ace assassin of Black Spider Tower. Although he was merely at the peak of the building foundation stage, he was adept at disguise, poison, assassination, curses, and various other dark arts. At least 7 core formation stage cultivators had been killed by him. None of them were battle-type cultivators, but they had all been elders of major sects who were protected by numerous bodyguards wherever they went. It was by no means an easy task for Su Jiuzhen to break through the protection and assassinate them. He had been known as Killer of Cores ever since. Although Huangpu Shi was in the core formation stage, he was a pure refiner with limited combat ability. He was definitely no match for Su Jiuzhen if the 2 of them were engaged in a fight. Moreover, the man had spent quite a few years in the Temple of Immortals. Therefore, Huangpu Shi was very polite to him. He asked courteously, "Master Su, what is your opinion?" Su Jiuzhen's voice was annoying to listen to, like iron needles scratching glass. "It won't be difficult to convert Liao. He is a young man who was born and raised in the edge of the sector. He has been wandering away from society basically his whole life. How much feeling would he have for ordinary people? Chances are that he has already slain some of them when he was traveling in the Sea of Stars. You saw his performance in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, too. He was brutal, aggressive, and merciless. Such a young man must be proud and desire to be acknowledged by other people. Also, it's safe to infer from that fact that he trained crazily with purple ring sword ants that he is a maniac who is interested in nothing but magical equipment. As long as you lure him with magical equipment and the arts of refining, with a few lessons, I'm sure that he will recognize who he really is and embark on the path of immortality." Pausing for a moment, Su Jiuzhen then continued. "As for Huangpu Xiaoya, she is the tricky one. I fear that she has a deep misunderstanding about immortal cultivators. We'd better make preparations for the worst. She is your blood niece, but you won't hesitate when the moment comes, will you?" Huangpu Shi smiled. "Why would I? Now that I've joined the cause of immortality, mortal affairs have nothing to do with me. What can the mundane relationship of the ordinary people do for us? Moreover," he looked at his withered hands with mixed feelings and said gloomily, "It's high time that this pair of useless hands are changed." Inside a well-decorated cabin that was almost similar to the room of a luxury hotel, 2 single beds were on opposite sides of room. In the middle of the room was a barrier. At night, when the barrier was triggered, the room would be split into two independent halves. No one could see or hear what was happening on the other side of the room. In the day, when the barrier was cancelled, the room would become a large suite again. Huangpu Xiaoya had been pacing to and fro ever since she was locked into the room. At one point, she was gritting her teeth angrily, then sobbing in a low voice, and then screaming and yelling. In the end, she couldn't bear it any longer and put a cosmos ring on her finger. Liao had been lying on his bed quietly with his hands as the pillow and his eyes closed. He seemed to be sleeping, but he suddenly interrupted before Huangpu Xiaoya took action. If I were you, I wouldn't touch the cosmos ring. Huangpu Xiaoya was dazed. Why? Liao replied, why do you think they didn't ask us to submit all our cosmos rings? As cultivators, we have dozens of secret arts that can hide cosmos rings everywhere inside our body. Unless they mince us into pieces and dig into our every bone, they can never be certain that we are clean of cosmos rings. But right now, we are still of use to them, and they cannot resort to such violent methods. So they could only pretend to be generous. I'm sure that there are more crystal cameras and detectophones in this suite than hairs on my legs. If you are so desperate to reveal your cosmos rings, why don't you just speak to Huang Puxi and tell him how many cosmos rings you've brought and what kind of items are inside? Huangpu Xiaoya was a gifted genius, but only in refining. She was quite inexperienced when it came to dealing with people. Realizing that Liao's words did make sense, she was at a loss and wept silently on her bed. Liao stopped talking to her and resumed his meditation. He seized every second of every minute to make his cells seethe with fury. Huangpu Shi was right about one thing. In a few days, many people would die and much blood would be shed. Huangpu Xiaoya sobbed for a long while. Seeing that Liao was indifferent the whole time, she gnashed her teeth. Do you have any idea how many people were killed in the explosions of the Skyhill domain just now? The two fallen floating mountains alone were enough to cause tremendous casualties. Why are you so calm? Do you not feel sorry for them at all? Liao seemed to be asleep. He didn't reply until a long while later. I grew up in the relics of the ancient battlegrounds at the edge of the Sea of Stars. I didn't know who my parents were. It was nothing unusual for me to not see another living soul for a couple of months. The only things that accompanied me were cold scraps of magical equipment and a dead silent universe. It was not until I came to the Skyhill domain that I saw such a large number of people. There were even more than all the people I'd ever met in my entire life. Should I feel sorry that these people died? Maybe I should. But the thing about sadness is that it cannot be forced. I have no tears. Should I try to squeeze some out? You! Huangpu Xiaoya was so angry that she didn't know what to say. Liao's eyes suddenly shone. He rose up, walked to a table and groped around its edge. With a fascinated face, he leaned down and started operating carefully. Huangpu Xiaoya was surprised. What are you doing? Liao made a shoo sound and said, Don't disturb me. I found a detectophone. But it is very delicately embedded into a complicated alarm system. If I make an error, the alarm system will be triggered, and everybody on the starship will hear it. Huangpu Xiaoya was dazed. Didn't you say just now that there are countless crystal cameras and detectophones inside the room? If so, won't all our actions be monitored by them? What's the point of dismantling it? Liao chuckled and said, You don't understand. This is a game that Huangpu Shi is playing with us. He, of course, knew that we would discover the crystal cameras and detectophones. He also set up a labyrinth-like alarm system on purpose. He intends to see how good we are and whether or not we can dismantle the crystal cameras and detectophones without triggering the alarm system. Hehe. Huangpu Shi is a genius that you only get to see once in your life. I've always dreamed about competing with experts such as him. I didn't expect that my dream would come true today. Let me see with my own eyes how magnificent Huangpu Shi's methods are. Huangpu Xiaoya was about to go mad. So many people died right in front of your eyes just now, and a lot more will be involved in the schemes of the Temple of Immortals. And all you're thinking about is a competition with Huangpu Shi. Liao raised his head. He glared at Huangpu Xiaoya like an infuriated animal. She was too scared to continue. Liao scoffed and said, Huangpu Xiaoya, I'm very disappointed in you. As a refiner, magical equipment is the most important thing in the world. No matter how the outside world changes, your belief and determination must not falter. Your mind is so easily stirred, and you don't even know better than that. How were you planning to defeat me? I was kind of looking forward to the match against you, but right now it is lucky that we were captured by the Temple of Immortals. I have found an opponent who is more suitable and won't waste my time, unlike a useless person such as you. Besides, my trump cards have all been seen through. Even half of my crystal suit has been taken away. I can defeat neither Blackstone nor White Dew, and now there are two of them. What else can I do except study the magical equipment? If you are bored, you can come and study it together with me. Huangpu Xiaoya blurted. Uninterested. Liao was still peaceful. It's fine that you don't want to study the magical equipment. Why don't you tell me the event that took place 5,000 years ago, which Huangpu Shi mentioned just now? Was the human civilization of the Flying Star sector based on planets in the beginning? I am not familiar with that part of history. It was something that had baffled Liao for a long time. In the territory of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, the Heaven's Origin sector was at its edge. It was the poorest and the most undeveloped area in the entire Imperium. Therefore, few relics and heritages from the Star Ocean Imperium had been discovered in the Heaven's Origin sector. It had taken the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector 10,000 years to gather and analyze the treasures from various occult orbs so that the civilization could be developed to such an extent. Different from the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector was almost the center of the Star Ocean Imperium. Since an important military base had been established here, a lot of debris of ancient battlegrounds resulting from the war that caused the fall of the Star Ocean Imperium could be found. It would be logical to assume that many relics and heritages could be easily discovered. By common sense, the humans here should have been able to restore their civilization to the glory of the Star Ocean Imperium after grasping the knowledge of the past. At the very least, it should have been much more developed than the Heaven's Origin sector. However, after staying in the Flying Star sector for such a long time, Liao had realized that the Flying Star sector was on par with the Heaven's Origin sector. In regard to crystal processors and crystal suits, the Flying Star sector had a slim advantage. But the Heaven's Origin sector had quite a lot of technology that the Flying Star sector didn't know about, too. As for the crystal warships and star fortresses of the Flying Star sector, they were indeed more powerful than their counterparts in the Heaven's Origin sector. But they were merely larger in size and firepower. Their fundamental technologies were still the same. What was it that had stagnated the development of the Flying Star sector and made it as underdeveloped as the Heaven's Origin sector, which was in a poor and remote constellation? Liao had studied it carefully, only to find that all the records about the events of the Flying Star sector 5,000 years ago were ambiguous. There seemed to be a missing 2,000 years in the Flying Star sector's history. Files were few about what happened during the time. But after 2,000 years of blankness, just like a big bang, countless crystal warships and space towns appeared out of nowhere in the universe. It seemed that the Flying Star sector had a major decline 5,000 years ago. According to Huangpu Shi, the human civilization of the Flying Star sector used to be based on planets. So why did they flee into space 5,000 years ago? What did it have to do with the decline of the civilization? Huangpu Shi also declared that cultivators and immortal cultivators were ravens and crows, to which Huangpu Xiaoya had no rebuttals. That was quite odd, too. The history of the Flying Star sector was indeed full of secrets after secrets. Liao said, I know that the few inhabitable planets that have atmospheres generally have harsh environments. They are frequented by demon beasts and barbarians. Where did the barbarians come from? Huangpu Xiaoya bit her lips and said softly, They are not barbarians. Liao raised an eyebrow. Then what are they? Huangpu Xiaoya said, loudly, They are Qi 1 trainers. Qi trainers. Liao chewed on the name for a while, and he couldn't be more curious. I know the difference between regular cultivators and immortal cultivators. But what are Qi trainers exactly? Judging from your reaction, I suppose that the cultivators at that time did something they were not particularly proud of, which you are ashamed of even to this day. Why did so many cultivators degrade themselves and abandon their duties as cultivators to become space pirates who rage in the sea of stars and raise chaos? According to Huang Puxi, there seems to be more to the story. However, Huang Puxiaoya stopped explaining further. Her eyes were somewhat at a loss. She gazed at the wall, as if she was watching the cold, bleak vacuum of the cosmos outside of the metal cabin. Did you know? After speechless for a moment, Huang Puxiaoya said gloomily, "The universe is dark, too dark." Having said what she had to say, she lay on her bed too and stopped talking, as if all the strength inside her bones had been pumped away. Liao didn't make much of it. He devoted himself to the competition against the detectaphone again. Half a day later, the floor under their feet quivered. Spluttering sounds of electric currents could be heard. The hair of both of them was floating in the air beyond their control. The starship had finished preparation and was about to perform a space jump. Through a space jump, a starship could reach light years away within a moment through the fourth dimension, but there were a lot of restrictions to it. In the Heaven's Origin sector, to teleport a star shuttle less than 20 meters long to hundreds of light years away, it already required special rails and would cost a huge amount of spiritual energy. The civilization of the Flying Star sector was a bit more developed than that of the Heaven's Origin sector, and the space jump technologies were more advanced. But the starships here were larger in size and often carried more goods and passengers. In essence, although the catapult had been upgraded, the stones being sent were larger and heavier. As a result, the distance and precision of the launch were not improved by much. To shatter the void with such a large starship would consume astronomical spiritual energy, not to mention the preparation procedures that could take hours. In addition, there could not be serious cracks or damages on the shell of the starship. Otherwise, it might break apart in the four-dimensional space during the space jump. If so, everyone on board would be ripped open. It was why no starships ever attempted to escape via a space jump when they were engaged with enemies. That would be a suicidal action. It was also why Goldhorn had spent several months, and even risked passing through the dim flame belt, in order to return to the thousand-sail space zone instead of being teleported right back. Goldhorn was too seriously damaged to withstand the tearing force when shattering the void. For space pirates or members of the Temple of Immortals, it was even more complicated. The Sea of Stars seemed peaceful, but it was, in fact, full of fatal traps, including swirls and storms. Not every place was suitable for star beacons. Most of the places tolerable for star beacons had been occupied by various sects, who gradually spread out with the star beacons at the center. The star beacons were intersections of the universal highways. The so-called space zones were actually settlements that had expanded around the large-scale star beacons. Since this particular starship belonged to the Temple of Immortals, it was not likely that it would jump to a space beacon of the cultivators. The starship would be turning itself in if so. During their thousands of years of hiding and running, space pirates had built many smaller star beacons in secret in the remote, less populated areas too. However, they were often attacked by the exo-societies and the cultivation sects. Therefore, they were not able to be teleported somewhere near the Great Horn exo-society directly. After performing the first space jump, the starship sailed in the Sea of Stars for several days more. Liao estimated that they jumped to the secret star beacon that was closest to the Great Horn exo-society, and they would cruise the rest of the way to the Great Horn exo-society in stealth mode. During that time, White Dew and Black Stone brought them food every day. But Huang Puxi never showed up. He seemed to be rather patient. Liao seemed to have really become a maniac of magical equipment. He was completely dedicated to the competition against the hidden crystal cameras and detectaphones that Huang Puxi had set up. During the 3 days, he had dismantled 25 crystal cameras and 18 detectaphones, but the alarm system had been triggered 9 times, too. He was completely dwelled in the world of magical equipment. He was more and more enthusiastic about it and didn't feel tired in the least. Huang Puxiaoya, on the other hand, was getting increasingly anxious each day. Every day, besides food, Black Stone and White Dew would bring them a crystal processor that had been denied access to the spiritual nexus. There was the latest news that the Temple of Immortals and Black Spider Tower had gathered on it. According to the information, a lot of important things had happened over the past 3 days. During his decades of lawless life as a space pirate, Feng Yuzhong had slaughtered more cultivators than anybody could count, including disciples of major sects and many family members of core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators. Even the grandson of a nascent soul stage had been killed by him 12 years ago. Besides, Feng Yuzhong was not alone. From various sources, the cultivators had gathered that several large-scale gangs on Spider Den had marched at the Great Horn Exo Society with their full strength. Therefore, all the cultivators considered the battle to be a great opportunity to strike the space pirates. Gold Horn seemed to be voyaging in the space alone. But more than 80 heavy starships were hiding in the few space zones and world fragments nearby. More than 50 core formation stage cultivators and 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, including the one whose grandson had been killed by Feng Yuzhong and the friends that he asked to help with his revenge, had been ready. As for building foundation stage cultivators and refinement stage cultivators, there were simply too many of them. They were all the elites of the major sects and had been summoned to this place in secret. The battle was definitely the biggest operation in the world of cultivators in the last 30 years. However, wherever Gold Horn wandered in the Sea of Stars, the said main force of the space pirates never showed up. After mobilizing most of their elites, many bases of the sects found themselves unable to protect themselves, especially those who had deep grudges with the space pirates and had sent out all their core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators. As it turned out, an important mining base of the Endless Sea sect was assaulted. All the stored gold tide stones, which could only be produced in this particular mining base, had been looted. A lot of disciples of Endless Sea sect, as well a few specialists adept at distinguishing raw stones, had been captured. The space pirates had even blown up the entire mining base. The production wouldn't be restored without 2 to 3 years of reconstruction. In the meantime, the base of Red Dragon Union, which had sent its only 2 core formation stage cultivators and a large number of battle-type cultivators to clear the bandits, were ambushed by space pirates. Many disciples were killed, and more were held as hostages. The only nascent soul stage cultivator of Destructive Windhall went to take care of the bandits. The remaining 3 non-battle-type elders were assassinated at the same time. Blood was flowing everywhere in the Sea of Stars. For hundreds of years, cultivators of the Flying Star sector had considered space pirates to be nothing more than dermatitis. Although space pirates meant catastrophe for the lone space towns, they could only run away like rats when faced with massive cultivators and hide themselves in stone belts or behind space storms, hoping in desperation that they would not be caught. It was not until this moment that the cultivators realized how powerful the space pirates really were and how enormous their intelligence network was. Every step that the cultivators made had been predicted by them. To be fair, the cultivators were still in an overwhelming advantage in regard to manpower and strength. Not just space pirates, even the Temple of Immortals behind them was not enough to confront the cultivators head-on. The nascent soul stage cultivators were like the pillars of the world of cultivators. They were invincible and unshakable. The problem was, one could never know when a thief would come to visit. Not every sect was guarded by nascent soul stage cultivators. Most sects were far away from each other with very bad transportation. Timely assistance was often impossible. As strong as the nascent soul stage cultivator might be, they were dispersed in the Sea of Stars and had to stay in the headquarters of their own sects most of the time so as to protect the precious resources and the large number of non-battle-type cultivators. This time, a few nascent soul stage cultivators had seized the initiative to launch an attack, only to find that their homes were invaded while they were away. To some extent, the Temple of Immortals had fully exploited the potential of unrestricted warfare and asymmetric strike. The overall peace of the Flying Star sector that had lasted for hundreds of years was shattered in 3 days of chaos. A great era of storm and thunder, when blood and bravery surged and heroes distinguished themselves, had come. The bad news frustrated Huangpu Xiaoya, who couldn't feel more awful. But Liao completely disregarded the crystal processor. Sometimes he would glance at it, but he devoted much of his time to the competition, between Huangpuxi and himself. It was not until the 5th day that he managed to dismantle the last detectaphone left by Huangpuxi. Huangpuxi deserved to be the most talented genius in the circle of refiners for the last 30 years. The detectaphones and crystal cameras he had developed were big eye-openers for Liao, who had been inspired a lot by their structure. After 5 days of competitive dismantling, Liao was soaked in sweat, but his understanding about precise magical equipment had reached a whole new level. As the last detectaphone was removed, Huangpuxi finally invited Liao for a second meeting. This time, the conversation was located in Huangpuxi's refining workshop. In the middle of the workshop was an eye-catching platform made of black wood that looked like a giant coffin. 2 weird things were placed on the platform. The first item was some sort of a model of bushes that seemed to be made of certain silver metal. It looked like a maze and gave a weird, blood-freezing feeling of beauty. The second item was the model of a monkey. It was a regular snub-nosed monkey. Its 2 eyes had been specially decorated and looked very attractive. The model was as vivid as the real thing, as if it were about to lunge forward at any moment. It seems you are very interested in my personal collection, aren't you? This is a model of the black spot ant's home. Delicate, like glittering coral, is it not? Huangpuxi held the model in his hands carefully and touched it with a fascinated expression. As he explained, black spot ants are the architects among ants. They can build up a complicated, labyrinth-like giant home deep underground. Each home can accommodate millions of ants, dozens of times more than regular ant homes can. Such a splendid ant home is a piece of intriguing artwork. However, black spot ants prefer to build their homes in the dry and fragile soil, and the pathways inside their home are extremely delicate and feeble, too. The tiniest force from the outside is already enough to make part of the ant nest collapse. Do you want to know how the humans studied the black spot ants' homes and how the most perfect model without the slightest flaw was created? It's very simple. You melt aluminum, you find an entrance of the ant home, and you pour the aluminum down. It will naturally reach every corner of the ant home. When the liquid aluminum cools down and turns solid again, you uproot it as one whole piece. It will be what you are witnessing right now. Delicate, immaculate, and brilliant. It will go on for thousands of years without rotting and will be granted the ultimate immortality. As for the millions of ants inside the ant home, they were, of course, melted by the aluminum liquid and killed without leaving any traces. I bought this model from a female student of Flying Star University through the spiritual nexus. I investigated the little girl thoroughly and found that she was kind, innocent, and diligent. She used to be an ordinary girl in a remote town at the edge of the Flying Star sector. Her parents were both peasants, and her mother had been ill in bed all year around. With unbelievable determination, she took care of her mother and did part-time jobs to get more income for her family, while she continued reading and training. Despite all the unfavorable conditions, she awakened her spiritual root and was admitted by Flying Star University. She was as hardworking as before when she went to college. She got full scholarships every year. Although her family was anything but rich, she always donated much of her scholarship to the people whose lives were even more difficult than hers. She sold this particular model online because she was raising money to help a child in her hometown, who suffered from a serious heart disease, secure a new heart for transplanting. In her hometown, all the folk said that such a girl was a goddess walking on the earth. Liao, my young friend, do you think, for the black spot ants, the girl is a divinity or a devil? Liao was silent. Huangpuxi leaned forward. His smiling face drew close to Liao from the other side of the platform, as he said lightheartedly, "It doesn't matter whether she is a divinity or a devil. The only way that the ants transmit information is through waving their antennas." Let's say one of the ants was standing right in front of the girl and shouted, as loud as it could, "You are a crazy devil, you ruined my homeland and you killed my family. I'm not going to let go of you. I'm going to get the most brutal revenge, even at the cost of my life." However, from the girl's point of view, she only saw that an ant was waving its antennas crazily. In fact, if the girl wasn't scrutinizing this particular ant with a magnifying lens, she might not know that it was waving its antennas at all. Huangpu Xiaoya sat back and stared at Liao with a smile. What disappointed him was that Liao was utterly emotionless. He only turned at the model of the monkey and asked, "What is this?" Huangpu Shi put the ant home back and picked up the model of the monkey. He touched the monkey's head and said softly, "This is a brown-tailed snub-nosed monkey, one of the most commonly seen monkeys. They are everywhere in the flying star sector. You may have seen them in many world fragments, too." Early in the days of the Star Ocean Imperium, the research-type cultivators had already begun to study the mysteries of genes. "Do you know what genes are?" Liao nodded. "I do. In the legends, the ancestors of human beings were the greatest species in the primordial era, such as tyrannosaurs, megalodons, sarcosuchus, 8-armed golden apes, and so on. Despite the amazing techniques that the greatest species had, they were doomed to extinction by the wear and tear of time and the strikes of countless apocalypses. Before their extinction, they had condensed the essence of the experience of their entire species into an information stream and sent it into their designated successors. Such information is known as genetic information. Human beings are the descendants of countless primordial species. Our cells contain the genetic information that has been passed on from billions of years ago. This genetic information is like mysterious helical chains that interweaved into our life and soul. Genetic information is the foundations of our life and the heritage we acquired from our earliest ancestors. Therefore, the genetic information hidden in the deepest part of our cells is known as gene chains. Huangpu Shi nodded in approval. "Excellent. You know the definition of genes very well. But do you know the latest conclusion of the flying star sector's experts about the difference in genes between humans and monkeys?" Liao raised his eyebrow. Huangpu Shi smiled and extended 2 of his fingers. 2%. There are many kinds of monkeys. Some of the monkeys have more different genes compared to humans. The difference can be above 3%. Some particularly smart monkeys, who can learn how to crack open nuts with simple tools by themselves, only have a genetic difference from humans of 1.7%. By estimation, monkey genes as a whole are only 2% different compared to human beings. Liao said. "So?" Huangpu Shi's smile suddenly turned extremely hideous. After a brief pause, he continued, one word after another. "Do you want to know how big the genetic difference between ordinary people and cultivators is?" Liao narrowed his eyes to such a degree that they became 2 shining lines. Huangpu Shi didn't tell him the answer. He sniffed and, touching the head of the monkey, remarked, "The most important thing about cultivation is to find your true self and to realize what a unique existence you are in the dark universe. I placed the 2 personal collections on this platform. Every day, when I see them while I am working, I can always understand something new from them. Liao, I'm very happy that you've been dwelling in the game that I carefully prepared. The game was meant for Huangpu Xiaoya, but you gave me a bigger surprise by cracking so many crystal cameras and eavesdroppers in half of the time that I expected. From your expression, I can tell that you and I are the same type of people. We are born for magical equipment, which is our world, our universe, and our sea of stars. Come on, join the Temple of Immortals and become an immortal cultivator. I do think very highly of you, and I'm willing to recruit you as my first, and perhaps last, disciple. You will be able to learn all my expertise." Weird brilliance beamed out of Huangpu Shi's eyes. He extended his withered hands toward Liao. Liao's eyes stopped briefly at his hands, as he suddenly sneered in derision. His face turned crazy and disobedient, as he said, "Huangpu Shi, you are right about one thing. I don't care about the difference between cultivators and immortal cultivators. The death of the ordinary people whom I barely knew had nothing to do with me whatsoever. My dream is to become the strongest refiner in the universe and to refine the most terrifying, the most violent, and the most dominating magical equipment. Everybody in the sea of stars will hear the name of Liao. Every star in the sky will tremor in fear at the brilliance of my magical equipment. However, even though you are adept at theories, what makes you think you are qualified to be my master with your useless hands?" Huangpu Shi's pupils suddenly shrank. Liao suddenly changed his tone and said, Unless, of course, you prove yourself to be capable enough first. Huang Puxi burst into laughter. The shuttle that fooled you was not evident enough? No, that was far from enough. Liao continued. Besides, you are asking me to change my side and betray the cultivators. Chances are that I will be hunted by them and have to hide in darkness in the future instead of receiving the cheers and admiration of thousands of people. You'll have to pay me some down payment first. I'm not some juvenile whom you can deceive with some metal garbage, a model of a monkey, and some bullshit. In the place where I grew up, even a glass of water recycled from urine or a tin of man-made air had to be traded with real money. Your fancy speech meant absolutely nothing to me. Huang Puxi slapped the platform and said, very soon, immortal cultivators will appear in front of mortals in broad daylight. Billions of people will kneel before us and worship us. You will get however many cheers you want by then. But it's reasonable that you don't believe it for now. Tell me, what down payment do you have in mind right now? Liao licked his lips and put on a greedy face. You showed Huang Puxiaoya and me the scenes of the explosions in the Skyhill domain. From the picture, I could tell that the serial explosions took place in multiple locations at the same time and resulted in tremendous damage. Even though there were not many core formation stage cultivators in the Skyhill domain, their level of alertness must have been at the maximum, considering that it was the time of Skyhill Sword Seminar after all. Although you successfully infiltrated and installed bombs right before their eyes without being discovered, the bombs wouldn't have been too numerous, and their size must have been small. My conclusion is that you had bombs whose size is disproportional to their damage. In the meantime, you had an expert of explosions on your side who knew how to deploy the bombs to maximize the potential damage by taking advantage of the structural weak points of the environment. The damage of the bombs could be brought up by hundreds of times in such a way. Therefore, you destroyed 2 floating mountains with just several bombs. If my guess is correct, this expert of explosions was yourself? Huang Puxi laughed and bragged. Yes. I've always believed that crystal bombs are the strongest magical equipment. Their power is limitless, and when it is fully and instantly unleashed, even an expert multiple times stronger than you might be slain easily in a single breath. Although I am not a battle-type cultivator, hundreds of renowned cultivators have been killed by my crystal bombs. Eagerness was shining in Liao's eyes as he blurted, I've always believed so. Ever since I was a kid. Crystal bombs are the best magical equipment. So, teach me everything you know about crystal bombs. Ha! Huang Puxi was caught off guard. He had made thorough plans to deal with Liao. He'd invited Liao to his workshop because he was going to convince him of the true meaning of the ultimate Taoism. He was certain that, after a few hours of brainwashing, Liao's mental defense line would definitely collapse. He had never expected the guy to be so realistic as to not bother about the disparity between regular cultivators and immortal cultivators at all as long as the reward was attractive enough. Huang Puxi had tempted hundreds of cultivators and turned them into immortal cultivators. But he had never seen such a shameless cultivator before. Crystal bombs techniques were what he had always been best at. They had been gathered bit by bit at the cost of lengthy suffering after he joined the Temple of Immortals. The setbacks he had endured and the price he had paid were unimaginable for other people. He wouldn't have been able to grasp them without his extreme craziness. And this guy was asking for all of them just like that? Huang Puxi's face immediately turned cloudy. He coughed and said, We will have a lot of time in the future to discuss the techniques. Why don't we talk about the difference between regular cultivators and immortal cultivators first? Liao chuckled. You people of the Temple of Immortals are quite verbose. You talked about immortality and endless mysteries of the universe and the path that nobody had ever set foot on before. But I didn't expect that you would be so petty. Just a few techniques and you are trying to keep them a secret. How can I believe that there will be endless benefits after I join you if you are so mean? Bring me back. This is my only condition. Don't talk to me again until you agree to it. You can turn it down, but if you agree to it, you'd better offer me something authentic. Truth be told, I'm a bomb expert myself. If I find out that you are giving me fake techniques, I will be even more disappointed in the Temple of Immortals. Liao finished his talk and walked out of the room, not once looking back at Huang Puxi. Huang Puxi was coughing louder and louder. His graceful manners when enjoying the ant home and the monkey model a moment ago had entirely disappeared. He pondered for a moment and could do nothing but wave his hands in frustration. Black stone and white dew immediately showed up. Barely had Liao left his sight when Huang Puxi slapped the desk hard and bellowed angrily, "Damn! He is not even a core formation stage cultivator, and he dared to talk to me like that." In a corner, Su Jiuzhen gradually appeared out of thin air, before he shrieked. A young man in his 20s whose refining skills are in the middle to high level of the building foundation stage, and whose combat ability is in the beginning level of the building foundation stage is indeed qualified to be egotistical. Huang Puxi gnashed his teeth. "Master Su, do I really have to bring out the best secret arts of mine to satisfy the boy, so that he will be willing to join us?" Su Jiuzhen smirked. "Alternatively, you can look at the whole thing from a different perspective. You are not the only refiner at the core formation stage in the Temple of Immortals. Your techniques are not the only valuable ones, either. With the boy's current capability, there are bound to be a lot of other refiners at the core formation stage in the Temple of Immortals who are interested in him. If one of them recruits him as a disciple in the future, what do you think his impression of you will be?" Huang Puxi was dazed. "About that," Su Jiuzhen said with a cold smile, "competitiveness is a virtue inside the Temple of Immortals. The strong feast upon the weak, and the strongest take all. You wouldn't want an ambitious but also hostile competitor among us in the decades to come, would you? Let's put that aside. The few projects of yours all require large amounts of funding, which you must fight for against other people. If another refiner gets him as a disciple and their project produces results sooner than yours, what will you do?" Huang Puxi hesitated. "Master Su, you do have a point." Su Jiuzhen continued his analysis. "In my opinion, this is rather a fair deal. Although your hands can be temporarily recovered through secret arts, they can only last a very short amount of time. If you are alone, you wouldn't be able to proceed with many large experiments or personal training sessions with your impaired hands. But if you have such a strong disciple as your assistant, your project will definitely be accelerated, you will be granted more funds, the speed of your cultivation will soar, and your position in the Temple of Immortals will be much more solid." 2. Huang Puxi's eyes were flickering as he thought, before they gradually came to a halt. He thought for a while and was still concerned. "Master Su, you're right. I wasn't thinking thoroughly just now. But is this boy sincere about joining the Temple of Immortals? My crystal bombs and my techniques to distinguish the best points of explosion are extraordinary. If the boy learns all of them and yet has other plans, our starship might be seriously sabotaged." "You don't need to worry about that," Su Jiuzhen explained. "Goldhorn has been traveling unpredictably for a while, but we've basically locked the space zone it is in, and we will capture it within half a month. Talented as this Liao guy may be, how much can he learn in such a short time? As for his sincerity and whether or not he has other trump cards, I'll take care of that and give him another test. If he has made up his mind to be an immortal cultivator, you have countless methods to tame him in the future as his master. If he has other cards and is planning some petty tricks, I will let him beg to be executed." Liao stayed in his room for only 5 minutes before Black Stone and White Dew came in and handed a crystal processor to him with a weird expression. Huang Puxi's helpless face appeared in the picture, as he said, "Are you willing to be my disciple as long as I teach you the crystal bomb techniques?" Liao smiled. "I'll decide after the quality of the goods is determined. I'll practice when you teach for a couple of days. If you are honest and your techniques are genuine, I see no harm in being your disciple." Huang Puxi stared at him for a long time, before he took a deep breath and said, "All right, I'm sending you an information stream. You can study it for now. As for the files of a higher level, I'll have to sort through them first. In 3 hours, Blackstone and White Dew will bring you to my workshop again. Remember, what I'm giving you is only half of what I know. Only after you become my disciple will I teach you the other half, which is more complicated." Liao nodded. "I kind of like the notion of being an immortal cultivator now. Liao tapped on the light beam and received the information. It was a notebook personally written by Huang Puxi, in which the structural designs and methods of refining of 572 kinds of crystal bombs were recorded. The crystal bombs varied from the super bombs, which could blow up a planet back in the days of the Star Ocean Imperium, to the assault bombs that could be installed inside fly demon beasts for suicidal attacks, to the anti-crystal suit bombs that were only the size of fingernails and yet could penetrate through a crystal suit and kill the cultivator inside as long as they were deployed at the right location. The frameworks of many of the bombs had been modified, rectified, and perfected by Huang Puxi. Their damage had been significantly improved. Liao felt that he had received a priceless treasure and completely devoted himself to it, his hands tremoring in excitement. Huang Puxi, hearing his conversation with Huang Puxi and seeing his fascinated face, felt that her hands and feet were cold. She trembled and shouted, "Liao, what did Huang Puxi say to you? You didn't make any deals with him, did you?" Liao seemed to have heard none of it. Huang Puxiaoya clenched her fists and raised her voice. "Liao, don't be fooled. If you take the first wrong step, you will take countless wrong steps. We are cultivators." There was still no response from Liao. His eyeballs were shivering rapidly, his hands tapping on the light beam non-stop, his mouth murmuring things that were utterly meaningless. He had apparently gone mad. Huang Puxiaoya was almost crying. "Liao, don't do that. Please, She summoned her courage and suddenly lunged at Liao, trying to snatch his crystal processor. This time, Liao responded quickly. He raised his crystal processor high and, bending his right leg like a saber, kicked Huang Puxiaoya right in her abdomen. She was blown away immediately. Tears were all over Huang Puxiaoya's face. She was cramping, in too much pain to moan. As if possessed by a devil, Liao strode forward with a hideous face. He clutched Huang Puxiaoya's hair and pulled her up to his face. He glared at her gloomily with his bloodshot eyes until Huang Puxiaoya couldn't bear it any longer and sobbed silently. Then he said, one word after another, "Don't bug me when I'm studying magical equipment. Every second in the coming 10 days is of paramount importance to me. If you hinder me again, I will slay you before Blackstone and White Dew interrupt. Do you understand?" Liao threw Huang Puxiaoya away as if she was a ragged bag and did not bother to look at her again. He returned to his crystal processor and concentrated his attention on the structures of hundreds of crystal bombs again. In a corner of the room, an inconspicuous crystal camera he had never seen before captured everything that had happened dutifully. In their cabin, Huang Puxi and Su Juzhen were monitoring them on the light beam. What a brutal and cold-hearted young man. A natural-born, immortal cultivator. Huang Puxi and Su Juzhen looked at each other and smiled. However, the tests we have to run cannot be saved. To this moment, we cannot rule out the possibility that he has been acting. In the coming few days, Liao dedicated himself to the training of the techniques of crystal bomb refining. To be an explosions expert, techniques in two regards must be studied. Firstly, the creation of explosion magical equipment. Not only must the refiner be familiar with the classic crystal bombs in history and their variations, they must also know what natural materials would lead to explosions when they were combined. The experts of the trade could mix dozens of daily materials that were extremely stable and in no way explosive into powerful bombs. But if they stopped there, they could only be called top explosions experts. The really super explosions experts must have deeper understanding about the structure of the object to be bombed. Every super explosions expert had a pair of sharp eyes that could allow them to see through the surface of an object and perceive the deepest structure of it, so that they could find the balance point of the object. Once the balance was ruined, the entirely object would collapse. Huang Puxi was such an expert. Back in the Sky Hill, he had paralyzed 12 anti-gravity rune arrays of a floating mountain with only 2 regular crystal bombs. The technique through which Huang Puxi trained his eyes was named Phantom Breaker. It allowed the user to concentrate the spiritual energy in the eyes and meld one's spiritual threads into one's eyesight. Wherever one's eyes reached, the spiritual threads would penetrate into the target and sense the tiniest structures of the object that were unperceivable to eyes. When cultivated to the highest level, Phantom Breaker, would not only make the user see through the deepest structures of an object, but also allow them to sense the weakest part of them instantly. By that time, with a quick glance, the heavily protected target would become a clear, detailed skeleton, and the weakest part of the skeleton would emit vague red brightness. One would know where to attack without thinking, just by looking at it. This was only for the deployment of 1 or 2 crystal bombs. When it came to the serial explosions that required 3 or more bombs, more factors would be involved that would interfere with each other, and the demand on the computational ability of the bomber would soar too. Countless theories would have to be applied, such as chaos theory, turbulence model, butterfly effect, uncertainty principle. The mysterious and complicated theories dazzled Liao and made him greatly enjoy himself. To study so many theories at the same time required much more than a few days. Thankfully, there was a mysterious zone of memories inside Liao's brain. By staying in the heavens refining tower, the virtual time could be significantly lengthened. Liao sank his consciousness into the deepest part of his brain and dedicated himself to training hard with the extended time inside the heavens refining tower. At first, Huang Puxi was not entirely open-minded. Although he said that he had given Liao half of what he knew, he had only offered less than 30% of his knowledge, which also contained the most sophisticated theories. By Huang Puxi's estimation, with the computational ability of a building foundation cultivator, it would take Liao 3 to 5 months to memorize all the theories, and much longer to understand and grasp them. Also, theories couldn't be readily applied to real battles, and they were barely of any help to the improvement of one's capability. But what he didn't know was that Liao was an experienced bomber who wouldn't have defeated enemies multiple times, stronger than himself in the dangerous battles without the traps made of crystal bombs. In the subject of explosions, Liao had set up as many bombs as Huang Puxi had. It was just that he had learned everything by himself and was lacking the support of systematic theories. Therefore, the theories that Huang Puxi had offered him were, to him, what a pillow was to a drowsy man. He couldn't feel more satisfied. During the prolonged time inside the heavenly refining tower, Liao studied the theories that Huang Puxi had given him and compared Huang Puxi's bombs with his self-made crystal bombs in the past. He made new discoveries almost every second and new understandings every minute. His capability was improving at a higher speed than an exploding crystal bomb. Only 3 days had passed in reality. But Liao had generally memorized all theories and totally grasped the structural designs of hundreds of Huang Puxi's crystal bombs. His speed stunned Huang Puxi, who was vigilant and made up his mind not to teach him the rest of his techniques easily. Otherwise, even if the guy was willing to join the Temple of Immortals in the end, he might not enjoy many benefits from it personally. It was not unusual that a master was starved after they taught everything they knew to their disciples in the Temple of Immortals. But he didn't expect that Liao wasn't just a consumer. After getting part of Huang Puxi's knowledge, the guy seemed to be quite satisfied. His attitude toward Huang Puxi had changed significantly. Not only did he often go and discuss esoteric problems about crystal bombs with Huang Puxi, the guy even revealed part of his own techniques and skills of refining. This time, Huang Puxi was both surprised and amazed. Ever since his hands had been destroyed by lightning due to his crazy training more than 20 years ago, he had basically abandoned the path of a sword forger. Later, on his way to the million-star space zone in search of an elixir to cure his hands, he encountered a space storm and was almost killed. But the accident proved to be a turning point for him. After his narrow escape, he found the heritage of a long-deceased senior by luck, including Phantom Breaker, and half of a manual on the craft of crystal bombs. Since then, Huang Puxi had been mostly focused on the refinement of explosive magical equipment. In the circle of refiners, this research field was not as popular as melee weapons, guns, or starships. There were not many such experts in the Temple of Immortals, either. He barely had the opportunity to communicate with specialists who had equal expertise to himself. After a long time of practicing in solitude, he found it hard to improve after he had reached his bottleneck. The questions that Liao raised had precisely hit the points he was unsure about. After several deep discussions, not only was Liao greatly enlightened, Huang Puxi had sorted out many problems that had baffled him and made great progress, too. He had tested Liao several times, but Liao did not care at all and shared many secret techniques with him nonetheless. With Huangpu Shi's sharp eyes, he could easily tell that much of the information Liao had provided was invaluable. Some of it had been lost a long time ago. If the guy was not determined to join the Temple of Immortals, he would definitely not share such top confidential arts with him. This time, Huangpu Shi was really confused. What is this guy Liao exactly? Is he stupid? But the tricks and responses he took in the beginning were very excellent, and he seized the opportunity to ask for more benefits greedily and right in time, too. Is he smart? But he did not keep anything to himself at all and brought out so many ultimate skills promptly and honestly. Even I have never heard of some of the refining methods and tricks. They are definitely top secrets of top secrets. Why did he tell me all of them so easily? Does he really consider me his master? Huangpu Shi and Su Jiuzhen had discussed with each other for a long time. Their conclusion was, Liao lived alone in the periphery of the Sea of Stars for more than 20 years. He was naturally quick to respond due to the suffering of the harsh environment. However, the number of people he got in touch with was too limited after all. He is too young, too simple, and sometimes naive. For such an arrogant young man who thinks too highly of himself, the only thing we need to give him is flattery and compliments. He is not afraid of sticks, but he cannot resist carrots. With some adulation, he will be so ecstatic that he won't know who or where he is, and he will confess all the secrets that he knows about. After he figured out Liao's personality, he was even kinder and friendlier toward Liao when they were together, and his tutelage gradually turned both thorough and detailed. But, of course, he had calculated everything through. He had concluded that, for each technique or skill that he taught Liao, Liao had returned at least 2. Although they were not as good as his, but there was a great number of them. Huangpu Shi was a talented genius, too. After receiving Liao's techniques and cultivation methods, he had been training crazily for several days, and his capability in refining had soared, to the extent that he felt that a breakthrough was coming near. He was so happy that he was almost crying. At first, he recruited Liao as his disciple purely for the purpose of getting more skills. But gradually he changed his thoughts. Since the boy had a simple mind despite his sharp tongue, he was quite easy to be manipulated as long as one knew how to deal with him, that is to say, how to flatter him and talk to him nicely. It did not seem a bad idea to really treat the guy as his disciple. He could be asked to perform dangerous experiments in the future so that Huangpu Shi wouldn't have to do them personally. Besides, the guy had indeed got something in his head. He was throwing out tricks that Huangpu Shi didn't know about every day. Huangpu Shi was completely hooked by them. To maintain the friendship, he had to trade his own techniques for them continuously. After all, it was quite a fair deal. Couldn't be more in his favor with a ratio of 1 to 2 during the barters. Just like that, the relationship between the master and the disciple was getting better day after day. In the end, they really looked like a devoted teacher and a loyal student. However, Su Jiuzhen didn't let loose of monitoring Liao in secret at all. Liao was still living in the same suite as Huangpu Xiaoya. It was partly for the sake of easier surveillance, and partly to set him as an example for Huangpu Xiaoya. But Huangpu Xiaoya was not influenced at all. In the first couple of days, she was mired in despair and irritation and couldn't get herself out. But as time went by, she grew more and more silent and indifferent. She seemed to have become the girl made of lightning, like when Liao had seen her for the first time. The only difference was that all the lighting was frozen, not jumping anymore. 7 days after Liao and Huangpu Shi made the deal, Huangpu Xiaoya was brought to talk to Huangpu Shi, too. 3 hours later, when Huangpu Xiaoya was back, her eyes were hollow, and she was quieter than ever, like the tranquil and depressed ocean before a storm. She sat cross-legged on her bed and stared at Liao across her, who had been carefully studying crystal bombs for an entire hour. Then she suddenly jumped up and looked down upon Liao in disgust, as she gnashed her teeth. "I'm not an ant, much less a monkey." Liao's eyes were still focused on the crystal bombs. He murmured something to himself and completely ignored her. Huangpu Xiaoya raised her voice, not speaking to Liao, but more like speaking to herself. "Ants can only wave their antennas, and monkeys just squeak. But when ordinary people laugh, we know they are happy. When ordinary people cry, we know they are sad. We drink the same water, we breathe same air, we speak the same language, and we sing the same songs. We are all ordinary people when we were born. Our parents are likely to be ordinary people, and our descendants may be ordinary people for all eternity. No. We are ordinary people except that our strength may be a bit larger than the rest. For your and the other timid scumbags' information, I, Huangpu Xiaoya, will never abandon my identity as an ordinary person, and I would like to fight for that until my last drop of blood is shed. Liao finally raised his head and glanced at her. He said casually, "You will die." Huangpu Xiaoya's hair was messy, her face flushed. She suddenly burst into laughter like a crazy witch. She bellowed with her head held high and her face full of pride. "I may die, but cultivators are destined to live forever. This is the immortality that we pursue, which is totally different from you people without hearts." Liao sniffed. He stopped listening and resumed his study. Today, the question at hand was 7-star dilemma. It was a question about which distribution of 7 crystal bombs could bring up their damage to maximum when they were circuited. If he could find out the optimal solution, the damage of the serial explosion would not be just 7 times the damage of a single crystal bomb, but more than 30 times it. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Liao was learning how to assemble crystal bombs in a special training room. As he got along well with Huangpu Shi, he took the opportunity and asked to do real practice. Huangpu Shi agreed to the request after some consideration. However, all the experiments had to be conducted in this special training room. The training room had been enclosed by the most advanced defense rune arrays and reflection rune arrays. It was safe from any bombs. Even though the bombs were powerful enough to damage the cabin, part of the energy they released would be reflected by the wall and kill everyone inside the cabin first. Therefore, it was impossible for Liao to escape by blowing his way out of the starship. Besides, Liao had no doubt that his every action was being observed by the invisible expert hiding in the darkness. As soon as there appeared to be anything wrong with him, the stalker would immediately make his move. The remarkable stealth ability of the expert suggested that he might be a top assassin in Black Spider Tower who was best at sneaking, hiding, and assassination. Liao was not confident that he could defeat such an opponent shortly in a head-on battle. Moreover, Liao did not intend to leave just now. He was earnestly studying crystal bombs at present. In front of Liao was a crystal chip the size of a fingernail. A small pile of illuminating powder was on it. Liao opened his hands. Spiritual threads extended out of his fingertips, which lifted almost 100 thin, shining metal slices and stabbed them into the powder according to a certain pattern. He then covered another crystal chip on it and carefully sealed them together. The simple movement took him more than 20 minutes. Liao's face was solemn and coated in sweat. Judging from the appearance, it was just a commonly seen double chip group that could be applied to crystal suits, shuttles, or even melee magical equipment. But after Liao's modification, it was in fact a powerful bomb that, when triggered by Liao's telepathic thought, could cast dozens of square meters nearby into flames of fury. After several days of hard training and communication with the rarely seen expert Huangpu Shi, Liao finally made major breakthroughs in crystal bomb refining. The path he chose was different from Huangpu Shi's. Although Huangpu Shi was one of the most brilliant geniuses in refining, his hands had been terribly wounded after all, which prevented him from doing practical operations. Also, he was backed by an enormous organization and had countless subordinates to carry out his commands. Therefore, he was more fond of serial, large-scale explosions. In comparison, Liao was by himself most of the time, and he preferred to travel in the sea of stars alone. Besides, his hands were as nimble as phantoms thanks to the training with the purple ring sword ants. He had also received the heritage of Oyezi and was especially good at carving tiny rune arrays. Therefore, his bombs were smaller and less conspicuous. They might not be very powerful, but they could be easily put into practice in a battle by a single person. He could deploy the bombs and cover them up without anybody knowing anything. Liao blew at his palm. He rubbed his dry hands and pondered the difference of ideologies between Huangpu Shi and himself. Right then, the starship suddenly trembled violently, followed by many intermittent quakes. Slight noises could be heard through the wall, too. Liao was dazed for a moment. He pinned his ear to the cabin wall and analyzed the situation outside. He could tell that the starship was enduring an intense attack. One of the power rune arrays had exploded. Shrieking noises could be heard next, as if somebody was tearing the starship's shell by brute force. Crack! 3 barriers had been imposed to the cabin door. The broadcast rune array on a corner of the ceiling suddenly emanated Fei Ming's somewhat nervous voice. Master Liao, don't worry. We are under the attack of cultivators. Black Stone and White Dew are leading the Guardians to resist the intruders. For your own safety, please stay in your refining room. Liao raised his eyebrow and did not respond. He returned to his operation platform as if nothing had happened and continued assembling the next piece of magical equipment. The only difference was that the speed was upgraded to a much higher level and almost broke the sonic barrier again. Explosions and shouting were louder and louder. The lights inside the cabin were flashing. For half a minute, even the balance system of the starship was malfunctioning, and the ground slanted to the left side slightly. But none of that affected Liao. He kept practicing meticulously and assembled almost 5 crystal bombs in a row. But of course, since Huang Puxi hadn't given him enough materials, the power of the crystal bombs was not very impressive. Half an hour later, yelling and screaming suddenly occurred outside of the cabin door. After an ear-splitting explosion, more than half of the cabin was filled in smoke. A shocking giant hole appeared on the cabin door, through which an exo in a lead gray crystal suit that was covered in cracks and blood crept in. There was a sigil of a bear head on the chest of the exo's crystal suit. The bear, whose mouth was full of tusks, was biting a blood-stained battle saber. It was the emblem of Furious Bear's Union, one of the 6 major sects of Heavenly Saints City. Master Liao. The severely injured exo jumped to Liao and said anxiously, "We are from the Furious Bear Exo Society, the armed forces directly under the command of Furious Bear Union. My name is Hu Guahao. We are here to save you and Huang Puxiaoya. Let's go." Dazzling brilliance suddenly blinked in Liao's eyes. He said with the utmost surprise, "You've discovered that Huang Puxiaoya and I went missing so fast? Did you find the alarm magical equipment that I hid in my room? Was it not damaged by the explosions?" Hu Guahao was dazed for a moment, but he quickly nodded. The magical equipment was indeed impaired by the explosions, but the experts of the 6 major sects fixed it up and learned that you were captured. Let's talk more about that later. We are in an urgent situation. Our men cannot hold on for long. Let's go now. Liao's eyes flickered and he said hesitantly, "It's a pity that I cannot make up my mind to leave at present. Let me think for a while." Hu Guahao was stomping the ground in anxiety. "The situation is too urgent for you to consider anything now. You have to go." Liao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He shouted, "I hate threats more than anything else. What can you do if I don't want to go?" Hu Guahao yelled and cursed, his crystal suit shaking violently. He pointed at Liao's nose. "Master Huangpu was right. You have indeed defected. You are a filthy, craven traitor." Liao scorned. "Everybody fights for what is best for themselves. I've never said that I would be loyal to cultivators. What's this talk of defection all about?" Hu Guahao was more than infuriated. "It's everyone's duty to eliminate the traitors at the first chance. Now that you've chosen the devil's path, just go to hell." He waved his right hand. 3 sharp flash talons appeared at the front end of his arm. He bellowed and swept at Liao brutally. With the enhancement of his crystal suit, the strike was indeed earth-shaking. Liao's 8-arm suit had been partly lost the first day he got on board. Besides, he would need another several seconds to summon what remained of it. The time was not enough at all. Liao waved his 2 hands and threw the 5 crystal bombs on the platform at Hu Guahao, as he suddenly bent and hid himself below the platform. Boom! 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 Hu Guahao was immediately covered in clusters of orange brightness. It was a shame that the crystal bombs were not powerful enough. Protected by his crystal suit, Hu Guahao suffered absolutely no damage from them except a moment of dizziness after he took a few steps back. Taking advantage of his enemy's brief halt, Liao leapt out of the platform and rushed toward the cabin door as fast as he could. Hu Guahao was back to himself very shortly. He shouted, "Traitor, where are you going?" Colorful exhaust flames burst out of the power rune arrays on the back of his crystal suit. He accelerated to the maximum speed and kicked Liao in his back brutally. Liao screamed and, vomiting blood, was kicked into a corner like a kite whose string had been cut off. Hu Guahao seized the opportunity to move forward. The electric currents on his flash claw were brought to the limits. Dazzling electric arcs were spluttering on it as he aimed the claw at Liao's chest and stabbed it. Liao's face was pale. His hands dangled down helplessly. There was the deepest fear in his eyes, as if he could do nothing except wait to be killed. Two things happened simultaneously in the next half a second. At first, a black shadow dashed into the broken cabin door and launched a flying sword at Hu Guahao. The flying sword hit Hu Guahao's flash claw precisely and deviated it from its trajectory. Then, Liao, with the strength from nobody knew where, suddenly jerked to the left, only to unfortunately barge in the path of the flying sword. The flying sword wreathed in crimson flames pierced into his left abdomen and left a terrifying wound there that almost reached his heart. Liao's face was twisted by the pain. He had lost the strength to scream and collapsed to the ground. The black shadow came to a halt. It was a pure black crystal suit. The owner of the black crystal suit seemed to be as shocked as Hu Guahao. They were dazed for more than half a second before they began fighting. However, neither of them seemed to be interested in the battle. After several seconds of fighting, Hu Guahao turned around and ran away, roaring, "Traitor, justice will come soon." The black shadow didn't pursue Hu Guahao. He jumped at Liao and shouted, "Master Liao!" In a surveillance room not far away, Huang Puxi and Su Juzhen both rose up and cried, "Not good! Hurry! Send him to the med bay. Give him the best treatment and the best medicine. He is the best disciple candidate that I have finally come across after so many years. Now that he has passed the test, his loyalty is unquestionable now. He cannot die just like that. He cannot." Seeing that Liao's abdomen had been torn open and he was cramping with blood flooding out, Huang Puxi felt that his heart was aching. It was not Liao himself that he felt sorry for. The greatest pity was that there were many tricks and techniques of refining inside Liao's brain that had yet to be dug out. It would be wasteful if he died just like that. Cold sweat appeared on Su Juzhen's forehead, too, as he gnashed his teeth. Who knew that he would jump up? But it's actually not bad. If his performance is only as good as this at the life and death moment, it is evident enough that he is really planning to join the Temple of Immortals, and his combat ability is truly at the beginning level of the building foundation stage. Su Juzhen cast his eyes to a light beam nearby, which displayed the picture of a shallow cabin. Inside the picture, Hu Guahao, who had been rescuing Liao a moment ago, was standing beside another two exos wearing crystal suits of the same model. Several other workers were next to them. "Duan Hu, Duan Xiong, Duan Bao, take off your crystal suits and send them for examination. The standard crystal suits of the Furious Bears Union are not easy to find. We won't get replacements if they are damaged. Take a rest after that. You've completed your mission. Job well done. Duan Hu, don't let what happened just now bother you. It was because of an ill-considered plan. If something happens to Liao, I will take full responsibility for that. Your performance of the task was flawless." His words moved Duan Hu, who had pretended to be Hu Guahao a moment ago. The guy shook in excitement and bowed. "Understood, Master Su." Shua. The other two immortal cultivators had already taken off their crystal suits and handed them over to the workers nearby. Right then, Duan Hu triggered his telepathic thoughts, too. Gold lines surged out of the crystal suit and gradually dissected it. At present, none of the 6 workers and 3 exos inside the cabin were protected by crystal suits. Their alarm was at the lowest point. Duan Hu's crystal suit was about to be taken off. when a piece of magical equipment no larger than a finger suddenly blinked in weird greenness on an inconspicuous spot below 2 tubes of the crystal reactor. Huang Puxi was suddenly greatly alarmed, as if thousands of needles were pricking his heart. He quivered and jumped up, while he screamed desperately, "Put on your crystal suit! Now!" What? Inside the picture, the workers were somewhat slow in reacting. But the faces of the 3 well-trained exos all blanched, knowing that there must be a good reason for Huang Puxi's anxiety. They summoned their crystal suits immediately. However, it would still take the fastest of them 1.1 seconds to finish the implementation of the whole crystal suit. After the greenness blinked for 0.3 seconds, a narrow line of flames burst out of the magical equipment and penetrated through the crystal reactor of Duan, whose crystal suit. The magical equipment was not powerful per se, but it was irritating and unsteady. It unleashed all the spiritual energy inside the crystal reactor and triggered a serial explosion. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. In the Heaven's Origin sector, the explosion of a supercompressed crystal reactor had once ruined the entire refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Although the biggest reason for the accident was that the warehouse full of crystals was ignited by the explosion, the power of a crystal reactor's explosion was definitely not something to underestimate. Inside a starship, the explosion of a crystal reactor was more than enough to destroy several cabins. For a moment, the starship seemed to have hit an invisible iceberg in the sea of stars. The ground was shaking, black smoke was popping up, and flames were dancing everywhere. In the center of the fire, countless immortal cultivators were screaming and crying. The light beam immediately fell into darkness. Huang Puxi and Su Jiuzhen were both dumbfounded. They looked at each other in bewilderment for more than 1 minute. Their faces were even paler than those of a zombie, and they didn't know what to say at all. Half an hour later, standing outside the med bay, Huang Puxi and Su Jiuzhen stared at Liao gloomily. They could see that Liao was soaked in bright green medication drugs comfortably as if he were taking a hot bath. The guy couldn't be more contented. The damage is very serious. 4 were killed, including all the Duan triplets. 7 were too badly injured to fight again in the future. 5 were crippled, with severe shock to their internal organs and brain. Their capability will be greatly compromised even if they recover from the wounds. 6 of them were relatively better, but it will still take them at least 2 weeks before their combat ability is fully recovered. As for the damage to the starship, you should know it better than me as a refiner. I won't waste my time talking about that. This is truly... Su Jiuzhen seemed hoarier than usual. His white hair was all standing up, revealing his bare skin on the top of his head. Huang Puxi's face was grave too. However, he was the refiner on the starship. Most of the people killed or injured were under the command of Su Jiuzhen and not directly affiliated to him. Therefore, he was not as irked as him. Thinking for a moment, he asked, "How are Liao's wounds?" Holding back his anger, Su Jiuzhen replied, "The guy is indeed unbelievably lucky. The wound he suffered from the sword seemed to be shocking enough, but it actually never reached any of his internal organs. His flesh was torn open, and one of his ribs was broken. That's all. He will be fully recovered after staying inside the med bay for half a day." Huang Puxi was surprised. He asked, "Is there any possibility that he feigned his wound to win our trust?" Su Jiuzhen shook his head. "I've considered such a possibility, but based on what has happened, I would say that it's very unlikely. Although his wounds are not serious, they are indeed close to his main organs. If he hit the sword on purpose, he would have to boast precise control over his every muscle, his every artery, and even the small-scale movements of his internal organs. Otherwise, the flying sword would have penetrated into his heart if he had been unlucky. He might have survived if the med team got there in time, but an artificial heart would cause a great loss to his capability. The price would have been too great to pay. Besides, although his critical parts were not hurt, he has still shed a lot of blood, and the outer injury was bad, too. His combat ability must have hit rock bottom at that time. How would someone place themselves in such a dangerous situation if they had other plans? By my analysis, There is only one type of person who could fake such wounds on purpose and maintain more than 90% of their combat ability after the accident. Huang Pu Shi asked, "What kind of person is that?" Su Juzhen replied, "Those who reject magical equipment and weapons and build up their bodies to strike the genetic chain in order to unleash the primordial force, the body practitioners." Huang Pu Shi was dazed for a moment. He took a long breath in relief. Liao was a crazy refiner, a lunatic bomber, and a specialist of saber refining. There was no way that he was a body practitioner who hated magical equipment most. It was obvious and self-explanatory. Pondering for a moment, he said, "I'm going to ask what that was all about, but the bottom line is he didn't know that Duan who was one of us. Everything is a misunderstanding. I, of course, know that it is a misunderstanding, and that he has proved himself determined enough to join us. Otherwise, I would have stabbed the guy's heart long ago." Su Juzhen was seething with anger, yet he couldn't find anybody to vent it on. He had pinched himself multiple times, because he couldn't figure out how a thoroughly planned test ended up like this. Even if the Starships of Furious Bear's Union had really caught up with them and had a big fight them with them, the damage couldn't have been more than this. Huang Pu Shi took a deep breath and walked into the med bay with a smile. When Liao saw him come in, his pale face that was apparently a result of the massive loss of blood was beaming with agitation. He struggled and sneered, "Isn't the Temple of Immortals an awesome organization? You seem to have everything under your control. But how did all the cultivators sneak in? Is that how you usually protect people?" The guy said, before he left, that he wouldn't let go of me because I was a traitor. What am I going to do in the future? I don't want to live in darkness and hide on Spider Den for the rest of my life. Calm down. The accident was partly on you, too. Why did you leave a piece of alarm magical equipment in your room? Huang Pu Shi frowned. Liao sniffed heavily, but he was less elaborate and murmured, "At that time, I didn't know what was coming for me at all. Isn't it normal to leave a piece of alarm magical equipment in case anything goes wrong? Right?" Liao's eyeballs rolled fast, while he asked earnestly. "After I reached the med bay, I seemed to have heard an ear-splitting explosion. The entire starship seemed like it was falling apart. What happened? Were the cultivators defeated? How about Huang Pu Xiaoya? Ku. Huang Pu Shi coughed uncontrollably. He managed to reply, "Huang Pu Xiaoya is still under our control. The cultivators have been driven away. But before they left, the main gun of their starship bombarded us for one last time. Our starship was somewhat affected by the attack. But it's not a problem. Yes, not a problem. In another few days we will meet with Feng Yuzhong. By then, everything will be back on track. There won't be any accidents again." Now that Liao had proved himself loyal to the Temple of Immortals, Huang Pu Shi did not mind sharing some confidential information with his future disciple in order to leave a good impression on him. That way, he might be able to squeeze more secret arts of refining out of him. Liao was apparently relieved and cursed. These bastards ran fast enough. While he was talking, he touched the wound on his abdomen, which was healing quickly. He narrowed his eyes and grinned hideously. The scumbags were indeed brutal enough. I almost kicked the bucket because of them. However, they won't be any better than myself right now. Before the cultivator retreated, I gave him a little something. Ha 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 ha. I'm pretty sure that they are going to love it. Huang Pu Shi couldn't help but quiver. He asked, What did you give him?" Liao laughed evilly and replied, "Over the past few days, based on the techniques that you taught me and my own experience in crystal bomb refining, I have finally devised a new model of anti-crystal suit bomb that I have named Crystal Suit Killer. Crystal Suit Killer has 3 distinguished characteristics. Firstly, it is extremely small, light, and unobtrusive. I developed a deeper understanding about the engravement of tiny rune arrays through my experience of carving a chip with my bare hands in the Sky Hill Sword seminar. The size of many attack and explosion rune arrays can be reduced to 1/3 of their usual size now. Based on that, the crystal bombs that I refine are 1/3 the size of bombs of the same type or even smaller. Secondly, since the bombs are small, there is bound to be less gunpowder. But it doesn't matter. I'll simply install Crystal Suit Killer to the back of the enemy's crystal suit, where the crystal reactor is located. Once triggered, all the power of Crystal Suit Killer will be condensed into a line of spiritual energy and pierce through the enemy's crystal reactor. More exactly, Crystal Suit Killer is in fact just a catalyst, whose sole effect is to transform the crystal reactor on the enemy's crystal suit into a real bomb. I believe you understand the nastiness of the explosion of a crystal reactor as clearly as I do. Liao was smiling scarily. Thirdly, and also the point that I'm most proud of, the trigger system. Crystal Suit Killer is not triggered by a countdown, nor by remote telepathic thoughts, but by a condition. The triggering condition for Crystal Suit Killer is when around 50% of the crystal suit has been taken off. You see, if the enemy is in a crystal suit, most of the explosion will be resisted by the crystal suit. There will be little real damage. But if they are not in their crystal suits, they will naturally be much more fragile. The billion-dollar question is, when will an exo take off their crystal suit? They will only take off their crystal suit when they feel secure and most relaxed. It is possible that many of their companions, refiners, and mechanics will be with them in such scenarios, and they will be equally unalert themselves. If an explosion takes place right then, ha 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 ha, how many of them do you think can put on their crystal suit or summon their spiritual shield in time? Liao suddenly rose up from the medication drugs. Clutching the edge of the capsule he was in, he craned his head and sent his wet face right in front of Huang Puxi's head. His eyes were as sharp as knives, penetrating deep into Huang Puxi's head, as he said, one word after another. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and I, Liao, happen to be a man with an excellent memory. Whoever, or whatever, decides to be my enemy must be ready to pay a good price. I wonder, is the guy named Hu Guahao going to take off his crystal suit when he is back on Furious Bear's Union Starship, surrounded by his senior brothers and junior brothers? I get really excited whenever I think about what will become of them. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Huang Puxi's face was pale. Liao's laughter seemed to be punching him right his chest, and he felt that he was having a heart attack. Moaning for a moment, he asked, "How did you plant the bomb on the back of the enemy's crystal suit?" Liao answered delightedly, "Did you forget? I threw the crystal bombs on the platform at the enemy in the beginning. Then I snuck below the platform and ran to the front. It appeared that I was in too much of a hurry to find a way out. But in fact, I dashed to the back of the enemy when the other bombs exploded." The small training room was filled with smoke and dust at that time. His vision was limited. Was it really difficult for me to pin such a small crystal bomb to the back of his crystal suit with my hands that can reach subsonic speed casually? Ha! Huang Puxi, why does your face look so awful? Somebody seemed to have slapped you in the face. What, were you ambushed and wounded by the cultivators? You'd better not die. There are many other things that I'm hoping to learn from you. Huang Puxi took quite a few long breaths to recover his face color. Then he gnashed his teeth and said, I am fine. I was merely feeling dizzy due to the previous explosion. That's good. That's good. After all, I wouldn't have successfully devised and created Crystal Suit Killer without your tutelage. If some cultivators are indeed blown to pieces, you should be credited for our accomplishment. Greatly credited, said Liao solemnly. Huang Puxi felt like vomiting blood. He held his chest and said, difficultly, As long as you are sincere about becoming my disciple, everything is all right. Liao grinned. Let's talk about that later. Since the cultivators considered me a traitor and want me killed so much, then as their wish, I will embark on the path to immortality and become an immortal cultivator. Huang Puxi had been looking forward to Liao's renouncement for a long time, but he was not expecting to hear it in such an awkward situation. Pausing for a moment, he replied, Take a good rest now. When you recover, we might need you for the maintenance work of the starship. Is that so? Brilliance blinked in Liao's eyes, as he nodded quickly. That's not a problem. Repairing a starship is my thing. Leaving the medbay Liao was in, Huang Puxi and Su Juzhen went to another medbay that was larger in size on the second floor of the starship. Compared to the cleanness and tranquility of Liao's room, This med bay was truly a living hell. The entire med bay reeked of burnt flesh and blood, which could not be entirely driven away no matter how much the ventilation system worked. The screams of countless immortal cultivators consolidated into gloomy clouds that enshrouded them. Many broken, burnt bodies, whose arms or legs were gone, were in fact still alive because of the tough vitality of the immortal cultivators. They were floating inside the medication drugs as if they were chopped meat. Faint breaths could be heard occasionally. It was truly a blood-freezing scene. Resolute and iron-willed as Su Jiuzhen and Huang Puxi were, they couldn't help but sigh when they saw such tragedies. Master Su, this is horrible. Too horrible. Black Stone and White Dew exclaimed in grief and anger. They were the captain and deputy captain of the assault team on the Starship. The Exos killed in the explosion were mostly their subordinates. The two of them had not been in the zone of the explosion and therefore had not been affected by it. But they were still more than infuriated seeing that their loyal subordinates, whom they had carefully trained for a long time, were now disabled or even dropped dead. White Dew, the dark, long-necked woman, shouted shrilly, "I'll just leave everybody else alone." The three brothers of the Duan family were triplets whose minds were connected. They had been trained in Black Spider Tower since they were young. Although they were merely in the beginning level of the building foundation stage, they had taken care of a lot of high-level building foundation stage cultivators with the assassination skills that they were adept at and the seamless cooperation that was based on their bloodline bond. Moreover, they were all showing signs of advancement lately. If they could have advanced into the middle level of the building foundation stage, they could even have been assigned to deal with cultivators in the beginning level of the core formation stage after a few years of training. Such triples are indeed rarely seen. If they had been killed in a real battlefield, so be it. But now they've been killed absurdly. More than 10 years of effort has been wasted. All wasted. Oh, Su Jiuzhen replied peacefully. Are you insinuating that it was wrong of me to have arranged the test? White Dew quivered and immediately stopped. Her body was shaking like a sieve, and she dared not say another word. Su Jiuzhen scoffed and said, "The Duan triplets were indeed useful and hard to come by, but are they really more precious than Liao? You've all seen that Liao is cruel and cunning without any moral standard. He does not care about the righteous path of cultivation that other cultivators deem most important, and he simply asks what benefits he can get from joining us. Besides, there was not the slightest hesitation when he assaulted Huang Puxiaoya. Attacking a woman seemed as natural as breathing air for him. A guy of no restrictions with profound skills in refining who has crafted such an excellent piece of magical equipment like Crystal Suit Killer. He was born to be an immortal cultivator, one that only appears once in 100 years. He is the immortal cultivator of immortal cultivators. Let me give you a few reminders. I don't care if some of you are discontented today and go looking for trouble with him. However, you'd better bear in mind that, for a guy like Liao, with his expertise and his personality, his position in our organization will definitely shoot up quickly. He is definitely not the most lenient man in the world. In fact, he was petty enough to set up a bomb hoping to blow up his enemy and his enemy's companions just because the guy slashed him. If you are determined to piss off such a merciless man, just follow your heart. I will not stand in your way if you want to kill yourself." His words rendered everybody speechless. A cold wind seemed to be sweeping inside the med bay. Even the moaning and screaming injured immortal cultivators lowered their voices subconsciously. Li Yao. Everybody was reciting the upsetting name. They shivered as if they were tied up by a viper. Half a day later, Li Yao was fully recovered. He was immediately asked to fix the Starship. According to Huang Puxi, the Starship had been seriously damaged by Furious Bear's Union in the battle yesterday. A lot of refiners had been killed, too. Liao didn't ask any further. He did what he was asked to dutifully without any complaints. Now that he had gained the trust of Huang Puxi, he was granted with part of the permissions to the crystal processor of the Starship, which allowed him to browse and download its structural designs. After analyzing the structural designs carefully, he discovered that the Starship was actually an Ox-level middle-sized carrier. This model of carrier was simple-structured and sturdy and often used for transportation of tremendous goods. It was one of the most commonly seen business starships of the flying star sector. Although it had been upgraded with some firearms, they were all regular modifications. Most cultivation sects often upgraded their starships in similar ways. There was nothing special about this particular starship. It was exactly as he had speculated. Liao estimated that, as an underground organization, the Temple of Immortals must have considered intelligence collection as one of its top priorities. If so, the majority of their starships were very likely to be such carriers, which wouldn't even raise an eyebrow unlike armed starships. It was even possible that this carrier had once been registered to a cultivation sect before. It would be under the Cultivation's name. Even if it were stopped at certain checkpoints in the Sea of Stars and searched on the spiritual nexus, nobody would be able to find anything wrong about it. Such a starship had entered the Skyhill domain in broad daylight because it was completely legal. If it were a warship that had been armed to teeth, everybody would have noticed it coming distances away. Stormy Sword, the manual of robbery for space pirates written by Feng Yuzhong, was stored inside Liao's brain. It had detailed descriptions on how to sabotage various kinds of starships. Ox-level carriers, as one of the most popular business starships, were of course taken special care of by Feng Yuzhong. There were more than 100 methods recorded in Stormy Sword that could dismantle the Ox into several parts like a butcher. Other than the structural design of the starship, Liao had also received part of the simplified information about the space zone they were in and the cruising status of the next few days. The information was necessary. Refiners had to foresee what was coming in the future in order to perform the necessary strengthening procedures. For example, if the starship was passing through a stone belt of the fire class, the refiners would have to cover the shell of the starship with patches of anti-heat rune arrays. If they were going through a stone belt of the ice class, the refiners would have to do it the other way around. Before Huang Puxi and Su Juzhen set off, they had thought that it would be a simple task to capture 2 refiners. Therefore, they had picked a middle-sized carrier and did not bring too many battle-type immortal cultivators along. As for refiners, since there was already a super expert named Huang Puxi, it would be highly redundant to bring too many of them. As it turned out, quite a few refiners were involved in the gory explosion. Unlike the battle-type immortal cultivators who summon spiritual shields in time, they were mostly killed on the spot. Those who had survived had suffered heavy wounds. Therefore, Liao became the most proficient refiner aboard, other than Huang Puxi. Besides, everybody knew that he was partly in charge of the maintenance of the Great Horn Exo-Society starship and therefore must have a lot of experience. At this critical moment, who else was more fit for the job other than him? 2 days passed. Rumor had it that they would be meeting Feng Yuzhong's fleet soon. As time went by, Liao's plan gradually took shape. However, a new situation disrupted his scheme again. Inside the med bay, Huang Puxiaoya was locked by a barrier and couldn't move at all. She could only glare at Liao with her eyes from which lightning was bursting out. Black stone and white dew were standing behind her. They were emotionless, but their eyes were somewhat weird. Huang Puxi was standing nearby, smiling. He lifted Huang Puxiaoya's hands with a metal manacle and fixed them up. Then he said to Liao, "Come and help me chop off this pair of hands." Liao narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Huang Puxiaoya's hands. He remembered how the pair of hands was wreathed in dazzling lightning in the Skyhill Sword Seminar. Huang Puxiaoya tried to spit in his face, but she was unable to move at all. She could only gnash her teeth. "Bastard!" Liao asked peacefully. "Why?" Huang Puxi replied, emotionlessly. "I paid this trip to the Skyhill domain in the sincere hope that the best of the younger generation of the Huangpu family could set foot on the path of immortality and be an immortal cultivator. But after I spent all the time and efforts talking sense into her, she still refused to wake up. Last time, when the Furious Bears Union broke into the starship, she was even trying to run away. She's been on the wrong path for too long to turn back now. It is not going to help anyone if we keep her alive. So, just melt her without leaving a trace like those ants and let her be doomed for all eternity. However, before that, her hands could be recycled." While talking, Huang Puxi extended his hands that were as withered as dry wood. My hands were destroyed because of crazy training. For dozens of years, I've been looking for methods to treat them, but the best thing I can do right now is recover them briefly and occasionally. The doctors in the Temple of Immortals told me that, since my hands have been withered for so many years, the veins, nerves, and cells in them have lost all vitality. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been beyond repair. It is because of the sturdiness of immortal cultivators that vitality is transferred from my other body parts to my hands. That is why my hands are still functional, however terribly. My hands are already dead, and no medicine is going to bring them back to life. The only possible solution is to transplant a new pair of hands. If I were a battle-type immortal cultivator, it would not be bad for me to switch to a pair of artificial hands that were embedded with all kinds of magical equipment. However, since I am a refiner, the perception of my hands is of paramount importance to me. I cannot use artificial hands. The doctor then told me that I can transplant a pair of hands whose owner shared the same blood as mine. He also taught me the secret art of the transplantation in great detail. If Huang Puxiaoya had been smart enough to retreat from the wrong path and be an immortal cultivator, I couldn't bear to do that now. However, it's not my fault that she is so obstinate. She is going to be executed anyway. I might as well chop off her hands and replace mine with them. That way I can study the more mysterious and complicated magical equipment. This is a great opportunity for her too. Although her body is going to perish, her hands are going to live with me forever and witness the birth of so much powerful magical equipment. Ha 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 ha. Li Yao, your hands are fast, and you have a deep understanding about precise magical equipment. I believe that the capillary vessels and muscle fibers are not going to trouble you. You don't have to be very precise. All you need to do is chop off the forearms roughly from the elbow at your highest speed. The medication magical equipment will take care of the rest. Come on. Huang Puxi waved his hands. Black Stone, the fair fatty, immediately presented a tray on which more than 10 scalpels in different sizes were shining coldly. So, that's the reason you summoned me, Li Yao said casually. He extended his right hand to the tray. For scalpels instantly disappeared, only to turn into 4 streaks of silver brightness and dash among his fingers like silver dragons. Blackstone was amazed. He smiled and said, I didn't know that Master Li Yao was good at using sabers besides your expertise at refining them. Although not as good as White Dew and you are quite skilled for a refiner. I believe that you will chop off the arms flawlessly. Huang Puxiaoya struggled and screamed hard. She was not scared of death, but it was the natural instinct of any refiner to protect their hands. Chopping of her hands was even more miserable than killing her directly. Moreover, Huang Puxiaoya felt sick when she thought that her hands would end up in Huang Puxi's body and help the devil refine magical equipment that could potentially slaughter countless ordinary people. Her mouth was sour and bitter, and she was about to throw up. Bastards! You are all bastards! She mumbled to herself. Helpless tears dripped down her face. Li Yao didn't move, but the scalpels were dancing in his hands faster and faster. He seemed to be hesitating. Ha! Huang Puxi's gaze gradually turned sharp. You cannot make up your mind to do that? I am her blood uncle, and I have slashed off the mortal relationship in pursuit of immortality. She is only a stranger to you, and you are hesitating to do what I told you? It does not befit your personality in the past few days. Li Yao. Black Stone and White Dew moved forward, one from left and one from right, and surrounded him silently. They grew somewhat suspicious about him again. Shua! The 4 scalpels in Li Yao's hands came to a sudden halt, as he grinned and admitted frankly, Truth be told, I'm indeed hesitating to chop off her hands, because Huang Puxiaoya offered me a bottle of the secret nourishment liquids of the Huangpu family without me asking after my battle against Mo Tianshui. It was more or less a favor to me. If I chop off her hands just like that, where will my conscience be? Oh! His hands gesturing in his back, Huang Puxi took a step forward, ready to launch his aggressive magical equipment. He smiled. Then what should we do with your conscience? Li Yao chuckled and said, If I chop off her hands, my conscience will be hurt. Do you think you should at least pay me some medical fee? Huh. Huang Puxi was dazed. What do you mean? Liao licked his lips greedily and opened his right hand. He explained, it's simple. Compensation for the twinge of my conscience. I don't want gold or treasure. But you haven't told me the fastest ways to calculate the optimal solution to 7-star dilemma yet. Consider the methods as the compensation for my injury. Huang Puxi was stunned, and so were Black Stone and White Dew. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment and failed to respond. Liao continued quickly. What about it? If you give me the calculation methods right now, I'll immediately heave the blades and chop off her hands. I guarantee that it will be so fast that blood will not flow out of her limbs until 5 seconds later. There will be enough time for your following procedures. Huang Puxi was utterly dumbfounded, not knowing what to say or do. Black Stone and White Dew took a step back at the same time with disgust in their eyes. Even for immortal cultivators, Liao's shamelessness still far exceeded their expectations. Huang Puxiaoya shouted, Liao, how sordid and brazen you are. I must have lost my mind to offer nourishment liquids to such a scumbag like you. You are definitely the most shameless person I've ever met. You will die miserably one day. Liao was not affected. The fingers on his left hand were dancing as he said, how about it? If you are unwilling to give them to me, you can chop them off yourself. Huang Puxi was still unsure about whether or not Liao meant what he said. He rolled his eyes and said, all right, I'll give you 2 of the fastest algorithms to calculate the optimal solution to 7-star dilemma. You can chop off her hands after that. He turned on a light beam and tapped on it for a while. Then he extended his wrist-worn crystal processor to Liao's and tapped on it. 2 complicated formulas were immediately transmitted over. Liao opened a light beam and read at ease. Huang Puxi glared at him and said in dissatisfaction, I've given you the calculation methods. Why are you still dawdling? Liao replied, of course, I'm examining them for myself. What if I find out that you've given me false methods after I chop off her hands? It's not like I can connect her hands back to her arms. While he was talking, he even closed his eyes, while he murmured something to himself. His fingers bouncing randomly, he brought his computational ability to maximum in front of everyone. 3 minutes later, when he opened his eyes again, there was a confident brilliance in his eyes. They are real. Of course they are real. Just chop off the hands already. All right, I'm doing it now. New, vigorous hands, guaranteed before tonight. Liao grinned hideously. The 4 scalpels turned into 4 streaks of silver brightness again and tied his arms. He strode to Huang Puxiaoya, before he observed her elbow with sharp eyes, as if he was pondering the best point of cutting. Blood seemed to be spurting out of Huang Puxiaoya's eyes. She yelled, Liao, I will come back to you after I die. Liao smiled casually. Don't blame me. I've received a decent sum of compensation for my conscience. Besides, I want Huang Puxi to have a pair of new hands, too, because... Liao suddenly stopped. There was a weird expression on his face. He turned around and asked, did the doctor tell you how much time it will take for you to return to your original capability, or get even better after you transplant a pair of new hands? Huang Puxi replied, since she is of the same bloodline as me, my body will not reject her hands. In less than 3 days, my body and the new hands will be joined perfectly, and 70% of my capability will be restored. In 10 days, I will be fully recovered. After 1 month, I will be able to march toward a higher level. Liao frowned and withdrew the scalpel. He asked again, then what about 1 day? How much can you recover within 1 day? Huang Puxi answered, probably 30% to 50%. What about it? Liao said, if so, can you transplant the new hands tomorrow? We won't meet Feng Yuzhong until 2 days later anyway. Huang Puxi squinted. There was killing intent in his eyes, as he asked, why? Because flames of frenzy were burning on Liao's face, as he slowly continued, one word after another. Tomorrow, I want to challenge you, Huang Puxi, the sword master of the Sky Hill Sword Seminar 30 years ago, and the allegedly strongest heir of the noble families of refining. What? You want to challenge me? Do you know what level you are in and where I am at? How arrogant of you. Huang Puxi was laughing in disbelief. Other people might think that I am too arrogant, but I believe that you must understand me, because you challenged the leader of the Mo family in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar 30 years ago just like me today. At that time, the gap between you and the leader of the Mo family must have been greater than that between me and you, was it not? Besides, Li Yao smiled and said slowly, I'm very curious how formidable my master is when he is doing his best. Huang Puxi's pupils suddenly widened. You finally agree to be my disciple now? Li Yao sneered. If you utterly crush me, and I see the magnificent arts of refining in you, I am, of course, willing to be your disciple. However, if I defeat you tomorrow by luck, it's going to be the other way around. You can kneel down and call me your master. Huang Puxi was hooked by Li Yao's words. When he was young, he had been as arrogant and flamboyant as Li Yao. He had only learned to be more or less prudent after the suffering caused by his hands being destroyed and the vicissitudes of his life that followed. But deep in his bones, he was definitely still a proud man. Furious flames were surging in Huang Puxi's eyes as he remarked, For so many days, I've never revealed my real capability to you. It was wrong of me to trigger your thought of challenging me. You want me to call you master? Good boy. I like your self-confidence. But I don't know whether or not you are capable enough for that. Li Yao rolled his eyes and said, About me being your master, that's just an idea. How about this? You and I will bring out 10 techniques respectively tomorrow, and we will compete with them as stakes. Huang Puxi narrowed his eyes. Stakes? Li Yao licked his lips and said, Yes. I know you never taught me the real essence of crystal bomb crafting. Also, as the most distinguished person in the Huangpu family 30 years ago, you must have many personal understandings about the refinement of melee magical equipment. You will pick 10 techniques from those 2 fields and save them in a jade chip. Of course, I will bring out 10 of my techniques and save them in the jade chip too. Tomorrow, we will hand over the 2 jade chips to someone else, say Blackstone or White Dew, as the stakes for our competition. Don't look at me as if I am taking advantage of you. We are both clear that, although you seem to have been teaching me over these days, we are, in fact, exchanging our techniques. The techniques that you have gotten from me are more valuable. But I don't care. Do you know why? Because there are more advanced techniques in my brain than I can count. You should know that I was born in the remote area of the Sea of Stars, and I was taught by a strange master. Also, I experienced some other fortuitous incidents and received the heritage of a lot of other techniques, too. It's a shame that, when I was 17, I was engaged in a fight for a half tin of fresh air. I lost control and killed the 5 persons of the family. After the old fart discovered this, he immediately made up his mind to kill me without offering me a chance of explanation. Thankfully, I'd been long prepared for that. By the martial arts that I practiced secretly, I slayed the old fart in a counterattack. However, without the help from the old fart, I was not able to comprehend the 2 sophisticated techniques with my wisdom and could only learn them by heart. Damn. If I had seen that coming, I wouldn't have killed the old fart so easily. I would have definitely minced him into pieces and sprayed his ashes in the air. Li Yao gnashed his teeth with a twisted face. Huang Puxi sniffed to himself as he listened to Li Yao. If you killed someone on the spot in a fight, it might be because you lost control. But you killed the entire family? That was totally intended murder. You are indeed cruel. No wonder the legendary strange master tried to eliminate him. He must have seen through the boy's personality. However, the strange master must have been a pure refiner. He was no match for Li Yao, only relying on the aggressive magical equipment he had. As a result, he was the one who got killed. As for Li Yao, without the enlightenment of a tutor, of course, he found it hard to study the more advanced techniques. He must have participated in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar in order to gain fame and attract more attention so that someone else would be willing to give him a hand and help him crack the techniques. At this moment, the question that had been baffling Huang Puxi was finally solved. He realized that Liao had only provided so many techniques generously because there were even advanced techniques inside his brain that the guy couldn't grasp by himself and had to study together with another expert. Wasn't Huang Puxi a super expert himself? Huang Puxi gulped. His face beamed with delight as he said, "What techniques do you have?" Liao pondered for a moment and replied, "There are 3 ancient formulas to calculate the Taoist mammoth algorithm. They are all at least 1/3 faster than the popular methods nowadays. But the 3 formulas are all broken. I cannot finish all the calculations by myself. There's another technique that could transform the green cloud purple glow array into 7 variations. The strength of the array will be improved by 4 times at best. But there are 2 critical points about the technique that I haven't entirely figured out yet. I have dozens of other techniques just like them. After studying for 5 years, I have made 0 progress. I could only reach the conclusion that the wisdom of myself is not enough and that I'm in dire need of someone else's input. But, naturally, I don't want to share my knowledge with any random refiner. I have 2 conditions. Firstly, they must be both good at theories and practical work. Secondly, they must provide an equal number of techniques for me. Only idiots would give away the techniques in their heads for free. Even if I cannot make anything out of the techniques, if I don't get enough benefits from them, I would rather keep them rotting in my brain than let somebody else take advantage of me. The reason I've been hesitating to be your disciple is that your hands are completely useless. There's no way that you can train with me for a long time with them. However, I didn't know that you had a secret art of hand transplantation. There's no problem anymore, then. If you had told me about such a secret art sooner, I might have agreed to be your disciple long ago. How about it? From the techniques that I talked about just now, I'll select 10 and save them in the jade chip. Black stone and white dew will look after the jade chip. You are free to examine it beforehand, but I guarantee that there won't be anything wrong with the techniques. Then we will have a real competition. If you win, I will be your disciple without further ado. The 10 techniques will be my tuition fee. If I win, you don't have to call me your master. What I demand is that you give me your 10 techniques, and that we be equal partners in the Temple of Immortals. Huang Puxi's eyes were flickering. The techniques that Liao provided these days were already captivating enough. He didn't expect that there were many more, even more advanced techniques inside his brain. As a frantic refiner, he found absolutely no reason to turn down the offer. Huang Puxi grinned and replied, "So, you are still planning to take advantage of me. You are not willing to be my disciple, and you want to take away my techniques. However, your chance of winning is slim. If you unfortunately fail, you won't go back on your words, will you?" Weird brilliance shined in Liao's eyes. One of the scalpels suddenly vanished and circled around his fingertip. Blood immediately spurted out. Liao moved his fingers and quickly drew a complicated rune in the midair with his blood as ink. While he drew, he said solemnly, "I swear by the blood of my fingertip that I, Liao, will have a fight in the arts of refining with Huang Puxi tomorrow, and if I fail, I will kneel down and respect Huang Puxi as my master immediately. Should the oath be broken, my mind shall be haunted for all eternity. My hands shall be shaking forever, and I shall never refine a piece of qualified magical equipment for the rest of my life. Blood oath now." Liao finished the last stroke and opened his mouth. The blood rune in the midair immediately turned into a red streak and dashed into his mouth. Liao tremored for a moment. There was hint of blood in his eyes. The faces of Huang Puxi, Black Stone, and White Dew all blanched. A blood oath was a general method of vowing for all cultivators. It was not as effective as recorded in ancient classics, which stated that what the oath-taker swore would definitely come back to them when they broke their vow. A blood oath was, in fact, more of a psychological phenomenon. For example, although Liao had made such a terrifying oath, his hands would not necessarily tremble all day when he broke it. But the idea would stay in his mind nonetheless. When he thought about it occasionally during his refining, his hands might indeed shake and thus reduce the success rate of the refining a little bit. The thought might haunt him for a year and a half or maybe several years. No one could tell how long they would be bothered by their vow-breaking memories. Huang Puxi believed that, if he were in Liao's shoes, He wouldn't bear to see any drop of the success rate of his refining, even if it was as small as 1%. The foolish boy meant what he said. Huang Puxi was almost touched hearing Liao making such an irreversible oath. In the eyes of the regular cultivators, they might find Liao's arrogance in the beginning intolerable. But for Huang Puxi, an immortal cultivator, it was nothing unusual. Selfishness was the greatest virtue among immortal cultivators. Cruel competition was everywhere in the Temple of Immortals, too. There was not the slightest warmth between masters and disciples. Many disciples were loyal and dutiful when they hadn't learned their master's knowledge. They only hated that they couldn't be a dog barking for their masters. However, when their wings grew strong and their masters somehow wound up in trouble, it would be considered very nice of them to only ditch their masters immediately. The more considerate disciples even concocted plans in secret and killed their masters without alarming anyone. Their masters' belongings would all be theirs in such a way. Huang Puxi would never dare recruit such disciples. It was also the reason he didn't have any acolytes or assistants even though he had been in the Temple of Immortals for 20 years. His hands were too useless. He was afraid that, if his disciple became too strong someday, they might have second thoughts. But things were different about this silly boy, Liao. The fact that he was bragging about himself openly suggested that he had no other plans. If the guy were onto something else, he wouldn't have been so arrogant and tried to piss him off at all. It seemed a better option to recruit an arrogant yet simple-minded boy as his disciple than to recruit a hypocrite whom he had to be wary of all day. Besides, there were so many techniques inside his brain. After he got Huangpu Xiaoya's hands, his capability would definitely soar with Liao's helpful techniques. Chances were that he might even be able to march into the high level of the core formation stage and become a renowned core formation stage refiner. By that time, he would be appreciated by everyone in the Temple of Immortals. Who should he be scared of then? Thinking about that, Huang Puxi laughed. Great, great, great. I crushed the Sky Hill Sword seminar 30 years ago, the only one that I ever participated in, without meeting any trouble whatsoever. The matches were even getting boring for me as I proceeded. This year, I interrupted your Sky Hill Sword seminar. It's only reasonable that I make up for that. Then, tomorrow at this time, the two of us will have a special Sky Hill Sword seminar in the Sea of Stars. It will decide whether I, the dominator of the Sky Hill Sword seminar 30 years ago, or you, the most brilliant star in the Sky Hill Sword seminar 30 years later who outshone all the other contestants, are the real king of Sky Hill Sword seminar. It's a deal then. This time tomorrow, a Sky Hill Sword seminar in space. Liao took a long breath and walked up to Huangpu Xiaoya. He drew a line on her elbow with the pommel of the scalpel and smiled at her vaguely. I'll keep these hands of yours for another day. Huangpu Xiaoya was already exhausted. She gazed at him, not even having the strength to curse anymore. An hour later, in their suite, the manacle that confined Huangpu Xiaoya had been relieved. But she was imposed upon yet another few barriers. It was fine for her to eat or drink, but she could only summon the least spiritual energy. Whenever she had the idea of self-torturing, she would immediately receive an electric shock and be paralyzed to bed. Therefore, just like a beast that had fallen into a trap, Huangpu Xiaoya could do nothing but glare with her bloodshot eyes at the bed on which Liao was reading an ancient book comfortably on the other side of the room. The book was Huangpu Xi's personal collection. It was offered to Liao without him asking because Huangpu Xi felt extremely good today. Huangpu Xiaoya stared at Liao for a long time, only to discover that he was smiling as airily as before. She gnashed her teeth. Shameless! Liao laughed and replied, You think this is shameless? Then I'm afraid that your eyes will be open today. Do you want to hear it? Huangpu Xiaoya was dazed, not knowing what he meant. Liao continued instead of waiting for a reply. When I reflected on the whole thing, there are several points that have been bothering me. Look, according to Huangpu Xi, his sole reason for going to the Sky Hill domain was to invite you to join the Temple of Immortals and become an immortal cultivator, was it not? At that time, he was not aware of my capability yet. He merely planned to kill me as a favor for Feng Yuzhong, who is also a member of the Temple of Immortals. I was never his focus. You were. Then here comes the question. Do Do you not think that there should be a step-by-step process to lure in other people, especially hardcore cultivators who were born in the noble families in the cultivation world and firmly believe in the ethos of cultivators? For example, he could have elaborated to you about how merciful and beautiful the Temple of Immortals is, or that it was established for the peace of the universe and for the happiness of the people. At the very least, he should have explained that there were good reasons that the Temple of Immortals were killing other people, say killing some was actually saving more, or that it was not the immortal cultivators who were wrong but the other living souls in the multiple worlds, blah blah blah. Then, he could have shown you the dark side of the cultivators and let you realize that cultivators were actually pretentious people whose actions turned out to be the very opposite of their claims, and so on. The process could be repeated until you were brainwashed and gradually accepted their stance. You would have been transformed slowly but surely. This should be the standard procedure to get more people to join his organization. But what did Huang Puxi do exactly? He showed the serial explosions in the Skyhill domain to you before anything else, as if he was afraid that you could not see through his evilness. He seemed to be trying to trigger your fury and resistance against the Temple of Immortals. Right now, we've been held captive for more than half a month, but he's only spoken to you less than 3 times. By logic, it's perfectly normal that an avid believer of the cultivators' creeds could not change their mindset in such a short amount of time, is it not? Why doesn't he take you to the headquarters of the Temple of Immortals and ask a few more kindly-looking, preferably middle-aged, nuns to take their time to work together and talk sense into you? If the Temple of Immortals really is so bad at recruiting new people, I can only wonder how the organization has existed for such a long time and is even showing signs of thriving. The Huangpu family is a noble family of refining and one of the most renowned families in the circle of refiners. You are the most talented genius in the younger generation of such a family. To deal with such an important figure like yourself, it won't be a waste of time even if it has to take several years, will it? Thirdly, even if Huang Puxi is in dire need of a pair of new hands, does he really have to be so hasty? The medical staff on this starship are definitely less proficient than the doctors in the headquarters of the Temple of Immortals. Why can't he wait until we reach the headquarters and ask a professional doctor to do the transplantation? Why is he not patient enough to wait for another half a month? Those 3 points have been baffling me for an entire hour. However, I suddenly figured everything out when you called me shameless just now. Huangpu Xiaoya was dazed. She pondered for a long time and still failed to get what Liao was trying to say. She murmured, "What do you mean?" Liao smiled knowingly. "It's simple. If Huang Puxi's purpose was to tempt you to join the Temple of Immortals, what he has been doing is idiotic and unreasonable. So, the fact is, since the very beginning, he had never wanted you to join the Temple of Immortals, and he was even scared that you might decide to join it. His one and only purpose at the Skyhill domain was your hands." Taking a deep breath, Huangpu Xiaoya felt that several bolts of lightning were striking inside her head. After she heard Li Yao's explanation, she found everything clearer and yet more desperate. So this was his scheme all along. He is my blood uncle, but he has been coveting my hands. Huangpu Xiaoya was trembling beyond her control. Terrible. You immortal cultivators are too terrible. You are not humans. Definitely not humans. Liao smiled. Huang Puxi is a super refiner. Since he was in need of a pair of new hands, he definitely wouldn't choose any random persons. Inside the Huangpu family, the hands of his relatives of his generation or senior to him were too old. He wouldn't be able to use them for long even if he transplanted them. So, he could only look for alternatives in the younger generation. Who in the younger generation has better hands than you, the talented heir of the Huangpu family? As it happened, you were his blood nephew. Your father and him were brothers. You shared the same bloodline. His body wouldn't have a problem to accept organs from you. Therefore, these young and vigorous hands of yours were apparently destined for him. He played the scenes of the Skyhill domain's explosions on purpose so that you wouldn't even consider surrendering to the Temple of Immortals. He is so eager to chop off your hands now because he wants to settle everything as soon as possible. There will be too many uncertainties when you return to the headquarters of the Temple of Immortals. Let's say you suddenly change your mind and decide to join the Temple of Immortals. If so, there will be absolutely no reason for him to cut off your hands anymore. Haha. Huangpu Xiaoya was almost stunned. She stammered. If you have seen everything through, are you still willing to be a disciple of such a venomous viper? Liao chuckled. What's wrong with that? I've slain my own master before, haven't I? Huangpu Shi and I are merely taking advantage of each other. Now that we are still of value to each other, we will always restrain ourselves and be friendly to one another. A relationship bound by interests is so much more solid than one built on feelings. Indeed. Huangpu Xiaoya closed her eyes, cold tears dripping down her face. She mumbled, I almost forgot. You are also a vicious, filthy, cowardly, and selfish immortal cultivator. Inside a dark room near the suite, although Liao had proved himself to be loyal enough, Huangpu Shi and Su Jiuzhen had never let loose of monitoring him. 3 crystal cameras and detectaphones had been hidden in the corners of the room. They were 5 times more inconspicuous than the previous ones. It was a smart psychological strategy. After Liao dismantled so many crystal cameras and detectaphones in the beginning, he would inevitably think that Huangpu Shi's methods about deploying surveillance equipment were only as good as that. Therefore, Liao had never discovered the last 3 crystal cameras and detectaphones that were much more discreetly than previous ones. However, his blunt words, since he thought no one was watching him, cast the dark room into awkward silence. Su Jiuzhen said coldly, Is it true, what Liao just said? Sweat appeared on Huangpu Shi's forehead, as he stuttered, Well, about that. Su Jiuzhen snorted. It's your own business to chop off Huangpu Xiaoya's hands. But you have mobilized so many resources of our organization without telling us your true purpose. Have you notified the Lotus King of your jobbery? Huangpu Shi was trembling violently. With a bitter face, he replied, I suppose that's a no? Su Jiuzhen sighed and said, Rest assured, I will not report the matter. After all, we are both subordinates of the Lotus King. If I were to blab about it, we might have to turn against each other. What benefits can I get from that? However, what if someone else learns of the matter and attacks the Lotus King for his lack of control over his subordinates? When we return, you have 3 days to explain yourself to the Lotus King. If you don't tell him everything after 3 days, I'm afraid that I'll have to brief the Lotus King myself. Huangpu Shi, I'm not criticizing you, but why didn't you talk to the Lotus King before you did such a thing, which is not entirely forbidden? Why were you so self-willed? How foolish you were. Huangpu Shi's face was as pale as sand. He murmured, I thought. Su Jiuzhen looked him in the eye and said, You didn't think that the Lotus King would help you, did you? Then you couldn't have been more wrong. Now that you have chosen to serve the Lotus King, and you are well aware of the Lotus King's power inside our organization, you should have every faith in him. I'm clearer than you about how the Lotus King returns his subordinates' loyalty. If you had talked to the Lotus King in advance, he would have arranged everything perfectly for you. There wouldn't have been the slightest chance that other people might see through the operation. All right, what is done is done. It's needless to say anything else. After your competition with Liao tomorrow, just ask him to chop off the hands and replace yours with them as you planned. Then, you'd better be prepared to ask for the Lotus King's pardon. I will try to say something nice for you, too. Huangpu Shi wiped his sweat quickly. Thank you very much, Master Su. After my body is accustomed to my new hands, I will immediately turn on my furnace and refine a set of the most delicate 13 ghost soul needles for you. Huangpu Shi's promise was apparently what Su Jiuzhen had been waiting for. But he simply grunted, not showing approval or disapproval. He squinted and looked at Liao inside the light beam again. This boy was smart enough to see through your ruse, though. However, since he is speaking evil of you, his future master, so patently, it is evident enough that he does not know that there are other bugs inside the room and that we are still supervising him to this moment. His declaration about joining the Temple of Immortals for his own benefits seems more valid now. Alright, now, I can finally say with 100% certainty that Liao is willing to join the Temple of Immortals sincerely, and that he is a real immortal cultivator. Excellent. A great talent has joined the Lotus King's cause. How can the other three expect to compete with the Lotus King now? Watched by the hidden crystal cameras, Huangpu Xiaoya took a deep breath and tried to resume her calmness. She bit her lips so hard that blood was zigzagging out the corners of her mouth like crimson snakes. She gnashed her teeth. You are telling me all this because you want me to be more depressed and devastated before I die. Liao sneered. I'm telling you this because I want you to clearly see the reality. Survival of the fittest is the only truth in this dark universe. It is also why I decided to embark on the path of immortality to make myself stronger. As for weaklings such as you will always be the prey of the strong. In the end, your body and your cultivation will be gone, and you cannot even protect your hands. Huangpu Xiaoya was silent. She licked the blood on her lips. It was bitter and unsmooth. Liao suddenly rose up. He walked to her and, looking down upon her, said disdainfully, You call yourself an unyielding and unchangeable cultivator, but just think about it. What did you do in the half a month after you were captured by the Temple of Immortals except panicking, cursing, yelling, and crying? Have you made any endeavors that could help free yourself from the current predicament? No, none whatsoever. You have even forgotten the daily training of your hands, the most fundamental task of every refiner. During the last 10 days, you have been lying on bed like a useless bum every day without doing any training. Your hands must have retrograde. I guarantee that your capability is at least 10% lower than before. Let's be honest. Even if an opportunity miraculously presents itself to you, are you even qualified to seize it right now? Am I wrong in calling you a useless weakling? As if somebody had smacked her in the face, Huangpu Xiaoya was dazed and failed to come up with anything. Liao said coldly, Yes, your speech is wonderful. You are on the moral high ground, and I'm filthier than a swine. However, words cannot kill anybody. I'm standing right in front of you, torturing and humiliating you. Tomorrow, I'm even going to chop off your hands. But what can you do to me? You said that you would come back for revenge after you died. Didn't you? For useless crap like you will only fall into the Temple of Immortals' control if you really become a spectral cultivator after you are executed. Chances are that you will be sealed into some magical equipment by Huangpu Shi or me. Haha. Let's see how you can seek your revenge then. Huangpu Xiaoya was dumbfounded. She suddenly felt cold to the bones. She was not scared of death. But for cultivators, death was not necessarily their final destination. If her soul unfortunately lived on after her death and was refined into a devastating soul by the immortal cultivators to butcher innocent people, it would be an outcome that she would rather die 10,000 times to avoid. Huangpu Xiaoya was immediately breathing heavily. Observing her reaction, Liao said casually, Do you regret it now? It's too late. When I was in the Great Horn Exo Society, there was one saying that I heard all the time. If you want to shout, let your weapons be your voice. If you have tears, let your enemies shed them for you. I'll forward the words to you now. Although you probably won't get the chance to use them in this life, you can try to bear them in mind in case you are fortunate enough to be reincarnated into a human again. Finishing his speech, Liao retreated. He waved his hands. The barrier in the middle of the suite gradually moved and divided the suite into two separate rooms. Before the barrier was fully closed, Liao looked at Huangpu Xiaoya, who was deep in thought, through the gap and said, Sleep tight. Tomorrow a lot of blood will be shed. The next day, in the early morning, the suite had no windows. It was dim and hazy. One could not even see their own fingers. Liao was woken up by the noise of the relief of the barrier, only to discover that Huangpu Xiaoya had opened the wall that blocked them. Huangpu Xiaoya did not turn on any lights. There was not the slightest trace of rays. Darkness dominated the entire room. Occasionally, clusters of spluttering sparks would burst out from Huangpu Xiaoya's direction, which formed elegant yet feeble runes in midair, flashing and vanishing quickly. Illuminated by the sparks, Huangpu Xiaoya seemed to be very focused. Her tranquil and solemn face appeared and disappeared in the darkness. Although he could only see her briefly, Liao sensed that she was vastly different from the previous day. Her softness, hesitation, and desperation were nowhere to be seen. "What are you doing?" Liao couldn't help but ask. "Can't you tell? I'm training myself." Huangpu Xiaoya answered peacefully. "Due to the barriers they planted inside my body, I cannot perform higher-level training sessions. I can only summon such weak sparks to practice drawing runes. But it's still beneficial for me to maintain the nimbleness of my fingers." Liao raised his eyebrow. "Why are you training?" Huangpu Xiaoya said seriously. "Liao, although you are an unforgivable scumbag, the final words you said last night do make sense. Shouts and tears are the most useless things in the world. If I want to shout, my weapons shall be my voice. If I have tears, my enemies shall shed them for me. Over the past 10 days, I've let out too many useless shouts and cried too many meaningless tears. I thought that I was brave, but after a night of reflection, I realized that it was simply cowardice in a different form. I was merely resorting to shouts and tears to avoid the real fight." Liao blinked his eyes and said, "So?" Huangpu Xiaoya continued her explanation solemnly. "So, after I realized what I've been doing, I decided that I would stop shouting and crying, and I should dedicate myself to a real fight until my blood runs dry like any righteous cultivator would. As a refiner, I am not good at waving weapons. Thus, I simply consider the training of my hands a special fight. You were right about one thing. I wasted too much time after I was captured. My hands are much less deft than before. Thank you for pointing that out. After drawing runes for an entire night, they have recovered a lot." Liao smiled. "You are going to die today. What difference does it make?" Huangpu Xiaoya said, "If one understands the great Tao in the morning, they can die peacefully at the end of the day. Even if I am going to be killed tonight, I am still alive at this moment. And if I am alive, I will have to fight. One more second of life means one more second of fighting. If I turn into ghosts after I die, I will continue fighting. If I fail and fall into your hands, and you turn me into a devastating soul, then so be it. At least I've fought the good fight. However, don't expect Huangpu Xiaoya to surrender. Human or ghost, I will always be an outright cultivator. And I will never demean myself by joining you in scrupulous, immortal cultivators." As if intimidated by her rectitude, Liao laughed weirdly and yet failed to respond. Huangpu Xiaoya kept on training. Tiny sparks were bursting out of her fingertips non-stop. However, the majority of her spiritual energy had been sealed. After a night of hard training, she was overexhausted. The sparks on her fingertips were getting weaker and weaker. In the end, they only shone for 0.1 seconds before they were swallowed by darkness. After breathing heavily for 5 seconds, she summoned new sparks on her fingertips which blinked stubbornly and vanished into darkness again. Inside the darkness, Huangpu Xiaoya suddenly asked, "Do you think darkness and darkness are the same?" This time, Liao really failed to understand what she meant. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "Can you explain?" Huangpu Xiaoya's voice was somewhat enticing, filled with a sense of mystery, as she said, "There are 2 identical rooms with no windows or doors. Inside the rooms is absolute darkness. Some creatures are locked in the 2 rooms. One of the rooms is always filled by absolute darkness. There has never been any light before, and there will never be any in the future. In the other room, a tiny, feeble, and short-lived spark will burst out occasionally after a long time. The spark will illuminate a limited space very briefly and leave a message about brightness in the heads of the creatures inside the room. But eventually, the spark will be gone, and the room will be embraced by darkness again. Another tiny spark that can burn for only 1 second might not show up again until 100 years or even 1,000 years later. Do you think the first darkness and the second darkness are the same?" Liao was silent for a long time. In the darkness, he glanced at the last detectaphone in a corner of the room, while he exhaled and said, "Are they not?" Huangpu Xiaoya laughed, in great relief and satisfaction, as if she had completely comprehended something. Her belief turned firm, thorough, and unshakable. "They are not," she replied confidently, one word after another. "Maybe they are the same for you immortal cultivators. But for us, the true cultivators, the two types of darkness are different. Even if this universe is truly nothing more than a brutal, bloody, shadowy forest, we cultivators will burn all that we have just to give off a single weak flickering spark in the darkness. No matter how weak each spark is, how short-lived, how small, as long as the sparks flow unabated, then one day, one of those sparks will light some tinder, and that tinder shall light some fallen branches, and those branches shall set ablaze each and every last tree of the forest. In the end, even the smallest sparks will eventually set the shadowy forest ablaze and illuminate the whole world. Taking a deep breath, Liao said drily, igniting the entire forest with a flickering sparkle? What are the odds? 1,000th? 1,000,000th? 1,000,000,000th? Huangpu Xiaoya said softly. 1,000,000,000th is still not zero. Liao was dazed. The sentence sounded rather familiar. He must have heard it somewhere else. Pondering for a while, he finally remembered it. Back when he selected the Grand Desolate War Institution in his hometown floating spear city in the Heaven's Origin sector, he had challenged Deep Sea University, the holy land of refiners, in front of everyone. Xianxia, a professor of Deep Sea University, had asked him whether or not the odds of him defeating Deep Sea University could reach 1,000,000,000th. It was exactly what he had said at that time. 1,000,000,000th is still not zero. Liao stopped talking and turned on the illumination rune arrays in the room. Dazzling brightness immediately sprayed out and shattered the darkness like countless light swords. Liao warmed up his fingers, his bones uttering cracking noises as if blades were colliding. Storms and thunder were brewing under his fingernails, which were about to explode. Taking a deep breath, he smelled the scent of sparks in the air. His every nerve couldn't be more sharp and excited. The day of the final battle had come. 8 o'clock in the evening, inside the vast warehouse of the Ox-level carrier, the business starships of this model were usually used as carriers. Therefore, the cultivation sects had performed large-scale modifications before they were delivered. In the middle and rear parts of such starships, there were often several vast warehouses that could be hundreds of square meters. This particular warehouse, on the other hand, had been modified into a refining center for explosive magical equipment. Huangpu Shi was an expert of the trade. This trip to the Skyhill domain also demanded crystal bombs to help them get rid of the potential pursuers. Therefore, he had made the modifications in advance so that he could refine explosive magical equipment on the way. The warehouse had 3 layers of walls made of strengthened alloys. Between each wall were defense rune arrays. On the innermost wall, there were defense, soundproof, and buffer rune arrays. Together with other secret arts, they blocked any sounds or shaking in warehouse from affecting other cabins. It was safe to say that, even if a heaven-splitting explosion took place inside the warehouse, nobody outside would notice anything wrong. Inside the warehouse, necessary facilities to create explosive magical equipment had been deployed, including protective devices and damage examination systems that could help Huangpu Shi measure the performance of each bomb precisely. At this time, all the lights inside the warehouse were on. Huangpu Shi, Blackstone, White Dew, Fei Ming, and another 4 gloomy yet brawny men were standing in the middle of the warehouse. This place would be the battlefield of the sword seminar in space. Liao stood in front of everyone peacefully. Huangpu Xiaoya, in the meantime, was sitting in a corner. She had been tied up by barriers and crammed into a specially designed anti-explosive suit. However, she was quite peaceful too, and she eyed Liao and the rest of them as if they were dry bones in a grave or zombies that had come back to life. Liao glanced over everyone and paid special attention to the few brawny men. 2 of them still had medication runes on their bodies. They did not look very friendly, but they dare not stare back at him either and merely lowered their heads. Blackstone, the fair fatty, smiled. Master Liao, they are the subordinates of White Dew and mine. They look somewhat haggard right now because they suffered tiny injuries from the Furious Bears Union's assault the other day. But they are usually very trustworthy. Now that Master Liao has become an immortal cultivator, we are all on the same boat. You can ask them to do anything for you. I guarantee that they will treat you just like they treat us. You are a refiner, and we are all battle-type immortal cultivators. We are complementary in every sense. If you ever need anything to be done, you don't have to it in person. With a hint or a gesture, White Dew and I will immediately see to it. We only hope that Master Liao could be kind enough to craft a few tailor-made sabers for us if possible. The day we invited Master Liao here, White Dew and I had offended you a lot. But everything was different back then, and we were merely carrying out our commands at that time. I hope that Master Liao can forgive us. Anyways, we are all serving the Lotus King, and we should fight side by side against the common foe. Lotus King. Liao blinked and looked at Huang Puxi suspiciously. Huang Puxi smiled drily. The Lotus King is a giant in the Temple of Immortals. You won't regret joining the Lotus King's cause. When we're back at our headquarters, I will introduce you to the Lotus King immediately. He will be so happy to see yet another brilliant young man walk on the righteous path. Chances are that he will grant you a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Liao's face was beaming with joy. He said hurriedly, I can refine sabers for anyone as long as the price is decent. I wonder, where are we right now? And how long will it take us to annihilate the Great Horn Exo Society and meet the Lotus King in the headquarters? Huang Puxi had completely let down his defenses. He replied, We have now arrived at the Iron Plateau space zone. However, since transmitting telepathic thoughts over a long distance might be noticed the cultivators, we have kept silent and dared not reach out to our comrades. But half a day ago, we received a message from Feng Yuzhong that he has stopped Gold Horn. But Gold Horn is not alone. It is in the company of another 2 starships. Therefore, the battle is dragging on for longer than we expected. Fighting and running, it may take 2 to 3 days before they are finally defeated. We will catch up with them tomorrow, and it will be the perfect time to join the battle. Although it may take longer for us to put down Gold Horn, you don't need to worry about anything. After more than half a month of assaults and ambushes, the cultivation world has been stabbed multiple times. It is bleeding everywhere. Even those sects that were not attacked are also greatly panicked. The starships and experts from various cultivation sects lurking not far away from Gold Horn retreated and went to defend their homes long ago. There's no large star beacon near the Iron Plateau space zone that can support a space jump either. Therefore, in the next 5 days, no other forces of cultivators will be able to reinforce them. We can take our time and enjoy the meal that is the 3 starships. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After that, the morale of the cultivation world will definitely be wrecked. Just think about it. They went through all the trouble and made so many plans. Such a great number of experts were dispatched to protect the Great Horn Exo Society. However, with a few tricks of ours, they were split and had to go back to their homes exhaustedly, and the Great Horn Exo Society was destroyed anyway. When the news is out, I don't know how many cultivators will be distressed and how many will be intimidated. By then, many of them will see through the weakness of cultivators. They will be turned into immortal cultivators with only a few words. Liao racked his brain and soon found the information about the Iron Plateau space zone. It was one of the largest and most ancient space zones of the Flying Star sector. Iron Plateau, the biggest inhabitable planet of the Flying Star sector, was located in the space zone. However, this planet was dominated by demon beasts and barbarians, or in Huangpu Xiaoya's words, chi trainers. For some reason, the planet was a taboo for the residents, be they cultivators or ordinary people, of the Flying Star sector. They barely mentioned anything about the planet. The Iron Plateau space zone was like a strange forbidden area. It was very underdeveloped. No large star beacons were established in this place either. As a result, a starship could not be teleported to the Iron Plateau space zone directly. Could only cruise slowly and dutifully like them, which took a lot more time. It was not hard to guess that Feng Yuzhong had spent a lot of effort driving the Great Horn Exo Society to the land of death. All right, Liao's eyes turned cold as he said, Let's cut the nonsense and begin now. I thought that Mo Tianshui and Huangpu Xiaoya would be the best opponents I got in the Sky Hill Sword Seminar. And since I knew I was definitely better than them, I could never summon 100% of my fighting will. I didn't expect that the Sky Hill Sword Seminar would end up like this. Me challenging the Sword Master of 30 years ago. How exciting and enjoyable. I can sense that my fighting will is soaring. Huang Puxi smiled vaguely. Now that the topic at hand was refining, the king of his era showed an unparalleled dominating aura. He said casually, "What are the rules?" Liao squinted and replied, "I'm a man who likes to challenge the impossible. Since you are adept at explosive magical equipment, and we've been talking about that for many days, let's just have a match of crystal bombs. We will refine a crystal bomb respectively and compare their damage. The one with a higher damage output will be the winner. There will be 3 rounds. Don't be hasty. I'm not done yet. You've studied explosive magical equipment for 20 years, and you are in the core formation stage. You are better than me in every regard. I don't stand the slightest chance of winning in a normal competition. If you are brave enough, why don't you ask me to select the materials, and we will refine crystal bombs with identical materials. Also, for the 3 rounds, only if you win them all will you be the final victor. If you lose any of them, I will be the winner. Do you think such rules are fair?" Huang Puxi considered them carefully for a moment. His eyes suddenly shone as he said in amusement, "Good boy. It seems that you are not as foolish as I thought. You came up with such a way and want to try your luck. Excellent. Such rules indeed make up for the gap between our levels and experience. Very reasonable. However, they are still useless. An egg crashing into a stone 10,000 times will only break 10,000 times. It will never be able to leave the tiniest crack on the stone. Not just 3 rounds, even if there are 100 rounds, I will still crush you effortlessly. You may choose materials freely at your will, but they have to be in the inventory that I prepare. After all, I only brought some 3,600 materials for the trip. If you ask for random materials, I may not be able to provide them." Liao agreed quickly. "It's a deal. If the egg is really broken, I will respect you as my master immediately, and this jade chip will be my tuition fee. You can check it out first." Liao took out a jade chip from his pocket and threw it over without any hesitation. Huang Puxi picked the jade chip. He was going to insert it into his crystal processor, when he stopped briefly and tossed back a jade chip, which he had retrieved from his sleeve, as he said, chuckling, "My good disciple, your master won't deceive you, either. Inside this jade chip are the 10 best techniques that I spent all the night deliberating over, including the ultimate knowledge about crystal bombs and the delicate tricks of sword forging from the Huangpu family. You can browse through them first." Liao was not courteous at all. He took over the jade chip and inserted it into his crystal processor. After reading them for 3 minutes, he was certain that there was nothing wrong with the techniques. It was only reasonable that Huang Puxi was giving him authentic techniques right now because the man was trying to dig out more techniques from him. What good could the man get by giving him false techniques and pissing him off? Meanwhile, Huang Puxi was exclaiming in a low voice, "Such magnificent ancient rune arrays? So many tricks about refurbishment? Where did you get so much good stuff?" Liao smiled and said, "This is just a small proportion of what is inside my brain. It will be great if you can understand it all. You can analyze the techniques first and explain them to me in detail later. When I have grasped all of them, I will give you new ones. It will be a win-win." While talking, he threw Huang Puxi's jade chip to Blackstone unhesitatingly. "Fatty, this jade chip will be in your custody for now. I will come back for it myself in a moment." Huang Puxi swallowed and, managing to suppress his greed, gave Liao's jade chip to White Dew slowly. The 10 techniques inside Liao's jade chip were even more valuable than those he had picked. Now all of Huang Puxi's suspicion had disappeared. After he took a deep breath, his eyes were focused again, and he was wreathed in an unshakable vibe. He had entered the state of a super refiner. 30 years later, a Sky Hill Sword seminar in the Sea of Stars. Let's begin.